welcome viewers to Brazil League Play Day 8. I'm Corbeck, and I'm happy to be here with you. It's Super Week here in Brazil, which means the drama is flying fast and furious as the specter of playoffs looms large in the minds of our competitors, vying for those coveted major qualifier spots on the borderline of playoffs. We're going to see Furia fight for the reputation of its dynasty, keep those dreams alive against an E1 team that is looking hotter every single playday. And of course, in that same region, Team Liquid looking to reclaim their lost honor there and maybe punch their ticket into the playoffs if they can pull a fast one here today against a floundering Fluxo. Meanwhile, at the top of the table, FaZe Clan looks to be crowned as the #1 team in Brazil, while a surging Black Dragons continues to impress. We're all waiting to see just how high they can fly. All of that action and more will be coming to you here today on Play Day 8 as we take a look at our highlights here from Play Day 7, a little step back into the past to give you an idea of what to expect here today. And as I said, playoffs looming large. There's not much left in this, viewers, and that means that all of these teams are vying harder than ever here. Some of that came out on Tuesday. The competition was absolutely ferocious between these sides, except for, of course, FaZe Clan walking it in against E1. W7M, another team that has set themselves up for a good run here into the playoffs, but this is only part of the story, only a piece of a tangled web of interest and competitions, and there's only one individual who can help us decipher all of that, one of the 7 great sages of Siege. It is CDAPS. Welcome aboard, Connor. I am happy to be back here in Brazil with you.
Yeah, last time you were here was Playday 3, it was Playday 4. Not a whole lot has changed at the very top. FaZe Clan, you know, they were still doing pretty well, but the mid-table, it's shaken up quite a bit. And last time you were here, Brazil had not won a game yet. So, or pardon me, Liquid had not won a game in Brazil yet. And that's a big change.
Yeah, they're back. Sort of, right? Okay, they're heating up. They're heating up. It's okay. I'm gonna have to heat up an awful lot here today, though, Connor. I mean, look back at day 7, which again was a wild day. There was a lot going on there. And you take a look at these results, and I mean, decipher things for me. Tell me what stands out to you.
Yeah, FaZe came out. They beat Furia. This was a little while ago. Fluxo, they're still struggling, still yet to get a win. W7M match 4, that was just a dominant showing as expected. And E1 continuing their win streak against mibr. As we expected once again, this was also match 1, the beginning of the sort of comeback of Team Liquid as they took down Vivo Keydstars, who's a roster that I'm still high on.
Yeah, I know you love those Vivo stars, guys. I feel like they haven't quite lived up to the love that you're giving them, but I appreciate that, you know, you're still believing them. It's like a kid who's not doing their best at T-ball, but their parent is still cheering them on. Of course, all those games, Connor, they have consequences, and that leads us to the standings here. I mean, FaZe Clan by far and away here at the top, but who else is making playoffs or is in a position to do so?
Yeah, W7M and Black Dragons, that's the 2 spot, that's the 3 spot. They are also confirmed, meaning that just 4, 5, and 6, there's 3 spots remaining for these Brazilian playoffs, trying to get direct qualifications to Manchester. And right now, those spots are occupied by Vivo Keydstars, E1 Sports, and Furia. That means a team like mibr, a team like Liquid, a team like NIP are pretty much guaranteed to be going to open qualifiers. They're going to have to fight through the LCQ if they even make it that far.
Yeah, that puts a lot of onus on them as we go ahead and view our matches here for today. We've got some interesting ones lined up for us here, Connor, to say the least.
Yeah, matches 2 and 3 are really important in my eyes, and maybe even the matchup all the way to match 5. If Liquid take this regulation victory that they, in theory, should, it is a needed must win for Liquid to stay alive. But match 2, match 3 are going to be very hotly contested. Vivo Keydstars, they have the opportunity against W7M to really show that they deserve one of these top 6 spots. And Furia is going to try to stop the spiral that they're kind of going down. And they're having to go up against an E1 team that's incredibly disrespectful and is not going to give them any credit.
Incredibly disrespectful is a very good way to characterize them. They've been a shocker here, I think, for us, this E1 squad, but they're not the only shocker and probably not the biggest one. That honor is going to go to the aforementioned Black Dragons, who have been an outstanding squad, a rebuild roster, Connor, coming in and shaking things up here in Brazil.
Yeah, after struggling in stage 2 of last year, Black Dragons wiped house. And then they kind of struggled in the tier 2 rush series, where a lot of people expected them to bounce back. So now going into this stage, there were not very high hopes for this roster. People didn't think that they were going to do that well. They needed time to mesh, but Black Dragons, they stepped up really quickly. And right now, this roster is the only team in Brazil that has taken a point off FaZe, who we've already sung very high praises of as the best team in this region.
It's wild that they did that as well, considering how dominant FaZe had been across the board. And I was like you with Vivo Keynstars. I was singing the praises of Black Dragons last time I was on here. I was excited about this roster. I loved seeing what they could do. And of course, this resurgence, this kind of shocking performance has been built on the back of some very talented players, one of which is the rookie Guto, Connor, who has come in here and been an absolute phenomena, considering his relative lack of experience.
Yeah, when you have a player that can just come out of nowhere, he's scouted up as one of the up-and-coming players and is one of the top players in Brazil, has been absolutely phenomenal, especially with the giant jewel on his crown being that performance against FaZe Clan that got Black Dragons that very crucial point away from FaZe Clan. When you have stats like this for Guto, they kind of speak for themselves. He's been utterly dominant on entry for this Black Dragons roster, where he can be aggressive, he can be passive. On defense, he plays a lot of power positions in those really hard to play areas. And on the attacking side, sure, you might see him as Twitch, that's a fragging operator, but we've also seen him have success on a secondary hard breach, sometimes even bringing Thermite, where, once again, he's just so versatile, and having a young player that's versatile is incredibly impressive.
I can't handle the Giga Chat energy of that photo, man. He's calling me out. His eyes are boring into my soul. But, you know, he's not alone. Obviously, he's got a lot of support around him. He's got some spectacular players helping him out, and one of those is Loira. He uses the tag Lawyer Demon every once in a while for a reason, Connor.
Yeah, he's constantly on demon time because this is a player that, once again, has shown some glimpses of just power and dominance in Brazil last stage, but overall his stats were kind of meh because the team did not find success. All of a sudden, the organization made the decision of, hey, we're going to rebuild around Loira and we're going to give him the tools that he wants in order to find success. Great decision, by the way, because Loira is one of now the most dominant players here in Brazil. He is just stacking up phenomenal stats on a consistent basis in an inconsistent role. On the attacking side, he's one of the entries. He's one of the people getting in the bomb site early, taking map control all across the map. And then on defense, he's been the backbone. And for a roster like Black Dragon that is undergoing so many changes, it's nice to have somebody who can do both.
Yeah, they've really been leaning on him on the defense to sort of set the pace, right? I mean, the plus 25 kill differential is really, I think, highlights how critical he is for this team as sort of just the stand-up player that they can all rely on. I mean, do you think this Black Dragon roster here is going to shoot for the moon? Are they for sure going to get a qualifier spot?
It's going to be tough because Black Dragons, as they're moving into the BO3s, I think that's where inexperience really does shine. Sure, finding success in a lot of BO1s, that is good, but it's a stamina game, especially as you go into playoffs. BO3s are incredibly more difficult to win, and, you know, I think that they have painted a target on their back. I think a lot of the top rosters that are used to qualifying for these S-tier events do know that this roster is dangerous, and they're going to be preparing for them quite a lot.
Well, Black Dragons will be soaring later today against NIP, but there's plenty of games before then. Our first match here is going to be the irredoubtable FaZe Clan versus mibr, and that'll come to you right after this break. Welcome back, viewers, to Playday 8 here in the Brazil League. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me is CDAPS as we get ready to jump into our first game here. It's going to be FaZe Clan versus Made in Brazil, mibr. An interesting match, Connor. Probably one that we would expect FaZe Clan to handle with relative aplomb.
Yeah, FaZe Clan have just looked so incredibly good in every single game they've played. This roster, this 5-man is now, in my eyes, the best team in the world, and it's an undisputed title in my eyes, completely. They've looked so dominant, and across the board, there's not really any weaknesses. The only kind of thing you can point to is maybe Cyber's not doing that great statistically, but if you look at the eye test, you might see that his stats are kind of a lie.
My wow sounded way more sarcastic than it should have been. I apologize. I mean, I agree with you. I'm not in a position to make such sweeping judgments like you are, but FaZe Clan have looked spectacular, right? It's pretty hard to argue that the best team in the best region of Rainbow Six Siege Esports is not the best team in the world, and certainly it feels like that now. And if I was looking at this from another region, I'd be worried. I mean, the best thing about FaZe, Hunter, is that they are so consistent across the board. Their performance does not dip. You mentioned a little bit of fall off. That's just one person here on a 5-man roster.
Yeah, the only blemish they have was on Playday 3 against the Black Dragons team that we know is a lot stronger than people expected. Other than that, 7-3s, 7-4s, 7-5s against top teams. It's really good for FaZe. They're closing out these games in regulation. They're not letting it get to overtime like we've seen some of the other teams in other regions like North America constantly do, and they're just punishing everybody that has to go up against them in the server.
And again, that ability to punish so many different opponents, I mean, handling Furia and what have you, but today they're going to be punishing mibr, a storied name, Connor, but one that has struggled so far in this stage.
Yeah, mibr have been kind of bouncy, where we've been high on them, we've been low on them, and they're kind of just on the outside looking in. They've had good glimpses. They beat and had a great comeback against Black Dragons, who was a team that has already confirmed playoffs. At that point of the season, I was really having high hopes for this mibr team. But then they just sort of kind of staggered. They fell into a liquid that just started hitting it really hard, and mibr hasn't been able to keep up.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a Sisyphean task ahead of them. And I mean, when you look at these two teams compared to one another, the difference is not incredibly flattering to mibr. It really should be FaZe Clan's game here today. But where will it be FaZe Clan's game? Our map vetoes will show us the truth. And I mean, some of these maps going off the board relatively early here, Connor, a little surprised.
Yeah, they sort of make sense. Some of the only success that we've seen out of mibr did come on Chalet, but that's not going to be here anymore. FaZe, that's a permaban, so is Border. And instead, we're going to be going to Oregon. This is a map that both of these rosters have played with varying degrees of success. FaZe Clan, they've won the map. Unfortunately, mibr have not.
Yeah, Oregon, bread and butter, right? There's not a ton that I think you and I can add to the discussion about that. I think it's the second most picked map so far in the stage for Brazil. No surprises there. I mean, I feel like this gives an advantage to FaZe Clan a little bit, if anything, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. They're coming off of a fresh 5-1 defensive win against E1 on E1's crazy attacks. FaZe Clan, I think they're going to close this one out pretty easily. mibr, it's just kind of unlucky that they drew them at this point.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, in the 1800s, American settlers traveled for thousands of miles across months for the slightest opportunity to just glimpse Oregon. I'm sure our caster Stokes and Lynx are just as excited, so I will not keep it for them anymore. Have fun, gentlemen.
Okay.
I gotta give him that one. I liked it. I like that one. I don't know if I can call myself as energized to witness Oregon as Corbeck would have liked. I am, however, tickled and enthused by that segue. Hello, it is Sam and I. We are getting into the game a little bit later, but just before round number 1 begins. And honestly, Sam, looking at the op bands, I mean, I don't think we really needed to watch them live. It's a pretty easy one to dissect.
Yeah, 100%. Pretty standard when it comes to Oregon, and something that's already going to take effect when it comes to the basement setup, especially for the offensive perspective. You're not going to have access to Monty, and those Yings usually so effective, especially when it comes to E-box drops.
Yeah, and then plus, I mean, FaZe have hated Fenrir for the past few games in Brazil. Monty Valkyrie, not all that surprising. Really, for me, Connor mentioned this on the desk, that it's really unlucky that mibr had to draw FaZe Clan at this point. I also think it's particularly unlucky that they find themselves going up against FaZe on this map. FaZe have played Oregon 10 times in the past calendar year, you know, from March to March of last year. They've lost it once. And in the grand final of the 6th Invitational, it was the first map where they beat Furia 7-1, winning 6 attacks in a row. And then this stage, against E1, FaZe also played it and won 5 defenses on their half. Right here, at least, as I've set all that up, Yex taking a very aggressive posture on Freezer Stairs has found KDS the Grim very early on. Even though FaZe might have a very solid track record on this map, at least when it comes to round 1, mibr changing that precedent very early.
Yeah, changing the pace, really, and catching FaZe off guard there. Don't think KDS was exactly prepared for not 1, but 2 people around that Freezer stairwell, and ends up getting caught off guard. Gonna go down a man, but FaZe aren't one to ramp things up in the eye of caution, or eye of losing a round. mibr, though, so far, so very good. They're gonna peel things off of Freezer. Really like this, especially for Yex. He's already gotten that pick, and those smokes are going to matter quite a lot when we get down to the sub-minute.
The smokes and the black mirrors that are still up, Gomez obviously holding this position. I believe the Freezer Mira as well to counter a Freezer laundry push if FaZe Clan go for that. Right now, it would seem they're setting up for an E-Box drop. It's a bit understandable. E-Box drops, not always the best thing in the world. You can find yourself funneled to a very tight position with a lot of angles going your way, which makes, for example, Handy winning that fight a lot more important. Unfortunately there, doesn't work out. Rare behind that shield, able to cut him down. Super getting aggressive, finds one player on the back stairs. The M870 of all weapons. But round 1 seems to be chalk for FaZe Clan, is when they set themselves up, not even to go for the drop, but just to try and facilitate it. They are met by pressure at every single point of entry, and mibr take a strong first round.
Express getting a lot done there, the skinny shorty on the back stairs, but mibr as a whole, from start to finish in round 1, just utter dominance. FaZe Clan not really capable of doing too much. I like that he didn't swing things through on that initial loss that we saw over on Freezer, didn't just try and send it into side or do anything too crazy. But even the execution that they went for, I mean, you said it yourself, they kind of have to funnel themselves in, even if they do try and go for that E-Box drop. And that's exactly what we see happen. It's a lot of, you know, prepared angles for mibr where they're already excited for FaZe Clan to try and work these angles, and they end up getting these kills pretty handedly. So mibr with a pretty well-decided first round. We're going to round off into round 2 now, as they're going to send us up to the very top floor. It'll be a Dorms defense.
I'm also intrigued to see how FaZe adapt to that. I mean, one thing that we see on dorms, on basement, on a lot of the sites on Oregon is, given the nature of how tight the corridors are, or tight the stairwells are, and especially for basement, how important those stairs are, prevalence of shotguns. And that's not exactly an easy strat to counter, especially with the frag grenade nerf. You can't just hook a nade, bounce it around the corner, and remove a player from Freezer Stairs, or in the case of Bullet with that mute, from security, or from the close trophy door inside of dorms itself. So how FaZe deal with that, either on basement or in the next round, depending on where Bullet and Rare decide to play, could be very important, but I don't think there's a particularly easy solution for them to find. At least, thankfully, I mean, again, mibr, the shotguns might have caught us off guard, but here, the operators brought the positions held. mibr aren't trying to move away from the standard dorms defense all too far.
Almost definitely not. FaZe Clan, a little bit of a different look, you could say, from what we usually see, but all on the main line. Just a lot of soft breach brought here. Really begs the question where they're going to try and position Cyber. You could see him more than likely try and work his way into kitchen, try and apply some pressure towards dorms, but FaZe Clan are going to want to build up around that. Cyber more than likely on his way to that position. I'm just going to try and assist with this over here in meeting as of now. I'll probably try and drone that out and make things a little bit easier. But honestly, on second thought, they do have Handy, so they can always just torch things too. Just really up to how they feel at that moment in time, and mibr don't really have anything dedicated to that mid floor, so easy access either way.
FaZe have always seemed very comfortable bringing that Maverick specifically on Oregon, maybe more than a lot of teams. I think, not that teams aren't comfortable bringing Mav, but FaZe, it's a very simple calculus. They say a lot of teams bring Hard Breach Denial, Mute, Bandits, Cade. We'll just bring a Maverick, Handy, or whoever seems to be comfortable on the M4 as well. Not really a huge loss, but again, mibr. Again, not an abnormal position. We see a lot of teams take this aggressive stance, opening up a rotate hole in the bedroom wall to try to get aggressive, but it's another problem that FaZe Clan have to solve, one similar to the one that stumped them in round 1 in mibr. Beautiful look we're seeing from them. Another very strong advantage. 5v3. Same as acquired on basement, but now much early on. Cyber and Handy both falling. And Yex still holding on to trophy for just a little bit longer. Overstay is welcome and find unwelcome sight in Vidaking's AK-12. We'll spot him in just a second, but the X falls off, and MIBR comfortable inside of the site going into the final minute.
I just got to peel back again. 2 kills coming from 2 practically polar opposite positions, but both meaning quite a bit. We saw Cyber try to work his way down to Kitchen. He gets taken out by Bullet, who was actually holding down security. We didn't see him initially, but he did have a rotate built up there. Well, Mute Jammer's probably in tow too. His SAS brother will continue to hold down the closet. Some smokes still to his name. 1 left now for Rare as he's invested properly. And a lot of drones to FaZe Clan as of right now, and they're going to try and keep these guns active, work their way in on more of these funnel angles. This trophy swing right now, the most important to Yex, is it's going to be Bullet on the flank. Yex takes 1 as well. It's all up to KDS, but like ships in the night, they've passed each other. Now they're going to crash in. No lights on these things, let me tell you. What a great round there from mibr. Is it smooth sailing so far for them on this defensive side?
Really, really strong couple defenses. Getting aggressive, doing so successfully, but not overplaying their hand, I think is the most important part. Even Yex inside a trophy, he considers taking the fight with Vidaking on Armory Stairs, and then he'll exchange his way, but he doesn't end up dying. He says, okay, minute 5 seconds left, 5v3, I don't need to overplay this. He backs up into trophy again. We'll jiggle peek, look for info, think about taking the engagement, but he's not committing. He's not going for a wing or a full gunfight inside a trophy, just keeping Vidaking on his toes, keeping FaZe Clan at bay. Now, same can be said for Rare. Same can be said for Bullet, not going for that flank right until the end of the round when FaZe had to commit to a flood, where they didn't have the time to wait anymore for mibr to get over-aggressive. That's when Bullet makes the play, and like you said, somehow passes KDS, I think hunting him down below. So mibr have, in 2 rounds, on Oregon defense maybe, but still impressively, threaded a very hard needle, which is find a way to get aggressive on a map that typically teams will just anchor the site with maybe 1 guy off site, but find a way to do it without ever, even for a second, pushing it too far.
Yeah, and I think that's the most respectable thing from mibr right now. No, they're playing it right to the limit.
Oh!
This round a little bit more aggressive, but let's be real. This is where FaZe Clan have to start getting these initial checks done. This is why you have drones. I mean, you can just toss one up in the sky, you can toss one over a fence really quick, and just look to see if any of these windows are broken. They're not really going to, go through their traditional checks. Cyber's gunned down. He's 0-3 to start, something you never see out of this guy.
Yeah, Cyber might be having a bit of a weak stage, but even an 0-3 start on seemingly the past couple plays when he's been on an upswing, definitely a drastic return to abnormal form overall, but the stage definitely a bit more problematic. And how comparatively consistent it's been to some of his previous performances. There are still some aggressive roamers on this top floor too. Semper on that Solus. Playing the top floor, we'd see FaZe Clan against Furia, for example, at SI, bring out a Jackal in this very position to try to hunt down these roamers off site. Here it's the standard lineup. They have the Doki calls, sure, to find that full clear, but haven't necessarily been so impactful as of just yet. First call goes out. Maybe we'll see it. KDS on the big window and waiting for somebody from mibr to peek. Fires a couple shots through the wall, but Semper's not pushing this too far. Likely is the hatch open as well to fall back, and Yex there for support. mibr have a solid setup. They're not trying to break away from it. Souls try to dislodge one of these roamers. Just catches one, but only gets the shot on the player top white. He still traded 1 for 1 though, and that favors Semper. He can play his life here if he wants, but he's guaranteed at minimum a 3-3. But Rare, up for Matic, has suddenly joined the mibr defense or roam setup up top with the fuser dropped in front of the master bedroom. Not many options for KDS and Handy in the 2v4.
I don't think FaZe Clan was ready for the players to hit the rotation to the top floor. They come to assist their Solus, and yes, Handy. Pretty tidy inside of the 1v2 there, but he's got another one set in front of him. It's Gomez and Bullet. They both have full HP. There's Goo Mines and guns active still for mibr. And I think mibr's just found a new level on this Oregon defense. That was a whole different face. That was a whole different mask. A fresh look thrown towards FaZe Clan, and they definitely were ill-prepared.
For context, by the way, mibr have also played Oregon twice this stage, and against E1, they won, I'm not joking, 1 Oregon defense. 1. In that particular matchup. That in and of itself is mind-boggling, and then they played it against W7 as well. To be fair, 1-3 Oregon defense. That one's a bit more standard. But it's not like mibr have the same unimpeachable record on Oregon that FaZe has had over the past 3 years. I mean, they've lost both times this stage 4-7. To be fair, E1 has caught a lot of teams off guard, and W7M are a great team in their own right. So are FaZe Clan. I think Rafido realizing that, okay, yeah, we might be in a comfortable position at the top of the score, but this game is starting to, or top of the leaderboards, but this game is starting to get a little bit too uncomfortable for us. mibr feeling very free to do what they want. This is where FaZe Clan are strong, though. They're the kings of adaptations. They can always read problems in front of them and, at least in our mind, adapt without fail extremely consistently. 3 rounds have gone now. They've taken a tactical timeout. They have 3 more attacks in front of them. Starting on basement for mibr's first reattempt at a bomb site. What are FaZe going to bring, whether in operators or positioning, that will counter what mibr has put forth?
Yeah, that's what got FaZe Clan all the way to the SI Finals. Their ability to adapt to their opponent, change things up on a dime, and just have what seems to be not only an infinite playbook, but the infinite ability to, take these swings, be positive, and just be, down for the team. That's really what it is, just making sure that you're in the proper headspace. FaZe Clan never seem to break. They always just bend and see what they can potentially get back, pulling in their favor. So we'll see if they can do that here on Oregon. I love that they used the timeout early here. They've identified that offense is most definitely the most important side of Oregon. You need some offensive rounds, and they desperately need some right now. This 3-round run from mibr must be halted. It might not start here. They might catch them off guard again. We have a Mira, of all people, over inside of Garage, for God's sakes. There's a lot of weird things happening. mibr is trying to catch FaZe Clan off guard. But now they've taken some time, and they should be ready for some antics.
They should. I was curious what Semper's primary weapon was going to be. As you can see, it's not the M870, it's the 416. So I thought that might indicate mibr completely correcting and going back down to a full anchor setup. And to be fair, after the first 45 seconds, that seems to be the case. But still, 20 seconds in, we see Bullet and Yaks at the top of Freezer Stairs, Amira in Garage, you said. So it seemed like mibr still want to contest the same level of control, but a lot of players have fallen back. The only one who sort of shifted positions is Semper actually moving up the back power stairs in tandem as the rest of his team has fallen back down. Once he shoots a drone, now he decides to fall back. So mibr changed things in turn. They know that they're going to at least make FaZe a little more concerned about this aggressive play, maybe slow down the attack just by the thought of them getting aggressive. And now, a couple changes in weapons and some more standard positions being held. mibr are now just playing a standard basement defense.
It's beautiful, isn't it? They kind of set Gomez up there as almost like a pseudo drone, just like ghost pressure. Oh, you've droned out the mirror. Well, now he's back down the freezer stairs. Everything is fine. No crosses to really worry about. They probably had somebody on the shower default cam there, Carter, just making sure that he had that route back. And as soon as anything happened, then he just chooses one or the other and dips. I really like this from mibr. Keep everybody alive. Force FaZe Clan to go through the motions. Try and crack open one of the hardest sites in the entire game.
Now with FaZe Clan down to 2 drones and a 5v5. How are they going to find themselves way out of this one? They're oftentimes very good on these floods, not necessarily winning dominantly, but at least making it even. But with Gomez shutting down one of the key points of entry, Soul shut down in front of Laundry, not even able to deal with the mirror window on Freezer. He's just walking up the long hallway, taking a lot of damage. Cyber praying that Gomez retakes that angle, looking both ways, but Gomez, another day at the office on that swing. Like the easiest headshot he's ever landed, despite wide-swinging Freezer Hall on a long engagement, with Cyber ready for the gunfight. Bullet and Yex both go down, though. So FaZe and KDS's very slow march up the Freezer hallway has at least got them a 3v3. Even KDS making this a 3v2. Semper, has he gone on red? Vidaking spots him just at the right time. Able to peek around the pillar, find one. Gomez, another gunfight presents itself, but he's only good for a couple in that round. Still very slow, still not entirely convincing, but FaZe at least get one on the board.
No, that was like 2 brutes going back and forth right there. It's not going to just be one blow that knocks them down, you know what I mean? It was a grueling death match really in the basement that just felt like it continued to drag on and on. But finally, FaZe Clan are the ones that come out on top. And it's for the little adjustment that we see over towards that pillar position. We see the Habana work her way down and play things out really patiently. I mean, for all intents and purposes there, Lynx, she could have just tried to run immediately into stock, take a gunfight, and probably die or do something silly, right? But instead, she holds that position, she allows those players to work in through Freezer, and that more patience inside of chaos that we see from FaZe is what wins them that round.
And to be fair, we've seen rounds go that way for FaZe on Oregon before, but still worrying. That's what sometimes these attacks can come down to. It still gives us enough to question, especially when they're down 1-3. All right.
Oh yeah, the execute was most definitely botched. Yeah. Do not get me wrong, but
exactly. So the small adjustments are there. We can give them credit for that. But Gomez still hitting very nice shots, making good reads as well. But maybe once this aggressive stance has run its course from MIBR, and now that in the face of FaZe likely adapting to it, they have to go back to a bit more of a standard style. Maybe this is where we'll start to see FaZe succeeding. It was, again, like you said, a bit botched, a bit sloppy. FaZe at least got to win on basement. MIBR falling back up to dorms. We'll see how both teams try to change things here.
Yeah, FaZe are kind of looking like Rocky Balboa right now. You got to get beat up in the first 3 rounds, right? And then you come back swinging. And right now, that's what FaZe are doing. It's not great boxing, but it's boxing at the end of the day.
Playing the long game.
Exactly, exactly. We just got to see when they deliver this uppercut. FaZe Clan, I mean, really just to set things up for success down the line. They just need 2, right? They got 2 rounds in order to try and figure this out.
2 rounds will certainly do. Dokubi goes out. We have another Solus roaming for MIBR. Inside a split. Not an uncommon position. FaZe Clan to encounter roamers, to be sure, on a Dorm's defense. They're certainly wary of it. KDS and Souls all holding cutoff positions. You can see them ready for this pinch. The setup inside a split. Multiple players ready to flood in. Drone spots him. It should be the go button. Souls pushing up. As the Soul is ready for it, takes the fight with the player garage. This is where Cyber should flood in from the meeting. Not the balcony, the stage. As he pushes up, is the Solus ready for it? Cyber trying to find this. Bullet might have just found the gap out. Might have found the way forward. And he sees the feed through the doorway, and Bullet walks right into him. King cuts down Rare as well. That's a 5v3 for FaZe.
Can we just talk about how beautiful that setup was? Where did Bullet have to go? We have a player on Freezer Stairs, we got a player in meeting, player garage, and then someone else working in from a God knows what other angle. That was just absurd. That's what you want your team looking like. If that's what Rank played like, man, I'd play Rank every single day of my life, Carter. But that's asking way too much. Let me just put that out there first. Either way, beautiful stuff from FaZe. They are just so harsh on these cutoffs. Look, Yex now has to take a fight here. He's down to about half HP just from a single tap. He's got somebody barreling up main stairs too, but he's aware of this. FaZe Clan, though, the very first time in the power position, a little earlier on into the round.
A little earlier on in the round, indeed. MIBR have positions to fall back on with that 5v3. Somebody's got to go huge. Semper knows he needs to probably get aggressive on this guy inside of Attic. There's Barb in Handy's way. You reveal his position once he walks up. In the meantime, no, Semper's caught lacking. Handy works his way forward, and the Warden can't react. Yex goes down too. It's looking like it might be a flawless round for FaZe Clan as Gomez trapped over by the big window. Tags up King just a little bit, but pushed far up inside of the dorms. The attack takes the site from the defenders. FaZe have the 2 rounds they need to succeed.
Yo, what a timeout. We got to call back to it, right? What a timeout here from FaZe Clan. A full reset. I think MIBR had a great idea how they wanted to handle things on their immediate call after that basement defense where we see a little bit of pressure on the mid floor and then they peel back, force FaZe Clan into some dirty fights downstairs. But we see FaZe be able to make it out of that hellscape. Into round 5, though, FaZe Clan go about things in a completely different manner. They know MIBR really want to hold map control, folks. So what do? They set up a bunch of cutoffs, and they find the most ISO'd player they can that makes sense to try and clear out. Not somebody inside of like Trophy or something like that where things are going to be a little bit harsher. Maybe somebody can take a cheeky fight or something like that from Attic to like somebody on Game's window or something like that. Just a lot of risks. You really don't want that. Instead, what they do is they set up for things on the mid floor for that player over inside of meeting. And not only that, but it's Solus. You think things might not be as big of a risk for her just because she can see those drones. But instead what happens is you have a full-on FaZe Clan execute on that mid-level with 4 people actively playing the area, including somebody on your fallback over inside of Z. It's a beautiful setup from FaZe Clan. They transition that into a great hold for the site to try and cut off the players that were still trying to hold things down. And past that, MIBR really not able to hold a candle to all the guns being alive for FaZe Clan. They just have so much pressure, it's overwhelming.
And the ironic thing too is, you know, we were giving MIBR credit for catching FaZe off guard with that aggressive play in round 1 and the pace changes in rounds 2 and 3. But FaZe Clan, they've actually faced that exact setup before. In the SI Grand Final, Herds was playing split on a Dorm's defense as Solus, and FaZe ran that exact clear with somebody pushing in from stage, somebody pushing in on Freezer Stairs, somebody pushing in from garage. So it's ironic that when we're crediting MIBR with changing things up in the face of FaZe Clan adaptations or the FaZe Clan's play, FaZe Clan see that Solus and split, and they're like, I know exactly the play to counter out this guy. So now that they've got those 2 rounds, mibr going back down to basement after that loss in round 4. Well, they might have found, indeed they have, a couple other roamers. Rare starting to shake a little bit. Throwing a C4 when he doesn't need to. Handy working his way in. Takes a lot of damage, half his health lost, but mibr starting to make some mistakes now, but maybe it's really just FaZe Clan now finding their form once again. Finding these isolated players, giving them the treatment and the punishment they deserve.
Half for a hole, Handy will take that any day of the week. Cyber does not want to swing into this player on Freezer just yet. X, not trying to stick around. No real point either. After that hatch opens up, things get pretty risky, even for somebody like Warden. Halfway done with the round, FaZe Clan with an advantage yet again, and this is the one thing that has been a complete difference, a stark contrast to the first 3 that we saw mibr pick up. They were constantly the ones at the helm, constantly the locomotive powering this entire train here on Oregon. But since FaZe Clan have hijacked things, things complicated. mibr, especially now in this position, things going to get risky. Do you want to peel back to the basement? Oh well, we have a lot of utility to throw at you. Things like arrows, things like these Rotero drones. Going to peel back a lot of these utility pieces that mibr are trying to rely on.
Yeah, FaZe have had 2 different impediments going to this basement XP before. The first round, obviously, not only losing the opening duel, but losing to Grim. And the second time, just losing the opening duel, period. But now they have all of that X utility in hand. They have a 5v4. If they're able to clear this utility and maybe even get a 5v3, it seems a 3-3 half is guaranteed for FaZe if they can just reach out and grasp it. Your window's now cracked, so the Freezer laundry push a little more effective. Gomez and Yetz. More so Gomez, closer the small closet. Now lacking that position. The firebolts are going out. The bees too. This is where the execute becomes really strong, and yet it becomes dangerous for FaZe Clan as Yex and Gomez both find FaZe attackers moving into the bomb site. KDS on this freezer lurk 2 times in a row, bringing things back alongside Souls behind him. They've regained that advantage, but on a long angle, Semper cuts down Vidiking, the man with the diffuser, and both remaining FaZe players with 3 seconds left, both very softened up. KDS on 1 HP has got to cover this diffuser, and he's felled by Semper. Souls front and back, cut down by mibr. Only a 4-2 half for FaZe as mibr secure a lead.
And that just goes to show you how difficult it is to try and attack the basement, doesn't it? FaZe with almost a picturesque round like we saw the last time. Very mirrored in the way that they wanted to go about things, especially with the elongated aggression, right? Trying to hold things down in Freezer, trying to establish themselves over inside of Laundry so they can get a successful plant down. But we have similar circumstances. You pointed it out yourself. If that closet player the last time maybe had a little bit of help or was able to get maybe just one more kill, FaZe Clan were in really hot water. And that's exactly what we see. We just see mibr have more of a backbone when this crunch does come in. And they're able to batter and bruise FaZe Clan, specifically that, last gut punch being the initial player with the case going down, where they have to try and recreate themselves once again in the dying moments of round 6. They're just not capable. A very low HP player has to take a gunfight that they really just can't do. And that's about it. mibr skate by with that very last round before we switch sides, but now they have to deal with this offensive front.
I also want to highlight one other thing as well. Talking about, FaZe Clan's previous bouts on Oregon. Typically when they go for that front-sided take, we have, Handy pushing up inside of Laundry, try and secure that rotate hole. And I think it's a smart positioning from Gomez, too, to get himself behind the Laundry position. It's low time, Handy doesn't check it, ends up being punished for it. So mibr, sure, might have run things back that FaZe are ready for, but FaZe also running some similar attacks, and the defenses, it's similar as well. Not that FaZe are completely copying what they've done on Oregon before, but FaZe's defensive setup is pretty standard. Oftentimes you have KDS, Souls, Handy, and Vidiking hanging around the site, maybe the extremities, and then Cyber often by himself on a roam. That can always be a bit risky, having solo players by themselves, but Sam, when your solo roamer is Cyber, one of the most talented fraggers in the world,
yeah,
it can usually work out, and it's mirrored right here. KDS pushing up that tower stairs, thinks he might have an engagement, but I imagine he's going to fall back soon, and it'll once again be Cyber, the only player left off site. He's even fallen back.
And Bullet's active in the top 4 now, too. I love how mibr have worked on themselves this entire stage. You know what I mean? The very beginning, a lot more shy with the way that they were going about things. I think they were trying to get comfortable in their footing, just try and get their legs under them, right? Now,
I love this.
Better understanding of their style of play, who's good at what. And Yex, was definitely a talented player when it comes to positions like this. Lurks down main stairs. Are we going to get the look, Handy? Do you want to throw? Not just yet. X still going to stay in position over home plate. Actually going to create a few holes there inside of Laundry, too, trying to bait things with the hatch. He's like, Handy, please, just swing into this. mibr, by the way, they're just going to continue to build things up around the other area. This is just like the only interesting thing happening right now. It's offense on Oregon basement. Come on, guys.
Yeah, usually this is a pretty slow side. I do like that from Yax, but I will say, with the hard recharge opening above him, I am curious if that actually maybe disincentivized anybody from FaZe Clan from peeking that, because if you have that hard recharge open, you don't know it's going to be a freezer laundry push, you don't know anybody's going down those stairs, you're at least more concerned somebody can start poking for control around that side. Maybe Yax ends up not finding anything because of that, but he will rotate to the backside, and it doesn't really matter because he didn't die. Still a 5v5. There's a lot of utility for mibr to play with, but going for this freezer hatch, and Gomez does not get it at all. Bit of a mess up on that blowtorch. They've got to rotate over a bit with no freezer hatch control, no vertical angle. These Capital bolts and the bees have to land. Yex does get the first kill onto Handy, so a prolonged engagement. Yex looking for it in 1:40. Will find it here. FaZe Clan defender still pushing aggressively. Yex cut down. Gomez put on the floor. KDS has to fall back because of those bees, but he's still got an angle, yet Bullet's ready for it. No, it's Semper that cuts him down. Excuse me. It's mibr with the advantage, though. That much is sure. Souls is worked up. If somebody falls up the diffuser, might end up costing mibr the round. Souls on 1 HP can waste this attacker's time. Another hectic execute on basement. This time it's FaZe Clan to come away the beneficiaries.
No matter what happens on basement, it's always going to show you why things get so very difficult for the offense, won't it? And once again, mibr just not able to win the crucial fights. FaZe Clan able to hold on to what's most important when it comes to an execute like that, and it's the closet as well as the freezer position. Very well done job to them as they were able to stand pretty tall against mibr in that regard, but the biggest issue there was actually a lot of botched utility play for mibr. That as well as poor Yex, man. He was sitting inside a laundry for what felt like ages, and just not a single person wanted to look over inside of that laundry position. Whether they were disincentivized from the hard breach or what have you, he just simply had nobody trying to take his line. And for that, mibr could not get the opener that they so desperately wanted. FaZe Clan instead do a very good job of turtling, doing a very good job of not showing face, forcing mibr into what was more of a half-baked take.
It's just so rough when you don't have those frag grenades, just to toss into the small closet or toss down the hallway to get a kill. You have to hope Handy gets over-aggressive there. You have to hope somebody takes a fight that they shouldn't and loses it, or if they just takes a fight, period, and ends up losing it. Basement, after that change, is sometimes very reliant on either the execute utility being perfect to get you a pick, or somebody from the defense messing up. FaZe Clan might do a lot of things, but mess up consistently is not something you can really rely on any given day. They prove it there. Now just one round away from tying things up 4-4. They'll go to dorms, try to figure things out, and aside from Cyber, maybe bring you some EDDs. Similar to what mibr brought, I doubt FaZe, or sorry, mibr, excuse me, could be very surprised by what FaZe are running.
This edition of Capcan here, especially. Not only that, but the Frost 2 on this top floor. We know how volatile these window hops can be, so if mibr are forced to try and go for the other portion of the building, something like a double window take, this could play a pretty heavy hand into this. And yeah, it seems like FaZe Clan want to try and hold on to Trophy for some time. They'll start expending this utility out of KDS a little earlier here, but this isn't a bad idea at all. Just forcing mibr to try and take control a little heftier than it's initially thought about. Impact out, trying to hold up this panel. And I think that, at least for now, FaZe Clan just want to try and bristle up, try and show mibr that they're not going to be able to try and work this portion of the building like they thought.
No, and one interesting thing I will say, we do have that shield. Usually it's angled towards the bedroom wall, but now angled a bit more towards armory, like that because FaZe are pushing up and contesting the bedroom walk-in from the wall itself. ADS feels a bit more comfortable to try to contest armory. He also has like 18 billion Kivas to try to do this very same thing. So once he puts one up on the armory door, looks to get aggressive. The bedroom walk-in will find one. Rare cut down. Vidaking with the second. Nobody can find entrance or purchase on this FaZe top floor defense. Those engagements began in the span of about 5 seconds. FaZe come away winning almost all of them.
Yep, that's around where mibr just refused to make any audibles, refused to make any adjustments. Instead, they were like, all right, let's just go for what our initial plan is, what our usual take is on this top floor, and try and bully our way through this setup. And we saw what what FaZe Clan's response was, right? So pretty brutal, I would say. 4-4 now after FaZe Clan's successful top floor defense that was above and away, much better than what we saw on that basement, keeping practically everybody alive, and also some creative features there towards the tail end to boot.
I think as you brought up, just mibr seeing that and just sort of barreling headfirst into it, not really calling many adaptations for what they wanted to do. We did see, players facing some pressure, but when all you really have to deal with it head on directly are a couple of impact lifelines and the bees from Grim, there isn't really a whole lot you have to actually route FaZe defenders out of those positions. So once FaZe realize they can just play their setup, they'll be very, very confident moving into round 9. As on a tertiary site defense, this is actually a bit surprising to me. We actually have the bedroom wall opened up to maybe play aggressive again in this position. I will say, at least I don't see that all that often.
No. Definitely not something that is a traditional line that we see, but they do have a lot of stock in this top floor. They've also reinforced the white single. So this is all a little bit of a risk. It's a gamble, as we'd say in the business. They're betting that they're going to try and work their way in from this garage/attic position, rather armory. And so far, they're absolutely right, Carter. And I mean, it's not too big of a guess when it comes to, this bomb site as well. A lot of people really like spawning that front portion of the building. You're not going to have the biggest force spawn over on small tower, traditionally speaking, unless it's some big call there from mibr to try and work things in from small. We try and set up for a kitchen take. But either way, you're going to try and work this top floor. It's just that FaZe Clan have pointed things over in this direction. You have a couple players from mibr trying to work that small area, but FaZe Clan, they have this top floor to themselves. I'm not too worried about mibr trying to work under them and get this plant down.
And at least at the moment, they don't really, at least from what they can see, they don't really need to. A lot of shots being fired from that bedroom wall, flashbang going in. At this point, KDS can reasonably assume you'll likely see some gunfights, some action in the next 20 seconds or so. Got players to help him out. There's 3 players on the top floor. Vidiking, one of them, on the Yokais right now, trying to gather intel, likely for these roamers. To figure out when they're going to swing. Souls is waiting. mibr reluctant to push. They've been outside on this balcony for what feels like ages. Sweating. Thinking about trying to deal with these FaZe Clan defenders, but Yex, confidence, full force, swings, cuts down Souls. They've got the advantage for the clear. Surely they can move forward, but KDS with that long angle makes it again even. mibr lacking an advantage. He'll fall back in kind alongside Vidiking. That was a necessary kill for KDS, but he triggers an air jab. That'll call a bit of an aggressive play from Semper. He falls back just in time. It's a 4v4. All FaZe Clan remaining defenders on the site, and with KDS on low HP, there's a winnable round for mibr in here.
Andy gonna get the hatch, or KDS can try and save his own life. Cyber, is he aware of this player around the kitchen door? I think he is. I think there was a Kiva on that. That's what Rare was meleeing. Air jab down to try and assist with this position. Only 20 seconds remain for mibr. We have to hit the gas. We have to swing into the site. They don't check their corners. It's a nice trade, but mibr now in the lead. They're getting this plant down. The Yokai, is it available? It is. He draws it out, and the shots, they land. Rare gets the plant off. Handy, though, with a nice flank. Some tags into Gomez. The Yokai wielder goes down. It's all down to Handy now in a 1 versus 2. And Rare, what can't he do here? Takes control of the kitchen, assists with the plant, kills practically every FaZe Clan member. What a moment here for mibr.
A round they absolutely needed. They will. I will say, even after a win, that is probably a necessary timeout, because if Rare does not go huge there, if the players pushing into the site do not get the kills, do not end up getting that 3v2, that is absolutely a FaZe Clan round, because the setup and even some of the execution was not there. Obviously, we see Bullet, the clear up top, Yex, stuck outside. Stuck inside a bedroom and on the balcony for 2 minutes. 2 minutes they were trying to clear that position. And eventually, while they do end up getting a kill, the best they do is trade. And then what are they forced to do with 30 seconds, 20 seconds left? Just sprint into the site. And in some cases, in the case of the kitchen push, it works out. Then you have Semper just sprinting into security, not anticipating a default position, gives himself up to the player in the corner. And if that guy's not traded, if that guy can get a second kill, he's got the exact angle to stop the flood in from kitchen. Now, to be fair, maybe he does distract KDS a little bit. But still, with the Bandit alive in that spot and uncontested, even for the time being, he could have shut it down. That's how close it came for MIBR. But they do get it. They get it over the line, and while they need to reset, they have at least guaranteed themselves, even if they lose, one of the most dominant score lines, or one of the closest score lines, I should say, FaZe have had to deal with the whole stage.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, just looking back, it's really just been, let me see here, finish up my notes. It's really just been Black Dragons as well as VKS that have run them this close. MIBR, especially if they get to overtime, they're practically in a class of their own. Then it's only BD that have been able to compete with FaZe Clan in that regard. And a pretty wild statement, especially for their positioning right now. Remember, folks, MIBR are not only 8th right now in Brazil, they're -10 on round count. This is something that you don't really expect, at least when it comes to statistics. So you got to give it up to them. They've been putting the work in.
They've put the work in. It's also important to keep in mind, though, of course, we do want to properly set the stakes, as playoffs are not really on the line for FaZe Clan because they're already there. They're looking
Most
to secure
definitely.
top 2. I believe if the math I saw is correct, just 1 point. Win, lose, whatever. As long as they get a point out of this matchup, they should secure themselves top 2. So this this match, period, means a whole lot more for MIBR than it does FaZe Clan. At the same time, it means a whole lot for MIBR to get match point, to get yourself at least 1 point out of this matchup when you are down in that 8th place position with an ascendant Liquid, with a weakened Furia. There might be a 6th spot up for grabs, and there's competition for it, but it might still be a possibility. If you can get a win over one of the best teams in Brazil. First minute, though, on the basement bomb site, Sam. And like we always say, I don't think either of us particularly surprised by what we're seeing transpire.
Yeah, I think it's time to take a nap, guys. I mean, like, you got about 40 seconds.
Gotta hit the head real quick. You got time.
Some popcorn, whatever you got to do. Now, here's the good thing. We've brought the master key here. Not the skeleton key, the master key, which is the EMPs from Yex. I don't care about your EMP shuffle. It's not going to work out, Handy. Very unfortunate for you, as we do have those for Yex. So, pretty easy access, but it's just going to be FaZe Clan holding some angles, making sure no cheeky business happens from MIBR before the usual start time. And then we're going to get down to the gun show that we have been traditionally seeing throughout this entire round, which at that point, folks, I will be handing the mic over to Carter Hanfield. It's going to be great. I know, we're all very excited. If MIBR could really hurry up. You know, I honestly thought this bit would go on for maybe like 10 seconds more. We're going to clear utility now. Rotero's in. Got to get rid of a few of these Kibas. Can you really blame them? And not only that, we also got fire going down too. This is feeling like maybe a 30-second execute. We've got fire of our own as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, the one key change in FaZe's defense, to be fair, is I was about to say bringing that Goyo. Not at all non-traditional for basement, but
Gomez.
could cost key time for MIBR. Cyber gets aggressive, cuts down Gomez. I mean, Semper asleep at the wheel taking that gunfight with Handy. Cade could just get 2 for free as they don't even fire a shot in response. This is what we were waiting all that time for, MIBR. A little disappointing, but it's basement nonetheless. FaZe are able to tie it up again at 5-5. I mean, either on dorms or then bomb site afterwards. See MIBR pick up pace a little.
Dude, Gomez to that site was like my grandmother to the airport, just so early. It's ridiculous. Just guys swinging through construction, just on his own plane of existence right there. It's like where's the other push? Where's the distraction to where you're supposed to be able to slip through the cracks and get some kills on this back end? He's like, no, I am the distraction. Oh, okay. You are the situation. You're the problem. I forgot. Okay. But he gets gunned down instead. And MIBR, past that, really don't have any teeth to this push downstairs. We've talked about the complications of this, and you guys have seen it, in the full breadth of how complicated things can get on that basement level for the offense throughout a multitude of rounds in this game. So I'm not going to preach any longer about it. FaZe Clan with a great defense, but let's be real. They're just holding default things and making sure that these MIBR members cannot win out gunfights.
And especially, I mean, just trying to take the fight with the player playing the laundry rotate, which, as we've seen, is a position you can reasonably anticipate and make good counters for, as mibr themselves did when Handy tried to take that same gunfight on FaZe's attacking side. Gomez sits in the corner behind the laundry machine. It's too low time. Handy doesn't clear it. Ends up getting shot in the back. And that time, Handy not doing that. Standing in the rotate. And mibr end up don't fire in the shots. Unlucky. FaZe not doing a whole lot. But they still make it work. Here, though, you do see a very slight change. Trophy shield. Angled instead of towards the armory side. Now full front towards the bedroom side. I don't know exactly at the moment if that bedroom wall is opened up. I'm inclined to say maybe not, but it's possible as well. Either way, the operators for FaZe Clan overall have not changed. That much is to be certain.
Most definitely. They will bring the Flores once again here. This is something that we didn't have the last time around, but I think it's a great idea. They know that FaZe Clan is going back to this top level, and they know just how abusive KDS was in this position, right? Constantly applying those Kiba barriers, making it to where with the setup that mibr had, like we talked about, they didn't have the capability to break down a lot of these things. You have 2 lifelines, maybe some extra secondary utility, but past that, it's really just guns, right? You're going to have to try and shoot these things. And even the IQ that we saw at the top of main Carter died because of that. She had to shoot down the Kiba barrier, and she has to reload. She's got her mag in her hand, and she ends up dying to the swing from KDS. So I think mibr have thought about this a little bit. They've game planned things. They want to go about things and, you know, a very similar line to what they were going for that initial time, but this time they've brought the proper utility in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, they got the proper tools, and to be fair, I think I undersold, you know, FaZe's lineup a little bit. They did change, you know, switched out the Capcan for the Banshee, but the principle's still very similar. Place some traps around the entrances, slow down the push. Maybe you don't die, but you could be slowed down by those Banshees.
Oh, no.
Handy. The aggressive position catches mibr off guard. Bit of a position we'll see people take for that exact reason. Late in the game, catch the Maverick off guard if that's how they're trying to open the wall, and Yex, thankfully he already used all those Rotero drones. So with him going down, Semper got to fight back. Skeleton Key, great read, catches KDS, but I think overcooks it a little bit. Cyber in the process does mow down Souls, so it's not as strong an advantage as FaZe Clan would have liked. As Gomez pushes up Attic. That's a 2v2 now, a little bit out of position. So mibr have to reset a little bit to move back up the stairs, but one key thing, FaZe of the diffuser. King has it. The diffuser dropped right outside the closet doorway. He's close on that with the shotgun as well. Cyber laying some covering fire, some suppressing fire onto the Maverick and Attic as his position is known. Flashbangs will go out to enable the cross. Bullet looking for the gunfight. King's rotated across, instead playing over by top white. He's ready for it, but Bullet, is he? The Cyber somehow flicks 90 degrees, and he repeaks Attic. King just has to sit back and watch the action happen. Match point for FaZe Clan.
I was absolutely terrified for Cyber right there. I can't knock King either. They don't know where this Zophia's coming from. Maybe she tries to work white stairs. I mean, just try and play safe. Try and play at least close enough where you can make an attempt on a refrag. But it's the Cyber show instead. An insane double there. And, I mean, that flick, absolutely insane. I cannot believe that we see this player end up losing this gunfight. It's a hip fire! It's a hip fire! No, it's not. No, it's not. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sports Center Top 10. I'm your host, Stokes. That was absolutely disgusting. That's something that you won't be seeing for some time. I feel like I've been saying that a lot recently, Carter. There's something in the water when it comes to Siege post-SI.
I feel like Bardolph with the simple clip. Like, it was a no-scope! It was a no-scope!
He had no, what did he say? He has no mouse too! No zoom!
Just ridiculous stuff for FaZe there. And guess what?
Man.
Believe that secures top 2 for FaZe. They got their point they needed. Obviously, a win would, of course, you know, send them all the way up to 23 points when they would be lacking, I think, what, if they got another regulation win, I think the maximum you can get is 27. They'd be at 23, so that would that would certainly secure top 2 regulation win. I believe with that 1 point, FaZe have secured it as well. Either way, they're still easily gunned for the win right here. Win 7-5 against mibr, as with the Amaru in play, mibr have an execute in mind.
FaZe Clan have actually just been playing with us this whole time. They're like, oh, we're gonna win at 7-5. We're just gonna let you all think. Ponder. We are falling off. So far, absolutely not the case. Once again, a whole team synergistic front from FaZe Clan when it comes to the scoreboard. Something that we're used to seeing, especially when it comes to Souls with these initial picks. But Semper He's going to duo up with the rest of his squad, and they're looking to force overtime. It's down to Cyber. Does he have anything for us? Nope. The 417 will cut him down. We're headed to overtime in our first game of the day.
Now, all right, I'm actually mibr. I'm about to give you a whole lot of credit. mibr with that rush just completely counter-shredded FaZe's setup inside a meeting. If you watch that E1 game, if you've watched some of FaZe's previous Oregon defenses, a lot of the same positions being held, specifically in that E1 game, Handy playing Green Hall right outside the meeting stairs, completely shut down an attack from E1, completely shut down a rush. And look at what happens this time. Sure, the rush happens on a different position, but when they go for the backstab, Semper not only ready for the player to swing kitchen, as you often see, but even ready for Handy to be playing that off position to counter a rush from the backside. He's ready for that gunfight, pre-fires him around the corner, gets 2 picks to completely shut down the backline hold from FaZe Clan. Really good stuff from mibr, being aware of how FaZe Clan like to run that meeting defense, having a great rush to specifically counter parts of it. And to get them to overtime, I would say, a very deserving round to now be the second team in all of Brazil to bring FaZe Clan to overtime.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely did their homework on that one, didn't they? We'll see if it stands the test of time, though, because now they have to try and stand up to things on the offensive perspective for the majority of this overtime. Remember, it does flip back and forth. Best of 3 rounds when it comes to these OTs as well. Oh, Semper, what a great find. Cyber, not eyes in the back of his head, just good ears as he heard that thing rolling around inside the box. Able to shoot that out and head for higher ground.
Just back up just a little bit. FaZe will get a bit of the benefit of starting out the defensive side early, but it's been a 3-3 half, so just with the benefit of basement and dorms, as they've won those sites every single time, but increasingly razor-thin margins. Cyber looking to get aggressive, back on this Goyo, got the opening pick last time, albeit later in the round. Gomez doesn't really want to flirt with it. mibr as a whole don't want to flirt with any of these aggressive positions, waiting for them to be droned. Waiting to make sure, and once that shotgun shot annihilates the drone going freezer, Semper will wait even a little longer just to be safe. The Bees go out, clear that position to make Semper a little more comfortable pushing on up. But look at how nervous mibr to take this control. They do have it, at least we know. They do in fact have it and can go about with their clear as they want. But FaZe playing a lot of mind games against mibr, making the attack very nervous to push for it.
I honestly appreciate how docile they are in this position. Just trying to make sure that these hatches get open, make sure that things are accessible. This time around, we're not going to have the torch like we did previously. We did see Gomez not exactly have the best of times when it came to opening the hatch over on security.
Not great.
This time around, though, all things open and the laser gate's already broken down too. Now, this is going to be completely time-gated. That's no pun. They need to make sure that they have to try and work things out before that laser gate gets reset. Now, they can burn things up once again, but it might soak up some priority utility. Just have to see what mibr are capable of doing here. A couple other laser gates to worry about, too, specifically this one over on construction, but Yex has so many stuns, probably not something to worry about too much.
And as the Vulcans go out,
What a
though,
find.
Cyber's able to find one. Not the second, though. A key trade, though it costs Rare a lot of HP. Bullet cut down by Soul, so the anchor setup for FaZe still very much strong. He's found a gap, too, but walks into the Bees, and that doesn't really matter. With the big tower push shut down, you just have the one remaining attacker on E-Box and 2 outside of Bunker with utility and utility alone. FaZe can stall out this injured and bleeding and bruised attack from mibr until the very last seconds. Close with the shotguns, Vidiking to finish off Yex. FaZe Clan shutting them out, keeping it close. Back to the 3v1, a pistol in hand. Gomez very much aware how unlikely this 1v3 is. Trying to pad the stats, not even necessarily to get the round over the line. FaZe Clan take match point again.
Yeah, mibr cannot find a single gap in this defense at all. The utility way too bountiful when it came to closing time. And not only that, mibr not really having anything to fall back on. There was no, extra, point of pressure working its way in from something like Laundry or something like Freezer. It was pretty one-dimensional as they tried to work things in from E-Box, Big Tower, as well as construction, just trying to work that back portion of the site. But FaZe Clan were more than prepared for that, and not only that, they were extremely patient in their delivery. They knew mibr were going to be taking a while, especially with how half-baked that last offense was for this site. So I think that they really did the best inside of that pass, obviously winning things out, just playing things up to the temperament that they needed to against what MIBR were going to be doing. You know, just a really good read of the situation.
And FaZe Clan, at least going into this, their only attacking round. They have won basement before, but Sam, as we and everyone else saw, wasn't exactly the cleanest of rounds. You're now to KDS going huge on 1 HP, to be fair, but still going huge, pushing up the freezer hall. It was a round that easily could have gone MIBR's way. It could have actually guaranteed MIBR a 5-1 half and maybe even a win in regulation. Had that ended up happening. But he's able to get it over the line, able to get FaZe Clan what ended up being a 4-2 half. Still their only win on basement, so they're going to change up here. We still have some of the Mavericks, still have some of the Grims. At least in terms of operators, I imagine we're going to see a lot of similar play, but Cyber...
Okay.
There's a deployable shield there. He sees somebody behind it. Gotta be careful, gotta back up. Rare flirts with it again. It ends up only costing the Warden HP. A very risky play from Cyber. It's honestly kind of a crime he didn't get punished for it.
Too tantalizing of a prospect from both respective parties. Like, gotta take it. Reaching at straws, though, at the end of the day. Rare catch a couple of lead pieces, but still going to be able to keep his soul, keep his life. That's going to be the first minute expended here for FaZe. At least gotten things, you know, relatively under control when it comes to this mid-floor. We have a couple of different things that could end up boiling over, but I don't think we're going to see MIBR try and decide this too early on in the round. That sounds way too risky for how they've been going about things.
You don't need to. That was a round. That's a round 1 play when FaZe are just getting into the matchup, just trying to get comfortable. You throw them for a loop. When you're in the late game, round 14, this is where the setup needs to prevail. If you've already thrown out your bag of tricks against FaZe Clan, you can't just try and run it back when they know how it works. Cyber's still looking for a gap. 1.5 minutes remaining. They're just doing what you'd expect. Opening the hatches. Plenty of execute utility. Swarm grenades from KDS. You have this buck as well to open up a very wide angle from the bunker doorway. Imagine we'll see somebody from FaZe take it later on.
Yeah, now it's just down to Handy. We're going to be probably waiting on this for a little bit. He's going to clear up some harder points that MIBR have set up, like this deployable shield. Rare, though, playing things actively. And I absolutely love this. They're going to bring Semper in here, too, to try and assist, just in case Handy asks for some help of his own. Maybe somebody tries to play things actively, and that's exactly what they're going to do with this Rotero. They're going to try and bait Rare into this swing. And he's not going to be able to get it stunned out, and that shield's now gone. They still have access to the ADS on the corner, but this matters quite a bit to how this round's going to go. Vita King with a huge kill on December, and now it's anybody's ball game.
Yeah, Gomez finds Cyber. Semper overcooked a little bit with that swing. With him falling back tower, there's only the player Pillar watching, and Yex rotates up. He's shutting down the bunker push entirely. Just one player remaining. The E-Box drop has come forth. With Yex close with the shotgun, KDS might find Bullet, but Yex could still find the round. No, not when Souls is ready for it. Rotates around. That allows Handy to rotate in. Both Gomez and Rare on such low HP are easy pickings for FaZe. Rare with one, Rare with the second. No, he looks the wrong way. Might be close. FaZe's second closest game of the stage. This team knows how to close things out. They are still flawless in Brazil and have all but secured top 2 in Brazil League.
You give FaZe Clan an inch, they're going to take a mile. And that's exactly what we see inside of that last round. A singular pick that we see from Construction converted into a round in less than a minute. 8-6 is the score line as FaZe take things here on Oregon in a pretty convincing fashion, I'd say. Although not the greatest start when it came to MIBR's streak of rounds that we saw on defense. FaZe do what FaZe does best. They reinvent themselves in the moment. They call some audibles. They find a new level, a new gear here on Oregon. They take the map because of it.
And I think for MIBR, obviously you're happy coming away with a point, but the performance they had, how close they were able to keep things against FaZe, at least for me, you know, the emotional part of me, that was a performance worth more than 1 point. That was a really strong showing from MIBR. And in a position as problematic as theirs, down in 8th, sure you get a point, but it's cold comfort when, again, Liquid are doing well in Furia. The world champs are currently your competition for that final playoff spot. But that's our first game done for the day. FaZe Clan still flawless. I imagine the desk will sing their praises endlessly after the break.
Welcome back, viewers, to the post-game desk here. What a matchup, Connor. It just goes to show you the depth of talent here in the Brazil League, that even a team that's been struggling like mibr can take the most dominant team in the entire region to overtime.
Yeah, now this is only the second game that FaZe has quote-unquote lost points in, and mibr as well as Black Dragons, claiming that goal is incredibly impressive for the overall depth of the region. Like you were alluding to, anybody can beat anybody on any given day.
Yeah, we were hyping Black Dragons up as being the only team that had taken a point off of them. And then mibr, who, let's face it, they have a long road ahead of them if they want to get a qualifier spot, come up and show us all that they can do right there, Connor. I mean, a very impressive match overall. And I think genuinely a surprise for both you and I to see mibr playing as well as they did.
Yeah, they started off so strong on their defensive side where we didn't get to see FaZe look like FaZe except in just a couple of rounds here and there. The overall reads into the strategies that the defensive side of FaZe was going for as soon as the attack swap happened for mibr was incredibly impressive. I expected FaZe Clan to just kind of go and destroy them and wipe them once they got to the defensive side, and that was not the case at all.
No, yeah, the defender advantage, I think, definitely came in for FaZe Clan in the overtime, right? I think I mentioned that to you when we were in the break. You really got the sense that I was helping them out. But in general, mibr, they were going toe-to-toe, right? They were winning some really good gunfights. There was some excellent positioning coming out of them as well. But obviously, FaZe, the dominant side, the side that we expected to win, I love their overtime performance. They looked so calm and so composed. I mean, really the hallmark of a top-tier team.
Yeah, it's the experience. They've been in those positions before for mibr, they haven't been in enough overtime games against the top teams in the world. Maybe they were just a little bit nervous, but FaZe, like you said, they were cool, calm, and collected. They were poised, and as soon as they got to the overtime, they kind of used what they had learned throughout the entirety of the match and applied that perfectly.
I mean, everybody was putting in good performances on both sides here today, but one of them stood out above all the others, and that was Handy. Really came in clutch here for FaZe. We saw play after play where he was just applying some really good game sense and some really good game skill here, Connor, to pick up some impressive kills.
Yeah, we always talk about with FaZe that there's not that much of a standout player because they're all incredibly good, but right. I feel like we put Handy as the MVP and really highlighted him more than any other player easily because he's the most consistent at stepping up when his team does need him to. He was dominant in the early round, especially on the defensive side with the success that they were getting, as well as going for 3 multi-kills was absolutely massive. In a game that's so incredibly close like this, where everybody was having a good game, nobody was really lagging behind, and it was a real 5v5. When you have just that little bit of an extra edge, that was the difference for FaZe Clan, and Handy was that bit extra.
And he's quirky too. Look at him holding that shoe. Who holds a shoe like that? Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed our first match there. It was a much more of a close and exciting affair than I think we thought it was going to be. But if you thought that was close and exciting, just wait until our next game as Furia fights to keep the dreams of a dynasty alive here versus E1. That's coming up to you right after this break. Welcome back, viewers, here to play day 8 of Brazil League as we get ready for one of our most critical matches of the day. I am Corbeck, alongside me is CDAPS, and it's time for Furia to fight for their lives here against E1, Connor.
Yeah, both of these teams, they're in the 5 seed and the 6 seed, and it's a really interesting position because there's a couple of rosters hot on the tails of both of these teams trying to get those very, very coveted playoff spots. One of them just played, mibr. They took a point up against FaZe, which is absolutely massive, and all of a sudden puts so much more pressure on both of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, Furia, the dream team, right? The strongest roster in the world with their backs to the wall here in the Brazil region. What is going on?
It's hard to talk about this Furia team because we started off this stage saying, you know, they do struggle a lot more domestically as opposed to internationally. And anything sort of negative that we were comparing them to was themselves, as kind of using them at such a high standard, saying, you know, they're still a good team, but they're not as good as they should be. Now, in the grand scheme of things, they're just flat out in Brazil as a region and not one of the top teams. They're just struggling, no longer kind of comparing themselves to, you know, them being super beefed up internationally.
Yep.
It's just comparing them to the rest of the league that they're in. They're subpar in quite a few metrics.
Yeah, I mean, last time I was here with you on the desk, we talked about whether or not it was time to push the panic button. At the end of those play days, you said you could pull off. Then we saw the play day on Tuesday, and they lost to Black Dragons 7-2. I think it's safe to say, Connor, it's time to slam the panic alarm here for Furia.
Yeah, that button has been pushed a long ago because that was not just a loss to Black Dragons. They got absolutely decimated, and that was a Black Dragons team that was sort of on the fringe of contenders that we didn't know if they were going to be sitting at the table of the Titans of Brazil, being the, you know, Furia, Liquid, W7M, as well as FaZe. You know, all of a sudden Black Dragons comes out and absolutely destroys them. That was a very scary moment for Furia, and hopefully acts as a gigantic wake-up call for them.
And one of the kind of the biggest bellwethers, an indicator, if you will, of the sort of tragedy that's facing this Furia roster was Herds in that Black Dragon game. Really fell off. I mean, the 51 EPS speaks for itself.
Yeah, Hertz had a really, really tough time getting anything going at all against Black Dragons. Black Dragons looked so incredibly good, but even in games that this Furia roster has lost this stage, Hertz has still shined. He has still looked good. Against Black Dragons, he did not, and that's why it was such a dominant win the other way. Hopefully for this Furia roster, you know, Hertz as well as KZ are able to get things going, but we've seen how ugly it can get if Hertz doesn't.
And today, I mean, it could get ugly. They're going up against a hungry team in E1 Sports, one that we underestimated, I think, a little bit here at the start, Connor, but they have feasted on the teams below them in the table so far.
Yeah, they're the gatekeepers of Brazil right now. If you lose to them, you're probably not making playoffs. If you beat them, you're in a good position to make playoffs. They're a really interesting side in that way because their win streak made them look so incredibly dominant. Sure, FaZe, they kind of tempered our expectations now and kind of humbled E1 Sports. And more than anything, I'm actually really excited to see how they bounce back after such a trouncing that FaZe kind of delivered to them.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a look at them here playing against that FaZe team. And, you know, it's not surprising, right, Connor, that FaZe was able to handle E1. I think the bigger question here is, I mean, I guess it's the obvious one, is Furia capable of handling E1? I said they feast on teams below them in the table. Furia is below them in the table.
Technically so, and for E1 we've always highlighted their attacks being so incredibly explosive, and we use the term disrespectful because they do not care who you are. They are just going to rush if they see any gap. They're not scared of any player. And for E1, it's actually really interesting to draw them as a comparison to this Furia roster with their playstyle. E1 emulates the Furia playstyle, but now at some point you got to say imitation is flattery. But has E1 kind of surpassed what Furia is bringing to the table this stage?
I mean, it's a scary question to contemplate, right? If you're a Furia fan, if you've been following this roster, you should not feel that you are in a position where you have to wonder if this Furia side is going to be able to beat E1 of all things. But, I mean, that's genuinely where we are. And I mean, E1 has shown the potential to shock, right? We watched them in that highlight just now. That was against Team Liquid, and that was really the start of kind of their coming of age, right? They beat Team Liquid 7-1. They looked really good in that game.
Yeah, they definitely did, and that was on skyscraper attacks. Those are not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Furia, they haven't even really gone to that map at this stage, and maybe E1 can somewhat bully Furia in a map ban stage, which is a really crazy statement to make for a new team, to be able to potentially bully Furia in a map ban phase, where for years we've been saying this is one of the strongest map pools in the entire world. It's a mind-blowing sort of concept. But so far with Furia, having some sort of weaker maps in their pool has still let them find success, even though slightly minimal success, on a couple of their more mainstays. They found a win on Bank, Chalet, and Clubhouse. Right now, a couple of those maps, they're getting banned out by E1. That makes sense for them. But when we see what's left, once again, it kind of draws to a Venn diagram of a middle point for this Furia roster wanting to go to Chalet. E1, they found success. They beat a strong mibr team on this map of Chalet, as well as sort of the mixed bag results for Furia finding success against mibr as well, but also losing to W7M.
Yeah, I think Chalet is a bit of an interesting choice, right? Like, this is a map that people have become increasingly comfortable with. We know it's a map that the Brazil teams enjoy. It feels like an even playing field, is what I'm getting at here, Connor. It feels like a map where really either of these teams can win. There doesn't feel to be a significant advantage to either side.
Yeah, it's going to be a really even side across the board, but I do want to put a little bit of a note next to E1 to really focus on their attacks, because it's one of their strongest assets. And overall, they haven't looked that great on the attacking side of Chalet. They actually found a lot more success on the defensive side when they played this map before. So hopefully for Furia's sake, they're going to be able to just find some footing on their attacks in particular, because, you know, they've looked a lot more competent on that side. They need to really look for opening engagements. They need to find the roamers, the people of E1 that are pressing their entryways. And if anything happens for Furia, I think that this is an awesome opportunity for them to bounce back, and it makes it hard to kind of guess against the world champs. So I'm going to lean that way.
Yeah, I mean, it does make it hard to guess it. I mean, they are, right? As much as we're saying that there's panic mode, this isn't the greatest time for them, it's backs to the wall. They are still the Furia team, right? They are those players. They are those guys. And speaking of those guys, we have two casters so proficient, they know how to both pizza and french fries out there on the slopes. Away to Chalet with Stokes and Link.
Excited about a Furia performance, and I think it's very telling of the circumstances that I am more concerned. I am not particularly excited to see what happens, especially since Sam. We have Chalet, which at one point in time was one of their best maps, similar to FaZe on Oregon, only dropping it once, basically going into the lower bracket finals of SI over the course of a whole year. And now they've already lost it in Brazil and are only 1-1 on it. I'm like, I don't know if they can pull it off against an Ascendant E1.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough task and kind of something difficult to dissect as well. I think this is one of those cases, Lynx, where when you are, you know, before the stage starts, the best of the best in the world, a lot of people are going to be paying attention to what you do. And not only that, it's really difficult to stay at that caliber of play for what has now been for Furia. I mean, past that SI victory, right? A whole year of major victories. It's been a really, really long road for them, a road of success, but one that has constantly had eyes on them for some time. So I think just a lot of people having a really good understanding of how Furia tick, and now they're being forced to not only deal with those championship blues, but also being forced to kind of reinvent themselves in a certain way, as everybody's been cheating off their homework.
And also, I mean, with Furia's success, I mean, you have to talk about how incredible individually this roster from top to bottom performed over the past year. I mean, there's a reason Herds and KZ were tied for the kill record, tied for MVP of SI, basically. KZ has really fallen off this stage, is looking like a shadow of the player he was. And in a lot of Furia's victories over mibr, over Vivo Keyed, and even in the OT loss against Liquid, it is most of the time Herds, but more often than not, one, maybe two players willing Furia over the line with 1.3 to 1.6 ratings. And again, a lot of the time that's been Herds. Sometimes it's been JV92. But if one of those two players aren't really showing up, that's when Furia have been losing, and more often than not, it is a requirement for those big performances to get close games against Liquid, to get wins over teams like Vivo Keyed. And when that's what we're talking about, a team that not only had the individual performances that I'm talking about, that is still getting them success, but also had a strategy that simply could not be beat, constantly pressuring their opponents at every single point of entry. If you lose that key second half, that key strategic dominance, and then you combine it with a fall off across key parts of the roster, it makes sense why going into this game, why Furia genuinely, if they lose, might not even make playoffs.
Yeah. I think just to do some analysis here for Furia and the big difference between their SI run and what's happening right now to them in this stage is that their openers have not been nearly as good. You look at the entry game for W7M during that SI, we've got people like Hertz, people like JB92 at a plus 22, at a plus 13. Overall, plus 30, even though a couple people not having the best entry stats for the squad at SI. But you look at it now for Furia, and alone, we've got KZ at -10. It's absolutely insane. Only one positive player on entry for Furia at all, and it's JV92, and he's 6-5 for his entries. It's just been a completely different game for Furia during this stage. It's been seriously difficult for them, especially for these opening moments.
And unfortunately for us, we're also having some difficulty with our entry game. We are going to go to a quick break as we have some tech issues going on over in Brazil, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Furia versus E1. But like oftentimes the most successful of teams on entry, we always get our trade. Very quickly, we are back into this. We have not lost much ground yet. Already, I'm like, okay, Furia, we're cooking. We are cooking at least a little bit. To quote Logan Roy, there is some juice here. We have a Brava ban to start and an Ash ban from E1 to follow up. We are getting spicy.
Haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate. Ash ban off the board, and honestly, I really like this. Ash has come back to prominence not just because she got a cog, folks. I know we all love to talk about that so much, but just because of how effective she is up against Mira and just the gameplay around those black mirrors. She's a fantastic op to bring for that, as she can break those things up. Not break them down, but just make it to where you can't see through them. Makes life a lot easier for the offense, so something that E1 wanted to try and target, and they did successfully. Fenrir also off the board. Intel with a zombie, so the defense will be softened up just a bit, especially when it comes to that top floor defense that we see over on the Office Master side. We usually see a zombie brought for that, so you can try and make some points that want to be held, things like Piano, things like Master, a little bit easier when it comes to that, but won't have access to that either. Obviously, the biggest one going to be Brava. That's the one Carter was definitely excited about.
Well, and the nice thing about Brava, especially for certain parts of Chalet, is, I mean, obviously, of course, you could hack black eye cameras, you can hack electronics or destroy electronics that the defense has. But one thing that is particularly strong is her ability to hack default cameras, which can, on some maps, for example, with very tight corridors, restrictive angles, not be super powerful. But on Chalet, if you hack the fireplace default, that's probably one of the best flank drones in the game. You see everything. The bottom of the stairs, the dining hallway, the top of library, the mezzanine position. You see so much. West main default, good luck trying to maybe hit a retake up West main if the attack is trying to clear kitchen and dining. There are some really powerful defaults on this map, and I think Furia taking that down is very smart. Something I will say, though, that could be a bit of a concern. Obviously, Furia aren't running it right now, but Herds, the player we talked about, is typically the one who picks up, or at least likely to pick up the Mira on the Furia roster. And with Ash gone, and one of those key counters of those Black Mirrors taken off the board, I wouldn't be shocked if we see Herds flex onto her for a couple of these defenses.
Yeah, I seriously love it. To see what they potentially want to bring to the table. This top floor defense has been opened wide for them. Although they will be defending this mid-floor bomb site, this library space, so very important to the overall story of what happens on Barn Gaming. Lastry as well as I do believe Legion, yes, JV92 be right on the other side of this. 2 logic bombs for Flashtree as well, but the first pick goes the way of Nade onto Paris.
Nade's able to cut him down very early on. This is a great find for Furia. You've mentioned the
go.
problems of their entry game, but if they can get these conversions, get these opening picks, they're in a strong point. They're just baiting out the rush for the moment, E1 are. They've got intel on this Legion. The initial engagement doesn't cost any damage either way, but as the Legion backs up, that's when the Dokkaebi moves in. Telepox cuts down STK, though, and yet Flashby wins his fight. He's now created a little bit of a difficult position for the Furia, at least, roamers around the dining spot. But if you think about it, sure, maybe it's a difficult position if you're Telepox playing around dining. You can just back up now. So much time and so much pressure has been wasted just to take out this measly little Legion. And while you can pressure bar games from below now, get that key angle on stock, how much has it really cost Furia with the toll they've extracted from E1?
Exactly, that's exactly what's happened. E1 instead have tried to work their way downstairs, and they're going to try and work their way directly into the bar space. A Nitro sell out. They'll attempt to pressure, but Arthur cuts down empties, trying to kill the player in behind the bar. I mean, E1, they don't really play into the hand of Furia, but Furia have so many bodies that they can just play the extremities of the actual bomb site. They don't need the vertical pressure, they just need the backbone to exist. And they know E1 are sure to show up on their shores. They do exactly that. It's going to be a Furia round after they get those really nice frags initially.
Furia just so completely ready for E1's game plan. This has been part of the success of E1's run, is how I think unprepared a lot of teams have been for the playstyle that they bring. You think of really any team, the FaZe Clan FaZe Clan game we just watched, the NIP we've seen over the past year. But in Siege generally, when you think of the execute phase, you think of sub 45 seconds. You don't necessarily think, 15, 10 seconds left on the super slow side. You think, okay, once we get past that final minute, we're sort of touching things up, placing some utility, and then once we hit that 45-second mark, we're kind of waiting for the execute to happen. E1, consistently, even when they're losing attacks, they're hitting the site around the minute 10-second left mark, minute 20 seconds, even going for rushes probably more often than most. And Furia were not caught off guard by that, in the same way that teams like Liquid have been. That even in some cases, some of the stronger teams like Black Dragons were, at least in the initial stage. Though, Black Dragons readily handled them. But that was E1's opening debut. FaZe Clan readily handled them in E1's previous game. And with that first defense, Furia not ready for E1's quick plays. Yep. Or sorry, ready for quick plays. Not falling for it, I should say.
Yeah, of course. Of course. That would definitely be a sounding board for that as well. Furia have just kind of that special sauce, A handful of teams have it. It does kind of shift gears as, teams age out, players shift to different places, all that kind of stuff. But what I'm talking about is that ability to play up to other people's pacing, especially inside of a game. E1, when it comes to this stage, kind of a relatively newer looking squad. Not a lot of people really understanding how they're going to go about things. And they're a very active roster, like Carter's talking about. And it takes a very special team at a high caliber to be able to switch things up on a dime and be like, okay, this is how this roster likes to go about things. Let's try and play, this style of Siege that should be able to counteract things. And so far, so very good for Furia. They knew the E1 would more than likely try and flirt with a player that was more on like a Rome-esque play. And they do exactly that. They waste a whole heck of a lot of time downstairs, and they already had that initial pick. So just putting, their bets in the proper places, and so far, so good for them. That's only round one. Round two so far, E1 trying to work things down from the top floor. We've got Arthur over on the library balcony, another player over here for Ego 2. AZ going to be trying to hold things down with one other player inside of the closet. Doesn't have any reinforcements around that area, so could see a nice shot out of that, but instead it's KZ who takes out the player on, I believe, the balcony. And oh my god, Arthur, you gotta hit your shot, son! KZ kills him before STK can show up and try and assist. 4v2 in favor of the defense. STK can't find this man that's rolling around the top floor. It's Perez, who's now at risk, and he's dead to rights. It's all down to the lone soul that now occupies the top level of Chalet.
And Furia can easily, at least I'd assume, pick Nade back up, but STK with the cover of that boogie will push down the stairs. Does see the down head of Nade, but he just crawls around the corner, just gets revived by JV92. So STK with a nice flick will soften up Telepox. Has got the intel in that position, he will cut him down. But 2-0 for Furia, not a single gap in that defense. Even the roamers have backup and have people to rely on.
That play from KZ, looking a heck of a lot more like himself, wasn't he? Beautiful shot on the player on Ego. Immediately turns and burns the other player, trying to pressure him out, and completely spins E1 on their heels. There's really nothing they can do past that. They've lost so many bodies. Furia constantly causing calamity on that top floor clear. And nothing really to do. Once you lose that many bodies, you're just asking for the defense to mess something up at that point. There's really no dog in the fight at that moment. There's nothing that's going to try and get you back into things unless there's some very serious error. And we saw just how close that was, potentially. Maybe they get that security on that player that's down. They don't have to worry about 3 guns versus 2. But instead, we see how that all boils down. It's Furia that come up the victor.
Connor did mention on the desk that when E1 played Chalet against Fluxo, it was their attacks that looked very problematic. It was their attacks that looked very difficult. But the way the rounds transpired were a little different than what we've seen so far. E1 were able to get advantages, often get 3v3s, but then Fluxo would be able to get a timing, flank, and completely disrupt the execute as E1 were going for it. Or even in the early round, hit a flank that as the opening engagements were happening, Flux are able to find a bit of an opening, get a man advantage for themselves after the engagements transpired, then fall back and end up winning their defenses. They were really good at disrupting E1's attacks at key moments, but E1 were still finding success. Through these 2 rounds so far, they haven't really. They have been constantly battered going into these opening engagements, 0-2 on the opening kills so far. And in round 3, if that continues to be a trend, it's a great setup for Furia once we start to see them retrying bomb sites. I'm not shocked by this from E1 whatsoever, Sam. Setting up beneath the hatch, going for another quick execute, but Furia have been ready for this twice now. Will they be ready a 3rd time?
Well, the one thing that I do love about E1 is that they stay true to their nature. They know that it's all about fast acting plays as well as some cheese strats strewn in between. This one, more of a cheesy execute, but one that has worked out with calculated teams and ones that are more fast-acting like E1 as well. AB92 and Nade, though, they nip this in the bud. Paris, he'll get 1. He has no HP, though. I highly doubt he exists for a little, too much longer. AB92 trying to work his angles. He's actually got 2. I might have been off my mark here just a little bit. Crunch now coming in. There's no assistance here either. The Nitro Cell sails, but it lands on deaf ears. They have the verticality, but there might be some semblance of hope here for E1 to try and get this case down. They just got to get it picked back up. But at a second glance, there's actually so much verticality built up from these super shorties on the top floor. It's a 2 versus 2, but very low HP for E1.
Very low HP. They just recovered the diffuser, but as you pointed out, with these vertical angles, anywhere they tread, they might avail themselves to gunfire. From Felipop, certainly the coverage falls. Flash 3 in that very same position somehow escapes with his life. It only rotates with death awaiting on the top floor. Furia flawless so far on their defenses. And really only looking weak because Perez gets a 3K.
Yeah, that was really about it. Paris finds his moment inside of West Main, but how big of a moment can it be? They're able to waste quite a bit of time, but the key thing is that entire round is won off of Furia's setup. E1 does not clear the top floor. Yeah, they're able to kill everybody inside of the bomb site. Sure, that's fantastic. But when Furia have that solid of a setup vertically, you're not going to be able to get a case down. And that's something that we sometimes see lacking on a setup like that.
Sometimes you'll see people forget to make those vertical holes, right? But I think what's also important is we still saw some nice ideas from E1. For example, putting the Candelas in that castle barricade too to try to deal with those vertical angles, to try to allow the initial push to work out. But JV92 on the site isn't blind. He has his vision. He's able to take down the player pushing up the hatch. A lot of those Candelas were understandably focused on the top floor, and I think that was a good read from E1. But it just goes to show that, again, in the important positions, in the spots that one gunfight win for E1 or Furia can change the course of the round. Furia are holding on, but most importantly, expecting what E1 are going to do, ready for the quick play up the hatch. These tricks that E1 were able to get away with on their win streak against teams like Liquid and NIP that they weren't ready for, Furia certainly are on these defenses. And with 3 rounds in a row now, E1 have taken a tactical timeout. And you've complimented them for sticking to true to their identity, and I would 100% agree with it. But now that Furia have basically figured out the key personality traits of E1 and are reading them like a book, how are you going to change away from who you are at your core?
It's hard. It's hard when Furia is an empath, right? You know, like you said, when it's in your nature, when that's the way that you go about things and you found the most success, Carter, it's hard to kind of battle against that. But that will, stand a testament to how solid of a team, E1 is. Can they make these adaptations? Can they try and draw out Furia into kind of a bad scenario where they maybe take risks where they think E1 will step up to the plate or maybe risk a key piece of utility? We'll just have to see. The thing that I love that has been a huge change here in round 4 that we haven't seen just yet is this Monty. This is a completely different kind of facilitator for E1 to work around.
It's a completely different kind of facilitator, but again, I have to say, one that we've seen a lot in the Liquid and the NIP games. Arthur, on the shield, you know what he was doing like every other round? Sprinting into positions like he was Blitz and triple meleeing people to finish them off. And to be fair, to give credit where credit's due, Arthur was doing a damn good job and looked really impressive doing it, but it's still something we've seen before. It's still something that Furia, I'm sure, can't expect. Maybe they'll get caught off guard by it initially this round. That's entirely possible. E1 are switching things up from what they've done before. Once you hear that full shield, extending and unextend.
Wow.
All right, well, Herd's certainly not expecting that engagement. Behind the shield again, wall banged, I believe. Impressive stuff from Perez right there. Building off the momentum he's achieved in the previous round. I was going on my tangent about the Montaigne, expecting that to be a factor, but if Perez just wants to end the game on his own terms, JB92 to try to get aggressive and to cut down empties to get an advantage back. Arthur trying to claw it back in turn, but Perez cannot be stopped in these 2 rounds. His efforts were not met with success in round 3, but he has taken round 4 in full force. JB92 cut down. Not the Monty to make the play. It is Perez back-to-back multi-kills and finally rewarded with a round victory.
Yeah, they got to be happy with that one. Instead of this being an execute, they do get a little gifted with that initial pre-fire that we see through the wall, but just a default angle check there. He knows that shield's usually built up there, or people usually play around that piano position. Either way, he checks it, and he gets rewarded with that kill. Furia never really having another leg to stand on, especially after KZ goes for that swing to try and bring it down, back to a 4 versus 4, which they're usually pretty successful at, but obviously E1 very prepared, and this is what we were talking about in that initial opener. Are E1 going to be ready to kind of try and mess with that pacing, mess with that speed, see if they can bring Furia into a poor position? And that's exactly what we find. Post, obviously, that pre-fire, that's just a little bit unlucky for Furia, but, KZ definitely swinging in and letting it get down to a 5 versus 3. Probably something that's not exactly necessary in a situation where E1 have just now gathered control of Library.
Of course, as you just talked about the luck, but credit to Perez, these past couple rounds, all 6 of his kills coming in rounds 3 and rounds 4. Very well could have gotten E1's technically first attack at the time. Not even able to get the win in round 3, but they are certainly rewarded for it. Herd's going for an aggressive spawn peek. We're going to see if anybody runs down such a common position for him to play this Solus, not necessarily boosted like that, metaphorically speaking, common role for him to play with that Solus. I do want to see more from this Monty, though, from Arthur. We didn't see a lot of the action last time. That still means, to be fair, that if we're talking about E1 catching teams off guard, the Monty not being a full focus for their victory in round 4, there are still some surprises, potentially all the surprises left in round 5 for E1 to throw at Furia.
Yeah. I will say this, though. I think Furia have got a great game plan when it comes to operator choice here against E1. Just look at this damn list, Carter. You got Goyo, you got Legion, you got Malusi strung about as well. And not only that, you're getting rid of good utility for drones, and you have mirror windows. I mean, this just feels like it was perfectly constructed to play against E1. You're slowing them down, you're forcing them to more than likely deal with that ghost pressure from those mirror windows. There's a lot of positives here for Furia, and they're trying to play this to the limit right now, too. Over on the Library side, KZ in tow. He'll find one. They know they can try and deal with the Monty now, but the impact, it takes out Herds. STK, though, he turns on a dime and he cuts down another. Herds will more than likely be confirmed pretty soon. And yes, indeed, it's going to be a 3 versus 3.
Honestly, though, that might be worth it. It might. I mean, the full value of that trade will be judged by what happens in the next minute and a half. Even though Herds falls, exposing that Monty with that impact grenade, it downs Herds, but Felipox is able to get the kill, and that was the basis of E1's execute, to get that Monty in and either get a plant behind him or just create space for the rest of the attack to fill. That's the operator E1 really wanted to make work and to have success. And if you have to trade out Herds for it, it might end up paying off for Furia. As E1 moving down to the bottom floor, E1 have done no breaching. they've opened up no angles on this bottom floor. They have the time to do it, to be fair. 50 seconds, they can absolutely open up both of these wine walls if they want to, but they don't have time to rotate. They don't have a lot of an opportunity either to do so. So if Furia can get the proper guns in the positions, but most importantly, get the pick, make this a 3v2 once E1 push in, round 5 could be theirs.
Slow and steady right now for E1 as they get these breaches open, but it's game time now. STK is going to move in, empties the one with the case, and the plant starts now. Leapox has to know there's somebody on the cross, and he does. Oh no! He tries to switch to his shotgun inside of the angle? That's not what I expected at all. That has to be a fat finger. There's no way. Furia getting diced up, completely dissected on a take that there's no other way you could have telestrated things more. They knew exactly what E1 wanted, and they still got it done. 2 rounds back-to-back for E1.
Oh, what a brute. No.
I mean, he probably still doesn't win it out, even if he does win that engagement, but still,
that's what I was gonna say.
like...
It's like, it does suck, right? It is brutal. But even then, Flash be able to find almost all 3 of them. I do believe we did have STK get a kill right there. Right in that engagement. So it wasn't all Flash 3 to be fair. But still, E1 were able to get all the kills on the players around that lesion. So as you said, I don't think the round goes Furia's way anyway. It's still a misplay that comes at one of the absolute worst times for it to happen. And E1 recovered. They're able to open up that breach, move in, and credit to them. This team is decisive. This team makes quick decisions, and they stick to them, and that was the case right there. They lost the Monty. They didn't stall out. Calling was there. They opened up the walls. They went for the execute they needed to and had the proper angles to cover it. And these players being very talented as well. Good round for E1 to close out, and definitely a good omen for them. After the struggles they faced in rounds 1 through 3, they could very well tie this.
Yeah, truthfully a barn burner of a round, but one that E1 will stand very proud of, and you have to give them that at a bare minimum, right? Like you said, a very decisive squad, and something that, I've had a gripe with a few of the Brazilian squads that we've casted throughout this stage so far, but definitely something that I do not hold against E1 in the slightest. Once they establish their line and they know where they want to try and go with things, even though it might not be, the main course, they stick true to it. And a lot of the times it can work out strictly because of that, strictly because they are adhering to the game plan. And that's something that it might sound easy, but is difficult when, actually in practice. So as of right now for E1, trying their best to work this score line. As Furia, you could say, have already done their due diligence. They've gotten 3 rounds, but do they have this round in particular? A trade game that somehow boils its way down to a 3 versus 3. It's a whole swath of frags across the entirety of the map, top floor, downstairs, and trophy, with that plant being stopped. KZ with 2 huge moments here. Not only the plant stop, but also the kill on the player that was supposed to be holding things down, STK. It's a 3 versus 2 now with half the round to go, but I bet it does not make it that far.
Not if JV92 has anything to say about it. 1 impact for the hole, 1 impact for the kill. No time to reset now, Flash 3. You have to make a play. KZ throws his life away towards the Thatcher. Gains a lot of HP, a lot of chip damage in response. Velopox and JB92, the vertical and the horizontal, can surely close this out. Gumine reveals his position. He's got to take that out. Just 1 proc and he falls. Bide his time. User not in his possession. Angle on it too. He does have intel on the lesion though. Velopox has to be careful where he treads. The Gumines being thrown towards Flash 3. Just 1 wrong step and he might fall to the utility instead of the guns, but it's JV92. And the MPX to get the 4-2 half Furia needed.
An insane half for them, honestly, all things considered. Usually Chalet, when we look at it, fresh slate, not really looking at teams or anything like that, you're thinking, it's a little offensive favored. Maybe like a 55, sort of thing going on for it on that side of the coin. But as of right now, Furia very dominant when it came to their defenses, and especially the initial volley that we saw from them. Those first 3 that we saw that really took it to E1, having a great understanding of the way that E1 go about it, having a great understanding of their nature and how they want to try and take these gunfights, how they want to try and open things up on these maps. And I think Furia exploiting that to the absolute nth degree. It was really difficult for E1 to find anything until they were capable of the only 22 rounds that we see them muster, but those offenses are going to have to stand the test of time for them now, as they need to try and mirror what Furia's success was on their defense.
Keep in mind as well, in that Fluxo game, that E1 won only 7-5 and almost choked a 6-2 lead in the process. 2 attacking rounds was enough in the end to get the win over Fluxo. They won 5 defenses to get that 7-5 victory. So the sides might be flipped. This is not necessarily an unfamiliar position in very recent history for E1. Yeah, I know.
Come on, man.
What a lineup.
Guys, I got an idea. I'm playing Clash. I'm spawn peeking off the fireplace double.
Guys, I got an idea. I'm playing Cav and I'm spawn peeking West, man.
It's so insane. Not only that, he's playing the cock gun with the hollow sight. This thing looks so disgusting on this SMG. Oh, it's also just a bad SMG. Did I say that?
Great.
I think I forgot to say that. What did I say? What did I say? It is a trash SMG. There's a reason people play the SPAS on this character, and it's for that right there. What is that rate of fire?
Yeah, unfortunately fires 1 bullet every 3 to 4 business days, and Perez might just end up paying for it. But Furia have their 5v4 nonetheless. They have their advantage, and they have their smoke execute landed. Smoke canister goes in, but Bellapox cuts down Arthur. No, right as he detonates the toxic canister. I'm not sure what the timing is, but I'm sure that nade has not taken a single lick of damage as a result. Herds making the space might fall, but the job is done for Furia. Storming into round 7 with a rush of their own. Take it to E1 and move up 5-2.
That was a picturesque Furia round, one that we would expect from them. It wasn't the strategy right off rip from them, right? Instead, inside of prep phase, they get a great read as to what's happening on the mid and top floors. They make a great audible, change things out just a tad bit so that they can exploit things on that downstairs site. And after the pick that we see out of Furia, he immediately transition that into a garage plant. They know E1 are battered and bruised, especially with what the heck was happening to them on those mid-level gunfights. And they're not really, prepared for what's going to happen to them on that basement level. They're discombobulated. The only person that can really get any piece of utility out of their pocket is the smoke, and it lands completely in the wrong area, all because he smoked off as well. He just can't see. He doesn't know if they're trying to plant trash, if they're trying to plant in the heart of the smoke. They have no idea, and it all goes so very wrong for E1 on this roam strategy.
And even if it did land in the right spot, look at how close the timing was for Furia, able to take him down right as he's detonating it. That's how much everything was still working for Furia. That they had a small window to make that work, and right as it started to reach the expiration date, whether the smoke canister is in the right position or not, doesn't even complete the animation. Great stuff from Furia, reclaiming that momentum. You saw a lot of aggressive stances from E1 that round, and I imagine we'll see a lot more here, but they aren't bringing the Clash, they aren't bringing the Cav. The Mirror Castle on the top floor hold is not at all uncommon. How they'll play around it, I'm sure, will throw us a bit for a loop. The utility they're bringing is perfectly normal.
Well, likely some more aggressive tendencies. They so badly want to put Furia onto their back foot, try and get this initial pick, force them to slow down just a little. What we've seen from Furia has been clinical offenses. The first one, so very well done. Not trying to overdo things, using their utility game and their team play to the absolute fullest, and they do it again.
My God.
Flash Tree gets full-on executed by Herds, and yeah, it doesn't matter. That's all they wanted. But Perez, hold on. Hold the phone. I might have spoken too soon. Can you get the third, son? You can't. Fleepox will gun him down, and it's a 3 versus 3. What was a beautiful lead initially built up there for Perez eventually gets swept under the rug yet again there by Furia.
Such great coordination with those death mark trackers, man. I mean, I'm sure, obviously, the icon is only visible to JV92. Herds didn't see it, but with how quickly Herds killed him after that tracker landed was ridiculous. A necessary kill for Bellapox, though, because with that Solar Stairs control now in their hands, they have a bit better of a chance at finishing this. But now put down to 1 HP, a lot of this vertical control will fall in the hands of JV92 to try to find these players. As he throws the frag grenade, it falls back down. Arthur gets aggressive, knows he's being tracked, and remember, he can see Deimos, so takes that fight, puts JV92 down to such low HP. And Furia might be shut out of this, spots JV92 again on the re-swing. These vertical angles proving exceptionally problematic for this Furia assault on the Solar side. Have to reset for a bit. drone a little more, find some more intel. It's only Nade on full HP, and he's on the rappel with the diffuser. This is the guy that ideally be going for the plant, the guy that ideally Felipox and JV92 would respectfully be baiting for rotations. You see the Wamai close on the corner playing that out position, but now he backs off. E1 can play these long angles, and Furia have to push with only 35 seconds left.
I got so scared there for Fleepox. I did not think that drone was going to work its way in there, but STK, he shoots it instead. Doesn't want to try and risk it. One more death mark in the pocket, but JVV92 actively tracking one of these players. With 20 seconds remaining,
Careful.
It has to come, and it has to come now. They know that both respective players are on this angle. Neither one going to give the other a look, though. They're going to force Furia into this clear. They're going to force them to come to play in their territory. JV92 continuing to try and hold on to things, and Nitro Cell will claim one. STK gets the second, and it's a full Monty from the defense of E1. Every player showing up to the table when it matters most. They all get a kill in a round for E1.
And again, you have to tip your hat to Perez that round, holding out on the solar stairs, making it a 3v3. That set up E1 for the success they had in the late round, because if it's just a flawless clear down below, able to take down the castle and sure, trade out herds, but if that's a 4v3 and you lose your solar stairs pressure without taking out that key execute utility, Fury in a much more comfortable position. But to be fair as well, the vertical angles for E1 were able to compound the earlier damage done by Perez, because as Felipox tries to get aggressive, E1 are watching, put him to 1 HP. As JV92 tries to use his tracker to find an angle, he's punished again by a player on the vertical angle. And while I liked how Furia were playing around those trackers, not trying to kill him, but just to say, hey, they're pulled far back, they're on Blackwall, you probably can flood in, because of the damage done by Perez and the man count, and by those vertical angles and softening up Felipox and JV, once Nade goes for the plant and gets C forward, they're not coming back from that one.
Yeah. And that was the biggest thing, right? Like, they don't really have the accessibility to try and kill them with Deimos in the first place because of how that top floor is built up. They're all playing right at the limit of the concrete floor. Right there inside of the piano space, nobody oversteps into the closet where it turns into soft flooring or the bathroom. And you saw that time and time again. How many times did we switch over to Deimos and he's just staring at a door frame like, please, just please walk through this. And instead, E1, they rest right on the precipice. Use those nitro cells. Use that utility that Perez fought so hard to build up, for. Make it to where that is so valuable in a scenario like that. And now they've at least been able to elongate this game for another round, making it to where Furia can't try and fight to force OT here. Still resting on 5 points, but looking to try and call some audibles of their own on this bar gaming assault. We do have Deimos back in play here for KZ, but a few other fun toys too, specifically Felipox, with these Twitch drones working their way in and getting some solid damage done.
Able to pop some of those black mirrors, you're going to be perfectly content with that. Really the main fodder for those Twitch drones as well, Arthur.
No!
Oh. Bro thinks he's herds, unfortunately not winning that one. Takes the aggressive fight. KZ wielding the Deimos with the AK, shuts him down in turn. Looking to take another line against the defense to find the angle above this mezzanine shield. Cut down STK. He's got 3 trackers in his pocket. But remember, it wasn't JV92 initially going after those players. It was him feeding intel to herds to find the kills, to call the positions, and to win it out. Ultimately, with that Ash ban and with Felipox now down, I believe, all his shock drones, potentially the most powerful mirror window, the one watching the office balcony window, is still alive and halting this Furia entrance.
They have so much time to make these adjustments, though, Carter. And look at this. Herds and KZ both have frag grenades. Depending on what Arthur's decisions were with these discs, we could see them try and work their way in from the library balcony side, or potentially just try and bully their way onto the shield. Flashtree, he thinks that the deployable will absorb a little bit of that, but it doesn't at all. And E1, they've lost the entire plot. Everyone, everywhere, all hands on deck. It's a Furia round in the blink of an eye.
Never seen a quicker rotation and capitalization quite like that. I mean, E1 overall, represented by Flashtree's resignation there, tries to get out to dodge that frag grenade and realizes he can't escape on the path he's chosen. Ends up falling, and that's the entrance they needed. With that advantage, with that 5v3, even if you have that mirror window, you can hop an IV window now. You can start pressuring the mirror. But also importantly, Furia have rotated down below. They know they can start pushing in to try to get an advantage and to power the guy actually playing the bomb site. So they hit the go button, everyone playing on the exact same wavelength. And the top floor and the bottom floor all fall in rapid succession. Match point now for Furia. They are not out of the woods yet, though. This is not like a FaZe situation where just 1 point pretty much guarantees your spot in top 2. They need every point they can get. At 9 points compared to Keystars and E1's 12, a regulation victory would only tie them with their current Chalet opponents. That might be enough, depending on what happens with some of these games later on down the line, but anything less than 3 points here could still put their playoff chances in major jeopardy.
Yeah, a crazy set of circumstances for Furia, but at least, at a bare minimum, they are looking more like themselves when it comes to the style of play that we've been seeing. That last round there, especially for them, very well calculated. You know, and just going to show you how big some of these initial risks can be. Something as little as, well, my being like, oh, I'm going to take the risk here. I think that, you know, potentially this man has to reload on the roof and gets gunned down. You needed those Wamai discs. That was legitimately it. If they stop that grenade, they might be able to stand on that top floor a little bit longer and actually work their way around that Furia offense. But, you know, sometimes it's just the little things that can potentially stand in the way of success. And that's what we see, an ill-advised risk and immediate punishment. This time around, it works out. And hey, you know, that's another beautiful moment right there. It's a two-way street, isn't it, Carter? Sometimes these angles, they don't work out the way that you think. And that time, KZ is reloading, and he loses his noggin.
I like that Arthur in the previous round tried to take that fight and died. Perez takes it and wins it, but empties. Overthinking it just a little bit. Peeking the fireplace door gives that advantage right back. To be fair, the Deimos hasn't actually caused E1 as many issues as I think Furia were hoping for. KZ 11-7, certainly a strong loss, but E1 more so mourning the loss of that advantage, mourning the loss of that 5v4 at seemingly a very frivolous swing. The overall setup still very much intact. With the dining defense, they still have 2 of these players on the top floor, and Herd's cut down by STK, seemingly on the backside. Now E1 more than happy. They've got the 4v3 they need. Candela's going on in. Bees land right on Perez. I believe actually dropped down the hatch, so he might have just found a bit of a gap. The clear might not be as safe as Furia initially thought, but Velopox pushing in, knows somebody's likely inside of Master, but does he know the Frost is still playing so aggressively? He checks it, he swings, he doesn't get the kill, and Perez can back down safely. Furia falling to these vertical angles too as they try to recover. Nade again soften up as Furia still need to go for a key execute.
And E1's map control this time around has been so beautiful. Furia not really capable of taking control of these extremities. Yeah, empties with kind of an ill-advised swing over towards Fireplace, but that's all Furia's gotten this entire time. A risk that E1 is more than likely happy with, especially with how this exchange has gone in the latter half of this one. Nade and JV92, the only 2 existing members of Furia, don't really have an opportunity to work their way into sight either. They'll be dwindled down, I'm sure, as soon as this goes off. Yeah, some soft paneling, and Perez taking a lot of damage, but somehow, someway, he's found a way to swing the kitchen door and keep himself alive. 2 kills come his way, and Perez, the saving grace for E1 in practically this whole game so far.
He's been the guy every single time. I mean, 3 of E1's victories really coming down to huge individual plays from him. The 3K when they're defending the top floor. E1, before this round, their only defensive win, or 2K, excuse me, but still able to even the man count to a 3v3, completely shutting things down on the solar position. Then you also have, on that line push, the huge 3-piece again from Perez. You have so many times where E1 are able to find a lot of success because Perez is just getting multi-frag after multi-frag. 3 rounds now he's been able to find one, win or lose. He's been the guy to get these rounds for E1. And you might say, okay, 9 of his kills have only come from 3 rounds. That may be. But if they've won 2 of them because of his results, they are as impactful can be.
Very true. Half the round count coming from Perez's efforts, essentially. And Furia, there was some opportunity to try and close this out inside of regulation, although E1 starting to stand the test of time. Something to at least keep in the back of your mind. Never try and pull the rug out from somebody too early. E1 definitely still trying to run the gauntlet and their best to throw a few different looks here at Furia. This one going to be a fresher one as well, as we're going to have some Mira implications on the mid floor.
Gonna have some black mirrors to again provide that pressure that Furia might worry about. They're still sticking with this Deimos. I do understand it. I see the logic here, but how much has it really been getting Furia? I mean, obviously KZ cut down very early on the previous round. All right, we didn't get to see a whole lot. But in the other times they have played it, I don't think they won the bar gaming round, sure, but I don't know how much of that is really because of the Deimos usage. Here, though, there is a Solus all the way inside of Dining, and KZ, now we're seeing some very active usage. You can call out the position of that player, and not only give the information to Furia that there's one guy off site, that the site is at a disadvantage itself, but also if they need to worry about that Solus, they have that intel. But as you mentioned, Sam, he's got Black Mirrors down below, and he's not as easy a target as I think Furia might be hoping for.
Yep. They are some of the best in the business when it comes to mid-round adaptations. They do have quite the toolkit available to them. Lots of frag grenades, lots of stuns to try and throw things over, but specifically what I'm looking at is JV92 here. He might not be able to break up the mirror window, but he might be able to dislodge the player behind it. But Herds, he's found a different method. Very fast-acting one at that. He'll just kill the players instead. Why not just shoot them, he asks, as he kills 3. It's down to Flash Tree, and what could be a flawless round. Nades in. He can't see a damn thing. And Furia, looking a lot more like the Bulls of old. Still the same roster, and they got that dog in them. They kill everybody inside of the site. A soulless take, as they will find a gutless E1. They don't even think that it's possible, Carter. There's still 2 players looking towards Eagle Balcony, looking towards the breach, and just Furia time and time again gunning them down. What an insane round to finish things out on for Furia's sake.
And I could say as well, I mean, we're seeing Furia not fully return to form, to be fair, but still looking a lot more like the team we saw at SI. Not only in terms of executing strategies that look like everyone is being orchestrated at the exact right time. That basement attack to start out this half, the rush on bar and games, not the rush at the beginning of the round, but once they get the pick, making the call to push in, everything working right. And you know what else we finally got? Just around a Herds finding a gap and getting a 3K. Another classic thing we see Herds do when Furia are performing at their ceiling. And they have a key 3 points now, but again, playoffs is not fully secure for them. A lot more likely, but not secure. They've got one more game tomorrow, and we have a few more games today, but before that, we have a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back, viewers, to the desk here in the aftermath of the struggle there between Furia and E1. I mean, E1 punching pretty hard there, Connor, punching pretty hard, but not enough to put Furia down for good.
Yeah, Furia just seemed to know exactly how this game was going to pan out. On the defensive side, they looked strong, they looked poised, they knew how to handle the aggression that E1 was going to go forward with, and it brings back to the point of how E1 was going to get adjusted to over the span of this stage. I think Furia perfectly encapsulated this, where they know this playstyle more intricately than E1 does because they've been doing it for longer.
Yeah, that was something you said, you know, as we were talking about this match and while we were watching it play, was that Furia had a pretty good idea and probably did their research on how E1 was going to come. And I think you even said it was going to be a 7-4. So you were right. You were right on the dot. I don't know if you said that on broadcast or as we were watching, but certainly I feel like Furia is sleeping a little bit easier here tonight, Connor, after that.
Yeah, they definitely are, because with the way the tiebreakers work with the mini leagues, they actually are going to leap over E1 as well as Vivo Keystars because of those head-to-head victories that they had. Furia chose their games on who to beat very well for how the overall placement of the seeding is going to be, and I'm not necessarily as worried about Furia anymore. Sure, they've struggled against some of the top teams, but they aren't fully into a downward spiral. We saw a lot of remnants of the old Furia start to come out today.
Yeah, the worst might be past them, at least for now. Unfortunately, Herds, the player we highlighted before the game, still struggled a little bit here today, but he was fortunate that one of his teammates, KZ, stepped up in a big way here for them. It was exactly what they needed on this map to make sure that E1 didn't knock them any deeper into the table.
Yeah, it definitely was. With Herds and KZ, we almost always talk about them in the same breath. They're a dynamic duo, but they can pop off at different moments. And sure, Herds didn't do that great. KZ definitely picked up the slack. He looked phenomenal today, and in that late round fragging potential that we always see him in, where he's able to find gaps, he's able to exploit mistakes of the defensive side as well as the attacking side. And for E1, they definitely left some gaps, and that's exactly where KZ was able to go huge.
Yeah, we definitely saw moments there of just sheer brilliance, right, from Furia. You think about that kind of basement, garage door, classic thermite smoke plant with the backup from the Capkin, stuff like that, that E1 just really didn't look like they had answers for. I hope, Connor, that we can see that same sort of creative flair, that same sort of drama almost from Furia as they move forward here. The stuff that we would expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a roster that is insanely good, but they're just, once again, not quite to their own potential, and it's frustrating to watch. But as they take strides more and more, they're taking steps to kind of bounce back to their old glory. I think overall they're sending a message. They can bounce back again tomorrow in another difficult game and all of a sudden put all of Brazil on alert once again.
Well, as we said at the start of all this, with playoffs looming large, these last two play days are absolutely huge. The next match, not one you want to miss either. Vivo Keystars taking on W7M right after this break. Welcome back, viewers, to Play Day 8 here in the Brazil League. I am Corbeck. Alongside me is CDEPS as we get ready to jump into our next match, which promises to be a good one. It's one you highlighted at the start, Connor. It's Vivo Keystars, one of your favorite rosters, versus W7M, another very good roster here in Brazil.
Yeah, this is probably the closest game we're going to see today, with a lot of playoff implications, mainly for the seeding side. W7M, sure, they have confirmed playoffs. We know we will see them next weekend, but we don't know at what seed quite yet.
Well, Vivo Keystars has been a team that has been on the rise. They've had a couple of pitfalls here, Connor, but in general, they have been performing about what we expected them to.
Yeah, they're a top 6 team right now. They are a very good roster. They've shown really good just flashes of brilliance against some of the bottom teams, and now they've kind of passed some tests. They've kept it really competitive with the top dogs, and they are a roster I can see going pretty far in playoffs. Right now, there was a lot of times during the season where we were waiting on certain people to step up, to have their marquee moment. And now, as we've seen just utter dominance across Vivo Keystars against NIP, we have sort of collected the Infinity Stones of everybody stepping up and having a huge moment this year.
Yeah, they did put the kibosh pretty well on on NIP's dreams here with their victory on the last play day. I mean, I do like the Vivo Key roster. I know that you are quite fans of them, and I'm there with you in heart. I think in mind, though, I'm a little bit worried about their overall kind of effectiveness. Let's be honest, right? They're about to go into a bit of a punishing gauntlet here in terms of what they're going to have to play against in the near future.
Yeah, they have 2 really, really difficult matchups, and that's why we highlighted so much on Tuesday that they really, really, really needed the points against NIP. And then they decided not to drop a round against NIP and get a flawless 7-0 and look good, but the hard road is still ahead of them. They've got this W7M team today, followed immediately by Black Dragons tomorrow, so not easy by any stretch of the imagination, because as you look at these W7M players, a lot of these names should be familiar to you. They've been, you know, making second place runs at the Atlanta Major and overall making absolute waves here in Brazil, as we had a lot of question marks in going towards this team. Who was going to play support? Who was going to be taking the IGL role? What's going to happen with this roster? It looks kind of like a hodgepodge, but man, oh man, they defied expectations. They've got up and coming players. They've got a revived player in the form of Volps, and they've looked so good.
Yeah, they have looked great. I mean, they haven't looked infallible, though, right? They lost that overtime match to Black Dragons, and obviously FaZe Clan has beat them as well. But outside of those two, I really feel like they have looked like a team that deserves to be where they are at the table, if not higher, right, as things progress here.
Yeah, they're a really good team, and they've had those really good results, but they are not perfect, like we once said about FaZe until today, where, you know, they don't have any mistakes. But overall, with how W7M has progressed as a team, it's been really, really great to watch, because once it was just the Volp show, the first couple of games where he was dropping 15 to 20 kills, and all of a sudden maybe we were having some expectations towards these other players to step up, like Dots and Dash. We knew that those were great players once again, and they've shown great flashes, even at an international level, that they know how to play the game, and now they're finally going up to their potential as well.
Yeah, and one of those players that has shown their potential is Dota. Has obviously stepped up big here when the team needed him a couple of times. Like you kind of said about Vivo Keystars, everybody here having their chance on WC7M to show their skills.
Exactly. Dotez was a very highly kind of recruited player after his performance in the Rush series in the offseason here of Tier 2 Brazilian Siege, and he lands on this W7M team. for a good reason, because he's been playing out of his mind. Sure, he might have one stage under his belt, but was sort of an awkward one with E1 last stage. All of a sudden, when he's here on W7M, he's with a bunch of veterans. He's with players that have been around the block, and it's bringing the best out of him. And overall, with how we saw him play against Furia, he was absolutely lights out. We know that he can hang with anybody here in the entire region.
No, he definitely can, and I mean, I think the stats speak for themselves in that regard, that, you know, you look at his overall KD, his kind of multi-kill numbers, he's hitting what we would expect from some of the best players, right, in the league, and that's where we would hope that he would be. I mean, against Fluxo on the last play day, W7M looked great, right? Fluxo, obviously a team that is floundering. We expected them to come out and do some serious damage, and they did that, Connor. They really looked like they were a team that was comfortable in their role and in their position, and we're looking forward to the matches that were coming ahead.
Yeah, W7M, the job's not over. They want that second seed, but against Fluxo, there were some moments here and there that actually left some worry in my eyes, but still, it was an overall comfortable position, especially when you had somebody like Mitrix stepping up and making huge plays. We do know for Vivo Keydstars, they have 5 players that can make big plays. They have 5 players that can step up, and maybe for W7M, it might be a bit of a scary position if their system has those flaws that allow players to get hot quick.
Yeah, well, obviously today here, perhaps not the biggest challenge they've faced because they faced FaZe, but certainly a challenge that they're going to want to be very careful about the map that they pick here in order to get the best performance they can against Vivo Keydstars. Already, maybe a couple of the usual suspects getting taken out there, Bank gone, Border gone, but we will not be going back to Chalet here, Connor, which actually surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, Oregon, I'm still holding out hope that it gets banned out, which, you know, honestly, it should. Both these rosters, mainly Vivo Keydstars, do ban the map quite a lot. It's not as necessarily high on their preference, and that's why we see Clubhouse as well as Oregon going down. We're probably going to get a little bit more of a spicy matchup between these teams because seeding can be so incredibly important. As we've seen, the overall trend with Brazil is starting off with a lot of basic maps, and as the games get more important, that's where the teams are reaching into their bags. And we actually brought it down to the final 3 maps of a Consulate, a Nighthaven Labs, and Cafe, and we did get the more boring of the options, but so far with what we've seen of the W7M on this map of Cafe, they've looked iffy. They've looked kind of bouncing here and there, but the roster did play against a very tough matchup last time we saw this match, and for Vivo Keydstars, they don't necessarily play it that often either.
No, they don't. And, you know, overall, Cafe is a map that is leaning slightly towards attack, right? It's not a huge jump, but it is one of the few attacker-favored maps in the pool. So Vivo Keydstars maybe being set up in a pretty good position here to get a couple of good rounds in early on.
Yeah, it definitely is that case, but it requires on the attacking side to have good entry play, and that's not necessarily going to be the easiest thing against this W7M team. Volps has been phenomenal on the roam game, and even what we highlighted with Dodes, he's been having success on the defensive side as too. And also for W7M, going onto a map like Cafe for the defensive side being so incredibly important, with it being the more difficult side to get rounds, they do know how to get crazy. They do know how to get a little bit silly. We might see Loban flying out of windows. Do not get surprised if you see that happening. But overall, Vivo Keydstars, they are going to have somebody step up. But what's fun is that we have the nice roulette game of not knowing who's going to be doing that for Vivo Keydstars.
Right, it could be any of them on any given day, like you said. And I mean, if you're looking for one sort of key to victory here for Vivo Keydstars, no pun intended, what would it be? Like, if you were trying to give them an idea of this is something you must do.
I really do think that they need to dominate the early round with W7M. They're a roster with that momentum-based play style. If they get 1 pick, they're probably going to steamroll it into 2, maybe 3 picks. Sure, Vivo Keydstars, they're a little bit more basic in the way of fundamental siege, where, you know, they have their set progressions. They don't snowball quite as much, but if you give an opening to W7M, they are going to exploit it. So for Vivo Keydstars, really patient play, punish the mistakes, and try not to just get ran through.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of flip that on the reverse, it's worth saying from the W7M perspective, you think it's just about kind of blunting Vivo Keydstars in the early round? Is that what's going to shut this VKS side down?
I definitely think that that's possible because of how we've seen Vivo Keydstars be slow at times. If W7M really throws them some curveballs, gets off some quick punches early, this team could flounder.
Well, we are going to a refined and sophisticated cafe map, a very impressive private club. And to take us to such a refined and sophisticated map, we have to go to two refined and sophisticated casters. Take it away, Lynx and Stone.
Up will live up to the refined and sophisticated, as you said, standard you've set. However, in a game where I want to say that, you know, Vivo Kid have done a great job bringing out Cafe, a map they haven't played, to try to get things over the line. How much sophistication are we going to see when Volps is the highest rated player in Brazil? Dodez, Loban, and Volps can easily take over games just by dropping 15 frags and throwing your prep out the window.
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be a pretty volatile matchup, especially because we don't have a lot of research here for Cafe. So it's bound to be exciting, right? I really hope it stands up to the test of time and what I'm saying here. But I think we do have something to discuss when it comes down to these two rosters. There's one little discrepancy, Links, that I found when I was, you know, mulling over my notes and looking at these statistics, and it's down to the entry game. W7M have been incredibly dominant this entire stage when it comes to their entries. Not a single player having, you know, a negative entry at all, the worst being even. And not only that, they're at plus 15 to boot on top of that. Whereas, you know, for people like Keystars, they're only plus 5. A couple players not really finding their legs when it comes to those entry moments. So some of these rounds might be decided pretty early.
And also at the same time, I mean, one thing you can discuss for both these teams is that while the entries are definitely a little lopsided towards the W7M direction, they're both helmed by star players. So Volps for W7M. Obviously, we have the potential and, well, the tape to show that Loban and Dodez can certainly match his performance, but Volps has been far more consistent, the highest rated player in all of Brazil. Well, guess who's number 2 in basically the exact same spot in comparison to the rest of his team? Hates on Vivo Kid. We've got the number 1 and the number 2 players in Brazil, all boasting really high ratings, and the rest of their team not like completely lagging behind. Hates and Volps aren't dragging a bad team over the finish line, but these are two of the biggest stars we have in Brazil that their teams are good. Everyone on Keystars, above a 1.0 rating. Everybody on W7M, generally around a 1.0, except Dash, but generally usually Dots has been the one kind of at the 0.8, 0.9 area. I mean, he's on Monty for like 80% of the attacks they play. Just happens that Dash is taking this point, but everyone generally showing up on all of these teams. They're just led by two of the best players in Brazil we have at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how much they mirror each other. Not exactly in playstyle and implication on maps, but just statistically when you look at these things. You know, like you said, a little top-heavy when it comes to Volps as well as Hates, but then, you know, immediately after that, practically a mimic when it comes to these two teams respectively. So I'm excited to see not exactly how our two star pupils, you know, make it out of Cafe here, but what does the rest of the team do? How do they try and interact with each other? Is there going to be somebody that just dwindles this entire game? Is there somebody that's going to really be the saving grace for their respective squad? It's really exciting, especially with how neck and neck these two squads are.
Already breaking away from trend a little bit. As Connor did talk about, this is a map that Vivo Kid haven't really played a whole lot, and as I alluded to, I think maybe bringing it out at a key time when you need these 3 points to fully secure playoffs is a very, very apt point to try to bring out a map that your opponents don't really have tape, as of course with a win of any kind, to be fair, OT or regulation, Vivo Kid should secure playoffs. But W7M have played this map. They played it against FaZe the first day, and while they did lose 7-4, they did lose 7-4 to the team that currently has not lost to anybody in Brazil. But all that kind of preface aside, the bans for W7M are a little different to start. Ying and Solus I don't think are entirely surprising, but last time W7M banned Grim, and their defensive ban was the Azami, and that one has changed as well. So W7M changed things up from their previous bout against FaZe. But again, as we often say with these ban phases, there's a pretty obvious and valid reasons as to why.
Yeah, this one, more than likely, not even a real, you know, gameplay change according to the team. Just really a gameplay change when it comes to the way info can be worked on Cafe. They might want access to things on offense that make it where they can be a little bit quicker about things. And Valkyrie, as well as, you know, Solus to boot, even though Vivo Kid was the ones that removed her. Two operators that can really stand in the way of that, right? So I think Valkyrie, a great op to remove, one of our highest banned operators at SI. And honestly, across the history of Siege, she's just an amazing op with some great secondary utility to boot. So perfect option for W7M to bring off the board. And now we're going to be loading things up into a base level defense here on Cafe. It'll be Kitchen to start us off. I'm curious to see if W7M even want to try and take us to bar on this one.
That's always the question, you and I ask each other, is Cafe is one of those maps where all 4 bomb sites are generally viable, at least in terms of both being defensible, or also just teams liking it. We obviously have our criticisms of Cocktail, but at the end of the day, it's one of the most, I would say, comfortable bomb sites for teams in the game. It's often like the default pick for some cases. Even if it has a lot of flaws, teams like it, they feel good on it, it makes them feel at home, and that can often be enough to maybe not only get rounds over the line, but at least make you feel comfortable enough to pick it. But mining, dining, well, technically, dining is on both of them. Mining and reading, you want to technically differentiate it, and then kitchen down below, all generally see quite a bit of play. Obviously, starting on the bottom floor, it's a full roam from W7M, actually. It's always a full clear from the attack. Generally, you always see, unless somebody's going for a direct bakery plant, people start out on the cigar skylight, start out on this stage rappel, move down from the 3rd to the 2nd, and eventually to the bottom floor. Not shocking that W7M will be up here shooting a couple drones, but given how vertically stacked this map is, it's a bit hard to stay up here for any longer than a minute.
Yeah, a very long time ago, we used to refer to maps that were built like this as like cake maps. You know what I mean? They're tiered, they're layered. The biggest one that was, along the lines of Cafe was Hereford Base way back in the day until the rework happened, but even a little bit with that rework too. But that's why you see him go about things in the way that Carter was discussing. It's just much easier to try and go for things from a top-down perspective, especially when things are directly over top of each other like this bomb site is with the, floor above it. A lot of soft destruction as well for them to be able to abuse, and that's what Hates is here for. This skeleton key, probably one of the best tools that you can bring when it comes to this mid-floor assault on this bomb site, is you can connect a lot of these internal walls that are inside of the bomb site to reach even farther angles, deep inside of coffee and other places that you can't exactly reach with other operators.
I think even in the NAL, we saw, not a super rare angle, but, Gavini going prone and seeing, like you said, the deep angle all the way right outside of Freezer. And at least to start, Hate's showing why that verticality is very much a threat. Dots cut down. I believe he already used his C4 earlier. Good thing the defense had 4 total and still have 2 to use. One reason that we might have seen W7M ban that Monty, though, is if Evo Keyed wants to continue going for this push down backside, a Monty can just ignore the player playing inside a VIP and pressure him, but right as I make that point, it doesn't seem like this VIP player is going to be alive for much longer. Hates gets a 2nd kill on the vertical, Loban put to 1 HP. He's still in a good position to deny this freezer drop, but on such low HP, if Evo Key can time this right, he might get 1 kill, but he's too low HP. He'll cut down Hornet, but him and Hornet actually trade, yet both able to find one, traded out by Daffodil. Dash getting aggressive, tries to cut down Step on the backside. Does not work. Hates with a big 2-piece to start, but Evo Key with a nice closeout.
Most definitely. A great start for Vivo Keyed here is it's a pretty elongated round, but that's what you expect when it comes to that base level defense from W7M, and also the Bulls just not really showing any face on anything like a roam or anything of the sort. I mean, initially they do, but they immediately peel it back, and that just makes it where Vivo Keyed has a lot of processing to do, a lot of angles to try and open up as they try and look for their initial frag, which we saw come through via Hates, via those skeleton key angles that we talked about on the mid floor. W7M really aren't able to hold a candle to the clear past that, especially how volatile things got over on the White Stairs end of things. And Vivo Keyed able to fight W7M with fire, especially when it came to the frag power.
And as Corbeck mentioned, Cafe actually trending a bit attacker side inside of Brazil at the moment. Not dominantly, if I recall. I do have the stats in front of me, so I can look it up. No, actually, it is a bit dominant, 63%, so bit surprising there. Of course, best of one's limited play always sometimes has those skewed results, but ultimately, it still means that this region on this map being a bit attacker-sided, Vivo Keyed able to make great use of that vertical control on that bottom floor attack will likely be something that W7 will need to concern themselves with heavily when they, or if they reattempt that bomb site later on. What do you know? We move up to the top floor, Sam. Again, a site that we don't always have the fondest or the highest praise for. But with the setup they have, you can see W7M are making it as strong as possible.
Yeah, I'm no Ace of Pyrite, all right? I don't hate this site that much, but I definitely have my grievances with it. And mostly it's just the quick accessibility via that skylight that the offense can abuse so handedly. It can become a really, really big issue, but we'll just have to see. Also, before things kick off too quickly over here on Red, I did want to point out, Cafe was actually our most offender-sided map at SI, which is absolutely shocking for anybody that's played this game for more than 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, that is just not something that you would expect out of Cafe at all. It has been a defensive stronghold, a defensive bastion for a millennia, it feels, but it's been starting to trend towards that offensive favor. Vivokeed playing into that here now, too, and maybe a kill onto Lobin. Oh, the drone goes right over top of him. Lobin doesn't even want to risk it. He's going to hop right back over Ticket and try and play in between this and Stage.
Playing it safe, I do not fault that whatsoever. I mean, look at this setup he has. 2 Kiba barricades to allow him to challenge the Stage and the Ticket players. Difficult problem for the attack to figure out. They've got those 2 Ash charges, but they are not exactly long on explosive utility. They could use those X-Pyros if they wanted, but with that DMR, the change is really being impactful, but Lobin does not care. Once the Kiba barricade breaks, he cuts down Lenda. Dots follows up with Stemp, taking quick control of that red stairs early, but in the mid-round falling to the DMR, and the Aruni holding inside of Cigar. Hornet's able to follow it up with that kill on Lobin, but he's done the damage. If you end up losing Christmas, you're not really that pressed at the defense if you've managed to get this much out of the attack.
Exactly. It's so funny, right? Because it seems like Vivokeed's made process, but what, you know, is the actual reality is that this is actually the bare minimum. Like, you need Christmas to even say that you had a chance inside of the round. And so far, it has been terrible for them. W7M showing how you hold down this top floor bomb site. And it's not by turtling, Carter. It's by taking the fight to these windows, by placing somebody like Lobin over inside of Christmas and trying to make things difficult for these window players. And so far, so very good for them. They will end up losing Volps, and yeah, Vivokeed are going to be able to work into Christmas, but remember what we said earlier. This is the bare minimum, and now it's 26 seconds left on the clock.
26 seconds left. Hornet with the diffuser, maybe. Not a lot of plant denial, to be fair. Dash with those impacts, and that's about it. He's already got him prepped, probably waiting for somebody to go for that diffuser. Only one player for Vivokeed on the coverage. I'll try to go for the push-up Whitehall. Great read by Dash. Fires both. Hornet put to basically 1 HP. Nobody from W7M peeking either. Hates might find one. He'll pad his stats for this round. W7M will more than earn their first with a great defense. Great extended defense up the top 4 site.
Yeah, that was very well orchestrated. That was not something that was very easily done from them. The castle barricades, Lobin on that position inside of Christmas with the Kiba barriers. I mean, there was so much going for W7M there in a perfect way to get in front of the defense when it comes to the default assault of the top floor.
Probably a defense that maybe W7M will run again, but one that will surely give Vivokeed some problems in figuring out how to adapt, because you'll need a lot of utility, whether it's for Terra drones or what. You'll need a lot of utility to burn all the different things W7M were throwing at Vivokeed. Move down to reading and dining, not re-attempting the bottom floor site just yet, but certainly likely retreading ground on that top floor. Not necessarily with the castle or the Aruni gates like we saw W7M bring last time, but when you're defending this site, you have to hold the top floor. I will say, though, I'm a bit surprised that we don't see the Mira. I mean, with the changes to those, Ash charges, months and months ago, the ability to crack those mirror windows, it makes her one of the most potent counters, one of the strongest operators in the game. Step, and Vivokeed players in general, but Step in particular, loving that Ash. I imagine that's part of the reason why. But Mira can make this top floor, especially when you're extending, just with one black mirror, really make this site difficult to clear for the attack. But instead, when you have Lobin, who's so talented with that gun, playing off of one single Kiba barricade, that could be enough to make your defense impediment.
Definitely can be. You saw how incredible he was in that previous round. Wow. Folks, I want to put this into your brain real quick. You ready? It's a 2-wall wall banger right there. He hit him from the dining window, the little dark spot under Hell, or rather New Balcony. My gosh, I'm so far off base. The one under New Balcony, he shot him through those 2 walls and downed him inside a train.
Most excellent.
That's insane. Yeah. Hey, now you know why 9 times out of 10 when you see players cross these things, they just spam it, not only to open it up, but sometimes you get really lucky.
And Dots a bit unlucky in that particular engagement, down to 1 HP so early on. Just didn't even open up the window. He just fired a few shots, downs him with through 3 walls with a couple DMR bullets.
Just imagine how funny that's going to be for VOD review. Look, I downed that guy?
But Dots isn't laughing. I mean, when you're inside a train, you're holding mining, this could be a really powerful position. When you're holding, reading, and dining. If they go for a drop into pillar, maybe it's 30, 20 seconds left, and the attack is trying to go for a default plant behind the bookcase. If you've got someone in dining, that can get you the round. But now, not only is Dot's low HP, Dash is off the board. So as rough a start as you could get for W7M was still half the round to go.
Lots of drones off the board, though, for Vivo Keyed, and yeah, they know that there's still people playing this top floor, and quite a few at that. 3, in fact, is Vivo Keyed begging the question, how do they try and push themselves forward past this point? In EE1D out, it'll mark a player downstairs in sight, but they'll at least know that this player does exist at the top of White Stemp, so he's found the gap, he's found the timing, he's worked his way past the fire, but the shotgun of Volps! A decimating blow to the offensive assault! It takes out 2. They've equalized. Daffodil will fight through the fire over in Whitehall, but there's 2 players still existing on this top level. They're not aware of Lobin. Oh my! The shots go wide, but he'll still be able to claim the player inside of Long Bar. Dot's trying to assist through this verticality. It's hell in a handbasket in round 3.
Certainly for Lobin now, as Linda's able to find him, cut him down inside of the humidor. You're going to be hurting a bit, Lobin. He could have wasted a lot more time there. Maybe only 10 to 15 more seconds, but his Dots is found. Vivo Keyed might just recover for a round with lethal obstacle after lethal blow from W7M. Inside of the site, catches one on the rotate, but on the jiggle peek, he smokes Lenda instead. Rotates around the corner of the shotgun. He turns his back! Knew he was at the rotate, and he still exposed it. A brutal mistake from Dots. Could have won it even on the low HP, but Vivo Keyed somehow recover round 3.
It's a 50-50. Just what a crazy set of circumstances on that top floor. I did not think it was going to be going down the way that we saw, especially with that flank overthrew Freezer, just the activation of the Freezer player there. And some stray shots, but still capable of getting that case on the floor at least. Just not able to stand the test of time that they so desperately needed for that play to go off. W7M instead get dealt with on that mid-floor hold. And out of all the things, they actually find the most success when it comes to that top floor defense, with Lobin holding things down in between stage as well as ticket.
It is ridiculous.
Right?
It is ridiculous that Volps pops the Goyo fire and is still like, they might push through it. I'm holding this with the shotgun. Like, the game sense on that man, the concern for his safety on pallets. Really brilliant stuff. Really good stuff from the mute right there. Still not enough to get the round over the line, which just shows that W7M are constantly a threat to this Vivo Keyed attack. They found 2 rounds so far, looking very, very nice. What do you know? We're on that bottom floor defense, and we're on kitchen. You've got the Fenrir in play, F-Knots all around this second floor, and W7M, no, they need to contest that second floor. And Deny hates that vertical control.
Well, it's been a decent shout so far from Vivo Keyed on these offenses. Putting things up pretty well, and not only that, but just like we saw from E1, backing down, staying confident, staying true to what they've been doing. Nitrocell out. Not a bad risk from W7M, something that we see as a natural line pretty often on Cafe. We don't see it every game, but when it does happen, it's not something that comes as ill-advised. Nice find there from Daff. Probably thought that that was just on the inside of the door frame, but instead it's sitting inside of the barbed wire, and it will actually take away his shot drone.
Really unlucky too. Dodo's now has to take that down, of course. But Daffodil walks in, will trigger the F-Knot, so Twitch has to back out for the snow door. Defense now concerned about summoning that area. Lenda instead with the first pick. I don't even know where the hell that came from. Surely some vert of some kind. Tamazi almost runs into another one. Hates hunts for the kill. Volts over with the skeleton key. What kind of a decision is that? He wants that frag so badly. He risks running into the rest of the defense, but he finds it and gets away safely. It's Daffodil to still fall. Outside of the snow door, found very early on, but you're perfectly happy with this if you're Vivo Keyed. 4v3, you can start pressuring Defender with Dodaz cut off. Hate spots him. He gets away. Wall opened up. No, you're too far away for that skeleton key to land. Unfortunate stuff, but Stemp somehow still finds Dash.
The damage is done. This offense has completely cleaned out the top 2 levels. Not only that, they have more than the capability to push themselves forward. Hard breach still available, skeleton keys, as well as boogie drones on Lenda. So many wells filled to the brim for Vivo Keyed, and a lot of time too. The biggest pressure tank you have to worry about when it comes to the offensive side. And for now, they can rest on their accomplishments that they've had so far through round 4. We stick a few people on drones. Nobody active just yet, so they might already have these implicated. Fish around these stairwells, start using these boogie drones and see if they can find a few extra hard points through this verticality.
We'll say this, vivoKid are getting a little low on time, and if Dodas has found a gap in this positioning, no, somebody checking white. Great heads-up play from Stemp. Catches through the vertical holes. He even checks this corner. Dots puts him to 1 HP. And everyone can back up. They can even go for the kills at this point, but they play it smart. Hornet still goes for the diffuser. They've got this guy isolated. No, if he walks down this hallway, nobody actually watching the white stairs, but the diffuser still goes down instead. There's players from vivoKid to cover on the horizontal and on the vertical. Takes a lot of damage, though not finished off. Will be soon after by Wendell. 3-1 now for vivoKid. Great clear into a great execute, looking extremely formidable on Cafe.
Yeah, not getting overzealous, although we do have to point out Hate's escapades over on white stairs. Not exactly the traditional way of going about things when it comes to dealing with a player in that position, but some high-flying antics will, be able to solve things for him. I think that's the second time that you and I have seen some insane thing where somebody flies off the top rope from white stairs. Last time it was a knife, this time it's a skeleton key. Either way, it's a Brazilian player. And W7M will be using this timeout as they now try and discuss things on their defensive side.
I mean, you certainly maybe could, point out some flaws in W7M's game plan. I'll certainly say, the individual performances aren't entirely there. Dota is obviously 0-3, but Loban, Dots, and Volps, 3 players, obviously getting in on the action. Volps, that huge 2-piece last round, didn't end up working, but still did a lot for that engagement, or a lot for their chances in round, math's hard, round 3, there we go, of that reading and dining defense. But the consistency maybe is a problem, but overall, vivoKid are just playing really coordinated. Sure, they might be taking risk with that Hate's vault over the white stairs, but everyone is generally on the same page. Right as they go for the freezer drop, they have Stemp making sure that nobody has actually moved into freezer to deny that very position. You have Hates moving in tandem with the boogies on that top floor to try to cut off the player, rotating back into the site. And while Dotas ends up getting away, it still indicates that vivoKid are going about this clear, all on the same page. They're all communicating. All the pieces are working generally as intended. And I mean, look no further than that, pretty much everybody having at least 3 to 6 kills. And Hates really only being the benefit of, I think, 1 round he got like a 2-piece or a 3K. Otherwise, he'd basically be right along everybody else, putting in the same amount of effort to win what so far has been a team game for vivoKid.
Yeah, it's been really well done from them, and to be expected as well. That was the first thing we highlighted from both of these squads, just how solid a team they've been this entire stage. Yeah, you have Hates topping things out for Vivo as well as Volps for W7M, but these other players are not any slouches. And in order for a player to reach these heights, one of 2 things has to happen. The rest of the team has to completely fall flat on their face, where it's just one of these players getting all the kills and doing everything that is successful for the squad, or it's a team effort that sets them on this pedestal where they're capable of this. And for both of these squads, it's exactly what it is. They are so very solid at taking map control and just understanding the little details of Siege. And it's a complete team orientation, or rather orchestration, that we see from these squads. Now the first minute almost expelled. vivoKid have to try and break up this position that we saw Loban in previously, but now it's just the utility that exists.
Just the Kivas, he's pulled a lot further back, playing around Pixel, so a pretty easy exit. I think anticipating some counters from vivoKid. So you can play the safer option, go for the retreat. You also don't have the Aruni in play, I believe. I don't remember who was playing it last time, but either way, we don't have the Aruni anymore. So it's not maybe as difficult to clear, but still those castle barricades, the Evil Eyes, and the Kiba barricades, a lot of bulletproof utility, well, bullet-resistant utility in the case of the Kiba barricades. You have to worry about Odez overcooking things a little bit. New hatch opened up, still goes for the swing. I mean, obviously you're in a difficult spot. You maybe need to go 1 for 1, but he doesn't even land a shot on a vivoKid Star's attack.
I'm definitely expecting him to play things a little bit closer to that Shaiko position that everybody loves so much, but instead, oh wow, they are getting completely eviscerated on this offense. I mean, it's 1 domino that falls, but one ill-advised look, and vivoKid are swinging in the door, guns ablazing. They've killed 4. It's down to Dash. No plant attempt just yet. That's just surely coming soon. They're more than likely just going to try and kill Dash instead, as that's more than likely the answer that will solve this equation. And it most does, as it will be the offense of Vivo and take things here on this top floor defense from W7M.
if you recall, by the way, even though it's the one round Vivo Key dropped, and I think it was a 2v4 at that point, Hates was still able to find 2 kills from that very rappel, and now that he repeats that effort in a much more impactful situation, W7M are left in a much more difficult spot, especially when it's compounded by that opening death from Dodas. I get it's a difficult spot playing Shaiko, you know, with the new hatch opened up, the skylight right next to you. You often have to make a play, but that's the risk when you push into that position. You need to go 1-for-1, and if you can't even soften up any of those attackers, if you're completely pinched and you don't end up having any impact, especially when he's 0-5 so far, it's a risk that, to be fair, in hindsight, doesn't seem worth taking. I think the position still makes sense generally, but without getting that kill and Hates replicating that same 2-piece he got back on Bar Cocktail, it just makes it a completely losable situation for W7M. With the 2v5 gone, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I will have to say this, though. The thing when it comes with that risk, though, Carter, is the fact that, like, you are asking Vivo Key to make a mistake there on that swing. There's somebody that's going to be holding that hatch. That's just like a non-starter. Exactly. You are expecting one of the best teams in Brazil this stage to make an error that they really haven't been known for. So I just think it's something that we don't really want to see Dodes going for. There's a reason that he's 0-5 right now, and it's because Vivo Key have had his number every single time. I don't think some random swing on new balcony is exactly going to change your fate. So just something that we don't exactly like seeing, but something that they can adjust down the line. I think we're going to have a rehost here, folks, is usually when we do go to this overhead cam, it's exactly what's happening. You can see the coach from W7M as well, just being like, oh, what's going on? Oh, okay. Guess we're going to be going back into things soon. But yeah, we really just haven't seen W7M be too capable when it comes to the entire board of defense. Really, the only time that they were able to pull things across the line was after Loban's Herculean effort inside of Christmas.
Yeah, after he was able to not only get that pick, of course, Dot's also having a huge impact in that round outside of that one singular defense, which, you know, to be fair, looked very strong. It wasn't like Vivo Key got this momentum. No, they were completely shut out of the one round that W7M have won so far. So you got to give credit there to the defense. Everything else, it's been Vivo Key taking the victory. And to be honest, with the coordination that's looking good, especially with the players only being able to marinate at the moment, I think it's probably going to continue into round 6. But of course, we will have a bit of a break once we get this rehost underway. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 6 of Vivo Key versus W7M. We are back again with round 6 of Vivo Key versus W7M. I actually can't remember what the site was. What was it? It was not third floor. We just saw W7M lose that.
I'm not telling you.
Hold on. I'm cooking. Lost kitchen. Not going to go back to it because they lost it twice. Just lost bar cocktail. Probably either reading or dining or fireplace and dining. Or fireplace and mining. One of the second floor sites. I'm going to go round 6. They don't want to go back to a site they've lost. Fireplace and mining.
Well, I don't know Portuguese.
I purposefully did not read the bottom of the screen, by the way, for that bit. I purposefully did not read it. So now that I'm looking at it, I can read it.
I'm going to say La Area. Did I say that right? I'm going to say that is library. That's what I'm going to say.
Actually, I don't know those words. Hold on. Is that library?
We're gonna find out
Alright.
here pretty soon, because if it's a reading, then
No, that's fireplace.
no
The top one,
shot.
the top one is fireplace. What is library? I know Spanish, but it's biblioteca. It's the same as Spanish.
It's biblioteca.
Oh, I know that one. I didn't know it was the same thing, but I do know that word.
Yeah, I saw the L and I was like, it's got to be library, right? There's no way it's biblioteca. And of course it is, because that's how my life goes, folks. I assume things based off context clues, and then I'm completely off base. So there you are.
I was right.
It's going to be a. You saw what?
I was right. It's mining.
Yeah, you are indeed. And a pretty interesting one at that. I honestly like this bomb site quite a bit. Both of the mid-floor bomb sites, personally, are my faves when it comes to Cafe. There's good reason to that. This one specifically, you can play out in some pretty interesting ways. I also like that there is some verticality coming through on both of the bomb sites. You have to worry about that downstairs level for both respective parties. You know, even if you give a little bit of ghost pressure initially from the defense, even showing something like a Solus or really anybody downstairs that has a Nitro Cell or an Impact, the offense has to respect that. So there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of mess with their heads. And one of my favorite parts about these mid-floor sites.
And I do think that Solus ban coming into play from Vivo Kid is going to be really, really strong here. I mean, so often we'll see, on this site in particular, the second floor defense is generally speaking, of course, but for mining in particular, having a Solus down below inside a kitten to deny the plant inside of mining, very common strategy. Vivo Kid banned it. We're not going to see it here. You don't see a pulse either to fill something similar, so if you want to try to go for that plant denial, you've got Ash with a C4, and I don't know, you're hoping to land one of the one remaining impact Loban has after that. There are other tools, of course, that W7M can use to get an advantage in this round, but it's static utility already placed. Loban trying his best to get one over on Hates, but Lenda, again, there's always somebody to help out. An attacker in trouble. Vivo Kid able to fight back. Lenda might be tagged up a little bit, but the aggression from W7M finding no lethal purchase on an attacker.
Yeah, Lenda's got to be counting his lucky stars there, too. It seemed like it was all but settled that his head was about to be removed, but instead it tags up his shoulder. Vivo Kid going to be able to stay with the man advantage that they've garnered after that swing from Loban, but Dodez, after that ill-advised swing earlier from Shaiko, with that castle, he'll finally be able to make his mark on this round on what could be a huge testament later on down the line if W7M are able to get some successful offenses going their way. As of right now, just making it to where round 6 seems doable for the defense.
Especially with Hates so low HP, pushing across this top floor going to be very difficult. Again, keep in mind, though, this is a mining defense. So as opposed to, say, attacking reading, fully securing control of the cocktail side isn't necessarily important to them. But this Malusi staying, Dodez is fighting, Ash upstairs too. They might be able to pinch him, but Volp's a brilliant read. Pops out of the white window to cut down Lenda, anticipating the cocktail repel. Dodez even cutting down another before he's finished off by Hornet. But Hates on that lurk. He's found a second. He's somehow made this even for Vivo Kid. He finds another, trades out! On 1 HP, he's found 2 kills and just made it. Maybe winnable for Hornet in the 1v1. The boogie up above, but the vertical not his control, not his concern at the moment. Flashbang goes in. Remember, there's a frost mat right across from that hatch. He's got to be careful in this vault. He doesn't find anything. 2 in his way, though it will reveal his position. Intel on the frost, but Dots cuts him down. Just barely getting round 2, but built off, as you said, Sam, the impact from Dodez early on. W7M are just barely able to get a second defense at the side swap.
But was that not close? A game of pixels separates these two, and what the decision is round 6. It goes the way of the offense, and W7M have at least made things a little bit more complicated for Vivo Kid as they stare down the barrel of their defenses as we switch sides. W7M, I mean, across the board for their defenses, they just did not look good. They could not get ahead of Vivo Kid in the way that they wanted to. In fact, the only 2 rounds that were successful is when Loban has something to say. He doesn't even get the kill. He just does a heck of a lot of damage to Hates. And really, the only 2 rounds where we see anything happen are these 2. Obviously, the rest of W7M being able to get a lot done in that. It's not all just Hates, but just very funny that those key positions, or just the key position that we see out of him, that entire half is Loban stuck in between stage and ticket and taking fights with people on these windows.
And to follow it up too, I mean, you have in both of those rounds, Loban getting some really high impact damage, not even necessarily kills, but round 2, Dots 3k. Round 6, Dodez 2-piece. Cut down the roam across the top floor, and Vivo Kid still get it down to a 1v1. In those 2 rounds, it was reliant on good impact from Loban and then a lot of kills from one individual W7M defender just to get a 2-4 losing half going into the side swap. As we mentioned earlier, though, Cafe is not only attacker-sided at SI, but also very attacker-sided in Brazil. In the limited plays we've seen, we'll see if this trend continues onto another attempt at Cafe from W7M. If Vivo Keyed with his first defense with a Tachanka in play, by the way, might just get a 5-2 half and widen their lead even further.
I was waiting for us to roll around to that.
Yeah, I felt like I had to bring it up.
I really like Chanka when it comes to this top floor, Carter. And the reason being is because he's got a lot more utility than Smoke does. Yeah, he's a 3 armor in comparison to the 2-2, but you know, having 20 fire grenades in comparison to 3 smokes does matter quite a bit when you're dealing with what seems to be insurmountable of locations to try and put a case down. But we're not going to deal with that through utility just yet. It's going to be the guns first to try and bring fodder into the situation. Both teams going to go down, but W7M, Dodez, gets down through the smoke from Pixel.
That's such a brilliant find from Stemp. I mean, Dodez, to be fair, revealed his position a bit, so likely not going to get the kill. But forcing the down, forcing the res from W7M.
What?
Keeping them competitive.
What?
No! Pre-fire, Stemp behind the key, but he's brought W7M back into the limelight. Hate's still, though, going crazy. He's found one, put Loban down to 1 HP, and gets away with it, too! Going for the reaggress. He decapitates Volps! Stars are dropping out of the sky. W7M hit the floor. Dots has to recover, walk up Whitehall, contest the pallet's position. All so much to do with so little time. An ace in the cards for Vivo Keyed, for Hates in particular. Close in this corner, Lendo wrapping around. Dots will fire one shot to reveal he's pushed far up. Rotates back, but a little bit of a crossfire from Vivo Keyed at the moment. Dots pushes up again, reveals. Will it be the Wamai to cut him down? Ace denied, but round secured. Hates the MVP of round 7. Getting the 5-2 lead Vivo Keyed wanted to start.
I mean, just what is this situation that's presented to us? Not only do we have some wild antics that happen at the top of White, but then Hates shows up, practically plays God over the entire situation, and constructs an extinction event solely designed to destroy W7M teammates. I just don't understand how now not once from the offensive side, but now twice, we've seen him hop over White stairs in the same game and somehow, some way come out the winner. That is just not something that seems humanly possible. Like, how is Hates making this happen? How is he not only doing that, Carter, but he gets it done in this situation with 2 completely different guns? He had to switch weapons to take the fight with the second guy, and he still wins!
I can't fathom how he's got away with it.
What?
I can't fathom how he's stolen that kill away from him.
Dude, buy a lottery ticket, Hates. Like, what the hell?
And listen, I mean, there's a reason that Hates is the second highest rated player in Brazil, but that round was a duel between the 2 best players in the league so far. Volps getting that 3K just to keep W7M competitive, and then Hates outdoing him by 1 kill, a 4K, to completely shut them back out in the 2v4. Brilliant stuff from 2 of the biggest names we have inside of the 2024 season, Stage 1. Unreal plays, and Vivo Keyed getting around when they absolutely should not have, given the work Volps put in.
Yeah, man. And the craziest thing is, Lynx, we're starting the year like this, across the board. Think about what's been happening on a region-to-region basis. I mean, ladies and gents, if you don't get to watch NA all that often, we have Beast Coast as our #1 team on the board. Like, the craziest things are happening in 2024, and man, I'm so excited for it. It feels like a changing of the guard almost.
And Beast Coast as well, just quick note, 13 1vx's, by the way, if you're just to give you an understanding of what we mean by craziness across that whole team. But moving into the defenses again, Vivo Keyed, minute in, holding, reading, and dining. A lot of early utility usage and another early death. This time for W7M, Volp's able to kill Hornet early on. Dodez with a nice trade. There's a clash, isolated, alone on the top floor. Yeah, Lenda's not getting it out of this one, buddy. You better hold on for dear life, because you're getting put in the spin cycle. Dots will cut him down. The holes in the floor, Daffodil opens up. Dots sees another going to the rotate, but Dodez on a heater inside of round 8. Angry, fuming after that loss in the previous round. It's on Hates to try to bring it back. It's Stemp this time. Will catch one, but reveals his position over on White stairs until now a little lapsing. Yoki call goes out. This is unwinnable for Stemp, and Volps will just smash reality into his face. A recovery from W7M, a beautiful one at that, after that painful round 7 loss.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Vivo Kid, you know, trying to at least get the strategy to work for the cocktail side of things, but a lot of preparation done for W7M, a lot of redundancy there. And although Vivo Kid at least able to get the cocktail player dealt with, not only do you have things working its way in from White Stairs and the likes of what we saw with the Nomad, but also those players working in from Christmas as well as Red/Skylight. And they all crunch things down on that cocktail position. And the player that you don't want to be in a position like that is the lone soul behind a Clash Shield, because you're not making it out alive. There is nothing that can be done for you. Come hell or high water, you are more than likely getting fed to the wolves. That's exactly what we see. Except this time around, it's some carnivorous bulls. Don't really see that too often, but hey, you know, nature will run its course. W7M are surely showing that. They're trying to work their way back into this one after that successful offensive assault.
And after dying, W7M melding to their environment, trying their best to keep their food chain intact. Evokeed still maintain the lead though, up 5 and 3. We'll move down to that bottom floor. We saw how important vertical control can be on this site. Tate's doing a lot of good work with that skeleton key up above. Also, even in Vivo Kid attacking that the next time, going for a freezer drop that W7M really could not resist. Now on the defense, I mean, we got boogie drones at the skeleton key. W7M are going by the same playbook.
Yeah. And honestly, there's no reason to really change things up when it comes to this mid, or at least when it comes to the soft destructors. You want Buck, you want Ram. The other things, extremities, you can change out to your heart's content. Whatever you want, you can bring. You're probably going to want a little hard breach, but hey, you can patch that up with some other things. This time around, though, I will say this for W7M, they didn't do that. We don't even have Buck with secondary hard breach. They're going to have to try and roll down these stairwells and take fights. So far, so good for them. Stemp forced to try and rotate back down from the top level as well. It's all hands on deck for both teams. A plant's going down for Dots. Volps is holding down Whiskey. It seems like everybody's so discombobulated. The only people that have the actual tail of the tape is W7M. They're holding the script. And Daffodil, well, he's an extra character.
Not even a factor. This is not his story. It is W7M driving the events forward. No, he's positioned on Brown, too. Melee's the barbed wire. Just adds a bit more intel that this mute, this lone defender, is a dead man walking on Brown stairs. Volp's looking for his 3rd kill in round 9. Maybe won't find it, as Daffodil forced to back up off of the flashbang. He's certainly not winning this one. Volps might not have the 3K he wanted, but a 2-piece, a quick rush, a blitz play into kitchen dining closes this lead a little more. W7M now run round away, tying things 5-5.
Man, these offenses have looked good. Really good. I mean, just look at the scenario that's presented to them from Vivo Kid inside of those last round links. We actually have a roam game happening for Vivo Kid actively on the mid and top levels. It's just W7M finding these gaps, finding that 5-10 second window for them to be able to rush down these stairwells, adopt these angles, and find a place for this planner in what seems to be a moment's notice. But it's all very well calculated, very well constructed, and all tooled in from what we saw inside of these ban phases, you know? That Solus ban, it means a lot for moments like this, doesn't it? You can't find those prep phase drones in the same way that you used to. Yeah, you might get 1 or 2 just from doing your due diligence and making sure that you do soak up some drones while you're doing your usual run around the map during prep. But not in the same way. It doesn't, you know, battle back against the offense where they're scared to even try and enter the building. This time around, W7M, they know everything that's happening inside of this building down to the nth degree, and they exploit it to the same level.
I think the ironic thing too is it was very, very quick, so I don't know how many people picked up on it, but when Dash hopped down through the skylight and started going down Brown stairs, there was actually a Vivo Key defender playing on the cocktail balcony behind that desk. You see where Lenda was right now? He was sitting there crouched, waiting to find a gap in W7M's attack, thinking he'd been misthrown. But Dash was so quick, and the defender was... nobody on the defense was expecting the play to be that quick. He just ends up not being a factor in the round. And that goes to show not only how well-coordinated W7M can be when they're performing at their ceiling, but how even maybe a nice play to get one over on W7M just doesn't have any impact, because even the defense, who's got the lead over W7M, can be blindsided by just how quick this team can be and just how quickly the round can slip through your fingers. 5-4 though. It is still Vivo Key with the lead, and I think part of this setup is emblematic of what they're realizing W7M can do. No holes in the bathroom wall, barely anything to contest that Christmas side. Is it a risk? Maybe, but Vivo Key do not want to give a pick away that they do not need to.
Look at this W7M lineup, man. This thing is wired for sound. This is going to be insane. Got the first logic bomb out here for Loban, and some of you more than likely are like, oh, why is Stoke burning this so early? Well, it's for all of the drones that they've set up inside of prep phase and for their initial volley of information. They want to see if there's anybody in the other extremities of the map that they can potentially just hear because of that, you know, phone vibrating inside of their pocket. I won't be able to hear as many people near the site, probably some mute jammers around to try and assist with those logic bombs, but you can see all of this is an effort just for W7M to have a good understanding of what they can get away with up against Vivo Key, and if they can even go for the execute that they're thinking of.
I'm actually curious as well. I mean, I'm sure they maybe shot them, so I might be over. It looks like the rush is about to happen. I'll talk about this later. I don't want to go on a tangent when Dots is ready to sprint into the site as Blitz. You can see him ready with the diffuser, and Dota is dropping down behind him as the Glaz. It's a long angle to cover this Blitz moving into the site. The smokes to give him thermal vision to cut down Lenda once he goes for the play, but Hades cuts down Dash. That much is sure. No C4 around the corner. They don't know Dots has worked his way in. He's completely unaware. Dota certainly knows the push is going to come from Freezer, and now Dots can get on with Blitz things. Do what he does best. Make space. Cut down Hornet. Stemp gets the trade. A beautiful find for him, but still a disadvantage for Vivo Key. Still around that they need to claw back from the jaws of W7M. They aren't giving them anything. They're playing passive. They aren't overplaying their hands. Stemp goes for the retake. The player's so far back on red. If he backs up any farther, he'd fall outside of the building. Daffodil pushes further up. The flashbangs stall out his push. He's cut down from the hatch. Stemp can't find the next one. All tied up between W7M and Vivo Key. Not dropping a single attack so far.
Hey, our Oregon game earlier, I talked about how difficult it is for the post plant for the defense to try and bring things back. You want to know another bomb site that's absolutely terrible? The top floor when it comes to Cafe. Look at the placement of that case. It's on trash wall, folks. There's a reason that we call that trash wall. There's trash in the corner. It's not because it's a trash place to plant. I can tell you that because it looks right up towards that skylight. If you get that plant down, it's nigh impossible for the defense to try and pull things back across the line because it's such a volatile angle. If you as much as breathe on that case, somebody's going to try and shoot you in the back of the head. And not only that, but you can just occupy that roof with as many bodies as you want because they all overlook that position so very well. You can just continue to try and line them up and take trade after trade, especially if your man count, you know, gives you that scenario, and just win things out that way. It's always going to be difficult for Vivo Key in that post plant, you know, given any situation. So very unfortunate for them. But as you said, W7M with a perfect offensive half so far, as they've got 3 to their name, looking to make it a 4th here, and more than likely trying to clear out this top floor.
They're trying their best to clear it out, though. As we've seen multiple times so far this game, it can sometimes be a little more difficult than you might have otherwise gambled. I mean, Dota is in particular in this position, able to get a big round over the line for W7M. That certainly is going to end up making the difference in what is otherwise a very close game with a 2-piece playing cocktail. Stop Vivo Key from moving across that top floor. Hates has obviously been a big difference maker before and after the rehost. The 8-4 scoreline he's at, even still somehow deceptive from his true impact he's had. At 5-5, seems he's more going to be on the roam as we do have those mirror windows in play. Try to secure this cocktail position as long as they can. Good find as well. Brava hacks the default, shut it down. This is why Brava's so strong. It's why we saw her get banned in that Furia game. If you have all these flank cams set up so you don't have to waste a drone, very difficult for the defense to retake.
She's so dang good, man. And especially when you have people like Jaeger online, when you have people like Capcan. I mean, 4 of the operators from Vivo Key susceptible to clutch drones right now. And that's a beautiful situation for Volp, something that he is going to look to exploit to the nth degree. And now, into the sub 2 minute, a lot of time for W7M to be able to work these things. Vivo Key do have that nice setup over towards the cocktail side. As we'll begin peeling back a few layers of this, at least for Lenda's sake. Those EDDs will continue to persist, but it's Dota as it finds the first mark. Make it 2! As Daffodil has no idea what just hit him. Lenda gets gunned down. Step at least able to fight back, but just for a split second. Finally, Hornet will arrive to the scene as Lenda's bleeding out. He'll commit to his best EMT cosplay as he'll pick him back up, but the patchwork's not too good. He's only got 20 HP.
Only 20 HP, only in a 2v4. How are Vivo Keith gonna bring this back? Lenda, oh, he's ready for it! Loban is no fool, knows that they might get aggressive, try to bring the man count back on this long angle. Hornet only finds one. 4 attacks in a row for W7M. Match point secured. They are already in playoffs. They're just looking to keep Vivo Keith's face in the mud.
One thing I will never get over, Carter, the passion of this region, man. It's so awesome. Love it every single time that we get to participate, whether it be casting the stage, whether it be seeing them at LAN. Always an amazing time when you have some Brazilians in front of you. And what an amazing game we've had between these two so far. 6-5 in favor of W7M, who, as you said, have now secured playoffs for themselves. Congratulations to the Bulls, as I'm sure, especially for the org, Carter, they have to be so very happy. It's very scary when you have a roster that's as talented as that Furia roster, and they're like, hey, you know, things just aren't going to work out. We're going to have to try and look for something that works out a little bit better for us. And, I mean, as an organization, you have to change up every single person inside of your team. That's a huge task, but I think they've accomplished things very well, at least from an org perspective.
And I think the craziest thing, too, is you obviously make that insane Atlanta major run, and I think a lot of us very reasonably, by the way, did not think that Los roster was going to be able to translate it into continuous, strong international performances. But then they make the decision to drop Cameraman, one of the main IGLs, one of the big leaders inside of the Brazilian space, inside of Rainbow Six as a whole, to pick up 2-star players. And it's only been best of 1 so far, but they look way better without him. Without that leadership, with that change in IGLing that we've seen stump so many teams in NA, for example, W7M have hit the ground running. It has not stopped them whatsoever, and they look excellent so far. But keep in mind, Vivo Key, they're at 12 points. They can still very well make playoffs, even if they lose this in regulation. But at 12, it is still possible. At 12 points, it is still possible for their fate to slip out of their hands, especially if they don't show up in that game against Black Dragons tomorrow. Overtime here could still very well secure their spot inside of the playoffs and make tomorrow's game a whole lot more comfortable for Vivo Keed Stars.
And that does mean that this round means so very much to them. I mean, you got to think about it for Vivo Keed. They've had an amazing stage. They've worked so very hard for a lot of these victories and to look so very good in what has been one of the most competitive stages I have ever seen, let alone been a part of when it comes to Brazil. And now trying to make their mark on history here in 2024. Guarantee this overtime, make their lives a hell of a lot easier when it comes to tomorrow. Half the round now stands between them and that victory, that victorious moment. Vivo Keed Stars doing their best to try and play this to the limit. They do not want to give up any bodies. Try and keep this utility up. They've already expended a Nitro Cell for Stemp that only got a little bit of damage, if that. Wolves, I think, getting tagged up through gunfire instead. You can see W7M do not want to miss their mark on this execute as they continue to try and just work their way through this verticality.
With so many holes, I mean, it's hard for Vivo Keed just to find any comfort inside of the site, any place of respite to protect themselves from the W7M assault. Volps finds one. Daffodil needs to hold the line, needs to stand strong. He only goes 1 for 1. Dots cuts him down. That's VIP control in the hand of the attack. A key point of backline pressure they can use to eventually push into Hates' position, work him out, get a 4v2 if they want as well. They even have time to reset a little bit. 30 seconds remaining before they go for this drop. Only one Swarm canister remaining for Dots to hunt this position. Hates, can you hold on? Can you survive?
No!
Just barely wins the fight against Dots. It costs everything and then some. 1 bullet remaining. Step finds 2? Hello? How have they found a way back into this? It's not the backside pressure that works. It's the Warden over in Kochek who keeps Vivo Keed alive, who keeps them in overtime, can secure them playoffs right here, or give them a chance at least, if they can just wait out 1 more second. 6-6 going to overtime. Vivo Keed's playoffs could be secured in the next 2 to 3 rounds.
Life could be dream. Most definitely is for Vivo Keed Stars, though, as they get to overtime up against one of our stellar squads here in Brazil for Stage 1, as this is starting to draw to a close. Gonna be a best of 3 rounds here in overtime, but both of these teams walking away with a point that they so desperately want in their respective scenarios. But as we were talking about, Vivo Kid definitely going to be happy about this, as they have to walk in and face the gauntlet up against Black Dragons tomorrow.
Anything's a gauntlet, though. Vivo Kid starting on the defense. These have been hard attacks to beat. W7M steamrolling Vivo Kid in so many of these rounds. I mean, just winning the first and last defense only to secure overtime. Everything between there was nothing short of W7M brilliance. Dodez, by the way, before the rehost, was 0-5. He is now 10-5 after the rehost. After the stat line was reset. That is the impact he has had late into the game, especially on this attacking side. Volbs obviously as well needs no introduction. Maybe if Loban actually was putting up a more meaningful stat line, this game would already be over in regulation, but it's just enough so far to keep W7M competitive. Vivo Kid on the defense, going for the full anchor setup with that utility, the stall. But once W7M go for that XQ just to try to keep them out of the sight as long as possible.
It's a great idea, too. As you look at this lineup for W7M, you're like, oh, man, you really want something to stand in the way of this, especially with Loban having all of this auxiliary utility to back him up on this blitz play whenever it comes, right? Whenever that boils over. You got logic bombs, you got EE1Ds. It's going to make life pretty complicated for whoever's on the receiving end. So definitely have to be happy that there's a few things implicated for the defense to try and at least slow them down, even if it's for a fraction of a second. This first minute now starting to go down. Loban, he's going to be on a lone mission over inside of Kochek, but he gets it done. Step gets gunned down. What the hell, though, has happened over on the bakery side? W7M have been absolutely torched. It's actually only Loban that gets anything done.
And Loban won't get much more done after that. Some well-placed shots give Vivo Kid the best defense at the exact second they needed it. 7-6 for Vivo Kid could not have come at the better of times.
I mean, my God, man, that offense from W7M right there just looked like a burnt-out car. There was just nothing there of substance. Just nothing they could try and use. And, I mean, yeah, from our lens, right, a great moment there from Loban, something that was a little shaky, almost gets taken out there by the Warden, and he does get that melee off, but unfortunately for the Warden, just couldn't get the gun up, and probably still a little blind, as I don't think they had their glasses on either from that initial flash. But that wasn't the story at all. Instead, it's W7M getting surgically removed from Bakery as they lose 3 bodies back-to-back. Insane stuff happening. Vivo Kid with a monumentous moment on that kitchen defense.
An absolute must-win, given how attacker-sided this game has been. Getting that first one on the defense, a lot of the time the script can flip in overtime, an attacker-sided game, then all of a sudden only defensive is won, or vice versa in many games we've seen. So it's possible that W7M could get a strong victory of their own defending the mining bomb site. But still, at least in what we've seen with the trends leaning towards the attack, Vivo Kid able to go up 7-6, and now they have their attacks to rely on. Sure, it wasn't flawless, especially on, actually, thinking about it now, only side we've seen W7M win has been mining and bar cocktail, but they've only played mining once. So going back to it again, is it successful? Yes, but very limited sample size and time for Vivo Kid to adjust.
The mid-floor sides did find some pretty solid success for W7M. This all rests on the precipice of how these top floor holds go, how Vivo Kid operate around this top level. You can see they really want control of this too. A lot of verticality brought along for the ride in the likes of Ram as well as Linda. They try and work Linda down low, but obviously probably not for the best, especially as we start to see things dressed up for success on the offensive side, setting themselves up to enter this building. Looking a lot like it's going to be that red stairs access point like we're traditionally used to.
Definitely not a shock. That won't be a shock either. Loban, though, jolts Vivo Kid awake with a cruel surprise. Hates and Stemp both cut down. We've highlighted him in this position time and time again. He's under-delivered on many an occasion, at least in terms of the kills. Just as Vivo Kid get a win when they needed it, Loban a 2-piece inside a cigar. Hornet's able to cut him down, but it's a band-aid on a festering wound for Vivo Kid. Losing Hate 16 kills to his name going into this round.
Dash.
Dash going for the retake. Here's him on drone. C4 lands in front of Hornet. Retakes the space. Lenda is stunned. Maybe overcooking a little bit, though. Volps does die to the Claymore, and Lenda might just have an angle on this defender up top.
Oh, Dash.
Good night, sweet prince, as Daffodil remains alive. These are out of his hands, though, unfortunately. He blinds himself. 7-7. In the most dominant of fashions for W7M.
Did not realize that they were packing NyQuil inside of that. SMG just sleeps the player over inside of Pixel. And what a round there for W7M. I asked the question at the beginning of that round there, Carter. How does this top floor hold stand the test of time? And, well, they answered, didn't they? They answered the call. And it was quite a convincing one. Loban showing face again, and not only that, but Dash finally finding a good moment here inside of Freezer.
And, well, it seems like it might be a bit of a defender-sided overtime, despite the trend of the game. Or at least if Vivo Keed want to win this 8-7, it will have to be. Just to say, by the way, again, even if Vivo Keed lose here, securing a point, closing the gap a little further between the players already qualified and them, they are still heavily favored to make playoffs, given the scoreline they've seen, and also given that the opponents they're playing are already in playoffs. It's not like by losing, anybody below them is getting boosted. But just to secure it, just to feel comfortable going into your game tomorrow, and also just to rule out that 1% possibility that maybe you don't end up making playoffs. Still very nice. It's also just been a hell of a game between these two teams. Hates and Volps certainly not disappointing. Dodez also stunning us in many different rounds. Loban in that last one in particular finally having a big moment we can talk about. It has been a very, very flashy and exciting game between Vivo Keed and W7M.
Yeah, this is one of those series where you want a fireplace, a nice glass of wine, right? Maybe a robe, a cigar. Just trying to build a Bond villain. That's really what I'm trying to do here. But yeah, it's been a heck of a ride so far. Very, very entertaining. And genuinely been difficult for me to try and pull away and even look at my notes because it feels like on a moment-to-moment basis, anything could happen. You know, even in these... Exactly. Even in these early portions of these rounds, like, it just feels as though something could happen that could spell disaster for the opposing squad into the post of that moment. This might be one here, just again, is we have a lot of different fronts being assaulted. The top floor as well as the basement, both being considered for W7M.
With how these W7M attacks have gone, Vivo Keed in a similar position to you and I. They can't look away. They can't let up. The site could be hit at any moment. You could see Lenda even looking at those Vulcan packs inside a laundry saying, do I shoot this? Is a rush going to happen? The round end the next couple seconds.
Volps?
Well, certainly. Volps making his way in. Loban and Dodez too. In key cutoff positions. Loban waiting to open that door right outside. W7M building up some pressure. Air jab goes off. Dodez doesn't need to peek though. Can play it safe for the time being. Two key lurkers around the bomb site surround the defense from Vivo Keed. Loban and Dodez can cut off these rotations. I believe Dash, if he wants to, can open up the floorboards from above.
We saw Volps hop back out that dining window, work his way back to the top floor, so there's nobody effectively in the bomb site for W7M at the current moment. It's going to be Loban with the first big kill, just like we saw in the previous round. This time, though, it'll be from the DMR.
Hates?
What a find from Hates. Picturesque. Pixel perfect. So be able to take down that player. Hornet with a nice shot, though. Be able to at least keep the defense in the lead for now on Hates. Can he get it done? He can. He can find Volps somehow, some way. They still have to wait on this fire, too. As this timer continues to dwindle, they have to continually think about Hates in the back of their mind. He can work his way in at any moment, and he does! He's going to whip it out for Vivo Keed with a triple kill in the very last round of overtime. They'll take it to W7M, and they'll take OT for 2 points.
And secure playoffs as well. Vivo Keed needed this win just for peace of mind, just to feel comfortable in the Brazil League. And they will take that 4th playoff spot and feel very happy doing it. An outstanding performance overall, but of course, Sam, with that final round, we have to talk about it. Man of the hour. Very well could possibly be the highest rated player in Brazil after that performance. Hates bringing it in for them.
Yeah, 100%. I think that game itself showcased why Hates is in the position that he's in, because overall, it was a decent showcasing from the rest of the roster. What was all of the highlight moments, though, for Vivo Keydstars? Well, I think the answer speaks for itself. Hates was just all over the place, dominating W7M, taking it to some of the best and brightest here in Brazil. And honestly, Carter, I don't think we have a lot more to say. We're going to throw it to a break, folks, and when we get back, there's an analyst desk to break this down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk here in the aftermath of an impressive victory there from Vivo Keydstars. They did it. They did it. They beat W7M, Connor. Can you believe it? I know you had faith in this roster, so you probably can.
Yeah, I've had faith in this roster for a really long time, and I think this is almost the point where we can confidently say, yeah, you know, they are contenders. They've beaten up on the little guys. They're going toe-to-toe and fighting with the top dogs, and now they've even beaten one of the top dogs. A team already confirmed for playoffs falls at the hands of Vivo Keydstars.
It was a wild match too. I mean, neck and neck right up to the bitter end, as you would expect from the overtime, taking us all the way the max distance. What is probably the most interesting outcome of this is that it does have some impact on the table, particularly bad impact for one team.
Yep, unfortunately, goodbye to mibr. They had a really great showing just a little while ago, but it's finished for them. They are going to be going to the open qualifiers. That is confirmed. However, both of these teams, after this result, we know W7M, they were already confirmed, but for Vivo Keydstars, they really put themselves in the driver's seat, and they're like 99% confirmed.
And speaking of the driver's seat, there was one player who was taking everybody in the lobby for a ride here, CDAPS, and that was Hates. What a man.
Absolutely massive performance from Hates, just being so incredibly impactful on the defensive side, especially in that overtime round, the final round, popping off for a 3K with an incredibly impactful kill on 2 different flank holders that were just boxing in some of his friendlies, his teammates. They couldn't do anything. Hates came in at the right moment. We talked about somebody on Vivo Keystars needed to step up in this game. And for Vivo Keystars, anybody could have. Any single one of their players did, but it's actually been the most consistent one in the form of Hates, who has been the highest rated player multiple times throughout the stage, across the entire league, and now he's just joining and doing one more.
Yeah, when you consider the caliber of opponent, right? Obviously, W7M, the kind of closeness of this match, that plus 8 KD, that huge rating. I mean, that's really genuinely a very impressive performance from Hates. He was almost matched by one of the W7M players, though. Almost matched by the performance of Volps, who also showed up. Unfortunately, it was just not enough for the team.
Yeah, it was incredibly close. Volps tried his best. He was going blow to blow with the like of Hates, who was on an absolute heater, but it was just the rest of the team not stepping up as much as well. Only 2-1 on entry. We've seen Volps crank those numbers up a lot more. And overall, Vivo Keystars actually did win the entry battle. And against a roster like W7M, it was one of the best entry teams statistically here in the Brazilian league so far. And a lot of their success does heavily hinge upon that opening engagement percentage. It was really well played by Vivo Keystars. They outplayed them. They were waiting for the mistakes to be made by W7M. And unfortunately for W7M, they did make just a few too many.
Yeah, that was something you highlighted before we jumped into the game, was those early round situations, those early round kills were going to matter so much. And you said that if Vivo Keystars wanted to win, they had to kind of stuff it down W7M's throat really early on in those matches, and they did. Except for the last round, because we were watching that go down, and you thought that that might have been over when Loban picked up that first kill, but they bounced back remarkably well.
Yeah, they definitely did. I thought as soon as that first kill came out for Loban in that round, it was just going to be go, go, go. A catalyst moment, if you will, for the attack. But they were a little bit too passive, and Hates found his gap. He was able to destroy pillars and even retook up stairs, which was the strongest point of the attack for W7M, and it all just crumbled really quickly.
And to shift back over to Vivo Keystars for just a minute before we go to our break. I mean, they have 2 big games right here on the last 2 play days. W7M was the first challenge. They handled it. It went all the way to overtime. They handled it. They are playing Black Dragons tomorrow. Do you think they can handle them the same way?
I think it's going to be a very difficult game once again, and we're going to have to really rely on what Black Dragons we see. Is it the Black Dragons that's lost to the likes of mibr, or is it the Black Dragons that's taking FaZe to overtime? They've been a little bit more of an inconsistent roster across the board, as opposed to, you know, when you have Vivo Keystars, they've been competitors in almost every single game, even though, you know, they're losing in regulation as opposed to overtime. I actually really like that matchup, and from this result of Vivo Keystars finally sort of stepping into themselves, it does lend itself to probably setting that matchup as the game of the day.
It most certainly does. Well, Vivo Keystars takes the W in overtime. Made in Brazil is out of Brazil. And that just leaves us with our next match. It's going to be Black Dragons versus NIP right after this break. Welcome back, viewers, here to Brazil Play Day 8 as we get ready to jump into our next match, and it promises to be a pretty good one. It's Black Dragons, who are soaring quite high these days, versus NIP, who unfortunately, Connor, have not had the best run of it, but we'll start at the top with Black Dragons, a team that has performed beyond all of our expectations.
Yeah, it's a team that I really like watching because they've just grown so fast and they look so cohesive as a unit. We even highlighted them an entire segment during the pre-show because they are by far the biggest surprise here in Brazil. And across the board, they have a roster of really, really underrated players. Ask and Loira, they're two players that have not found much success across multiple stages of Brazil. All of a sudden, you get Nuxka, Florio, and Guto on the roster, and both of those guys look like absolute diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, and we highlighted both Guto and Loira in our pre-show, showing kind of how much they have both improved and the roles they play on this Black Dragons squad. In general, though, Black Dragons punching, I think, way above their weight, right? If you look at how they have done against the big three teams here, they have consistently performed at a level I think we didn't necessarily, much like in general, expect them to hit.
Yeah, if we refer to the Titans of Brazil as, you know, your Furia, your FaZe, maybe your W7M, that's a really good benchmark to see exactly how you're going to be performing if you reach the international level. If you're quote unquote better than these teams, you're going to perform probably about the same internationally. And if you're going to be competing at the level of somebody like FaZe or Furia, then you know you're going to be doing pretty good. And so far with Black Dragons, they're definitely making some waves. They took a point off FaZe. Nobody else had done that until just today.
Right.
Against W7M, they did pretty good. They looked great. Once again, that game went to overtime, but they actually won.
Yeah, and of course there's the massive drubbing, the shellacking that was delivered under Furia. 7-2, Connor? I mean, this is Furia we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's just massive to think that when you have 3 games that most people would have marked on as 3 automatic losses, to get 4 points out of them is so big. And that's why this Black Dragons roster is really, really scary, because if they make it to playoffs, they're going to be playing against these teams once again, most likely if Furia is able to make it. And they've already shown that they can hang with them and sometimes even best them.
Yeah, and I think there's something that some of these teams should definitely be afraid of. Fury in particular. I mean, we talked earlier during, before their game and during it, how they were kind of struggling. And, they looked better here today, but I don't know if they look good enough to handle this Black Dragons roster. And unfortunately, the same could be said of NIP as well. They're a team that, we, much like Black Dragons, we expected more out of NIP, and they have not hit our expectations.
Yeah, because it's the whole if it ain't broke, don't fix it mantra with this roster. No roster moves, no real structure changes in their strats, no real identity change at all, or a different map pool. Because for NIP last calendar year 2023, it did work. They made all of the S tier events. They were making playoffs. They made it to the 6th Invitational. They racked up a bunch of prize money. But as we go into 2024, man, oh man, does this team look rough, Corbeck.
Yeah, and as kind of the counterpoint to the really impressive performance that Black Dragons had against Furia on Play Day 7 here this week, Vivo Keatstar 7-0'd NIP, and it genuinely feels like they're at the nadir of their fortunes right now.
Yeah, and another point with this NIP roster is that Muzi is the only positive that you can take away with it. Right now, only a 38% win rate if you factor in everything. However, if Muzi does not get a kill in a round, that number drops significantly. It drops all the way down to 32%. However, if Muzi does get a kill, just a single kill, they win so many more rounds. It goes all the way up to 46%. And that means when you look at it, Muzi really does need to get facilitated in this NIP game. And, it's a lot easier said than done, especially against a Black Dragons team that has 5 players that can all shoot.
Right, and we've mentioned any of them can step up on any given day over at the Black Dragons, and you know, anyone at almost any level of Siege will tell you this idea of relying on a crutch player, one guy who has that much of a big impact on your win-loss potential, is just not a sustainable strategy for a team like NIP that we would expect to be relatively solid.
Yeah, all of a sudden he just wakes up on the wrong side of a bed, your game is done. Your play day is just kind of wasted. And for NIP, you know, they don't really have many opportunities to fall back on. This is they need 6 points to have even a small chance at making playoffs. They need 6 points and some help. It's not a great position to be in. NIP has to be absolutely flawless, and unfortunately, I don't really see that happening today.
Well, maybe we'll get a map here that's favorable to this Muzi-centric defense and offense. I mean, there's no big surprises going out at the top here, Connor. A little surprised to see Oregon go so early just because it's such a vanilla map. But hey, Consulate Skyscraper, I get not wanting to play that if you're Black Dragons.
Yeah, I maybe would have wanted to see Black Dragons actually take NIP to Consulate because they looked really rough against E1, but it kind of proves to me the Consulate firmly not in Black Dragon's map pool, as well as Night Haven Labs.
Still in there.
You know, that's the other permaban for Black Dragons. They haven't branched out to the new maps. They're still a new team. Maybe they're pocketing it for playoffs, but instead we're going all the way to the tried and true clubhouse that we know and love. It's going to be a gut check kind of map. And right now for NIP, their fundamentals are in shambles, and hopefully they can recuperate.
All right, so spoiler, I knew it was going to go to Clubhouse, so I was playing it up a little bit. What I didn't know was the actual order of the vetoes, and I did not expect Labs to make it that deep, and for NIP not to take Black Dragons there. I almost feel like that would have been a good choice over Clubhouse. Take them somewhere where they're really uncomfortable.
Both these teams haven't played the map so far, but it's definitely firmly in their map pools. They've left it up. I think overall that Night Haven getting so late was a little bit of a game of chicken. We know that NIP doesn't necessarily play that map. Black Dragons ban it a lot, and I think Black Dragons really banked on the fact that NIP don't play the map, so could have been interesting if it got there, but going to a clubhouse, it makes a lot more sense. This map's still slightly defender-sided, and with NIP starting on the attacking side, you might think, you know, that's not necessarily the best side, but overall, with how NIP has played, you know, with the limited success that we've seen out of them, it's actually come on the attacking side, which is almost counterintuitive to how this roster plays. They play so slow, they play so methodical. You would expect the defensive side, where they can root in a bunch of utility and play passive, to be a lot stronger. Actually, no, they are the worst, statistically worst, 10th place team of the defensive side right now in Brazil.
Oh boy. Well, with that foreboding comment, we're going to head over to Clubhouse, and who else can we turn to cast this map but the two casters voted most likely to start a big burly biker gang. That's right, it's Stokes and Lynx.
I'm neither big nor burly, and I cannot ride a bike. That part actually is a lie. I can ride a bike. The first two, I'm sure you picked up the moment you laid eyes upon me. But it is I, Carter, and Sam. Thank you very much, Corbeck and Connor, for the introduction. And do I say that? I am going to say it. Unfortunately, I think we're going to see the exit of NIP from their playoff chances in this very series, because we have Clubhouse coming up, and with Black Dragons looking so strong against much more formidable competition, I don't think the composition of this game will be anything more than likely a 7-2, 7-3 for BD.
To take a crisp swig there, because
I'll drink some water.
you know, I'll stop you when you're wrong. That's the thing right now. Ninjas in pajamas. Yeah, my bad. Whoa, my bad. Anyways,
all good.
Post trying to kill Carter. Post assassination attempt. I think Ninjas in Pajamas have been stolen in the night and replaced by a bunch of paid actors, because things are just not going really well. Unless your name is Muzi. If your name is Muzi, everything's fine. If your name is Psycho, though, across these last 3 months, it has been some of the downright worst Siege that we've seen out of Psycho. And that's only because he's had an amazing career. So don't get me wrong here. I'm a huge Psycho fan. I'm a huge fan of Ninjas in Pajamas as a whole. But we have not been seeing these meteoric heights that we've seen out of NIP for years. They've just been constantly on kind of a, you know, a descent. But in recent history, it has been more foreboding than it has ever been.
And I think NIP this past year, I mean, as Connor mentioned, they made all the big events, made both majors, made SI, and they did make a deep run at Copenhagen, getting top 8. But after that, it was a decently early exit for NIP, and the legacy that the org has for them in Rainbow Six. 1-3 out of the Swiss in Atlanta, and then basically an almost immediate playoffs exit in the bracket at SI, you want more from that. You expect more from that from a team that a lot of these players are world champions. Some of the biggest performers, though, aren't necessarily. I mean, on this roster, one thing that Sam and I constantly talk about is Cons and what he brings to the team. And I think one of the reasons that, paradoxically, despite how much criticism we and I individually levied against NIP's attacks, is when they flood in, a lot of these players are good, not just for 1 but 2 kills. Cons, one example. Muzi, an obvious extra example as well. Consistently, maybe, these players, Pino, Psycho, and Cons, underperforming, but they're still able on the attacking side to find these big moments that end up winning attacks that probably, for the first 2.5 minutes, nobody thought they were actually going to win. Unfortunately, in a league that has become very competitive over the past year, that's not enough to consistently get success. That's not enough to skate into playoffs. And here, holy shit, we're on bar on stage.
Oh, Black Dragons. You know, I was just waiting. I really was.
Not how I was going to end that segment.
I was really just waiting for you to notice, Carter. I clocked it about like 10, 20 seconds ago, and I was like, all right, we're just going to see how this one plays out. And yeah, you're not wrong. We are indeed on Bar, on Clubhouse. Site that, let me check my notes real quickly. Clubhouse. We haven't seen it. This is the very first play in front of our eyes. Nope. But it may be a factor now. Hey, see what I did there?
I do see what you did there. And similar to Match 2 Betterment Office on Skyscraper, I mean, this is a map that attacking teams can really struggle on just because it's rarely played. And honestly, this is kind of a big brain play from Black Dragons because what have NIP struggled with? Well, getting things going, reading the setup in front of them, and then finding a way to effectively counter it. Maybe Cons gets a Q-piece, maybe Wizard gets a clutch, but NIP's problem solving is not exactly up to snuff with a lot of the top teams in Brazil, so going to an off-site, making NIP uncomfortable right out the gate, you can see it is already stumping. Ninjas in pajamas on the attack. Muzi and Wizard shut down. Muzi in particular, thinking it is free control down in the basement, and it is anything but. Black Dragons not only are catching NIP off guard, they know the potential weaknesses in their own setup, and have made sure that nobody from NIP can get an angle on it.
I mean, nipple like butter, man. Butter across toast. They're spread thin. I'm telling you. It like everything that they're doing. It's not a bad shout, right? It's honestly a solid strategy to adhere to try and clear out some of these points, try and keep some angles on these doors or windows that you know these players are going to try and work. But the biggest thing is that NIP doesn't have any active assistance for any of the plays that they have going on across the board, like what we had go on downstairs. Muzi loses his lunch all because nobody knows that somebody's at the bottom of main. And now we're down into a 4 versus 1 after Psycho gets his first, but he's got a goo mine in his foot. He's been discovered, and he's been played out. Has to try and win this out over on the double. He'll take down Nux, and Nitro Cell sails past him, but he'll feed himself to Ask. Black Dragons with a beautiful round there on the mid floor, and it's going to be a 100% success rate when it comes to bar defense.
Well, if we start out this game with a win on bar and stage, it's not looking great for NIP going forward. I mean, to be fair, like I mentioned, when you see those offsites, a lot of the times, despite them having inherent issues, they get almost this crazy, like, 50% buff just because of how infrequently they get played. Attacking teams have to figure out in the moment how to deal with it, and I complimented Black Dragons' read of NIP that they struggle with problem solving on the attacking side. Picking this site, I think, is a fantastic counter to NIP's playstyle. Thankfully, for NIP at least, we're going to a bit more standard bomb sites. We're going down to the basement, and I don't believe, by the way, we actually talked about the op bans really at all, so I want to talk about that just for a quick second as bar on stage kind of focused up a lot of the attention. You have the Mav ban from NIP, so getting these hatches, you'll need the secondary hard breach, you'll need the X Kairos as well. Also, with a 2-brow ban for Black Dragons, if you want to deny it, it'd have to be, you know, a Cade, or in this case, just open it up, roam instead. Don't deny it at all.
I love this. I love this from Black Dragons. So far, this feels like a clubhouse defense that's been completely orchestrated to play against Ninjas in Pajamas. I think BD have known for a little bit that we were going to this map. This feels very well done, especially like what you were touching on. The playstyle of Ninjas in Pajamas. They're very slow. They're very methodical. If you're able to show a little face, and even more than that, be capable of winning out some of these initial gunfights in some of these far-reaching positions like Black Dragons is, you're practically Nip Kryptonite. And so far, that's what we've seen. They're going to try and go for it again here. Going to have some more far-reaching characters again. Things like the Solus, things like what we saw from Nux on that top floor. We're already seeing quite a few of these drones, but it's going to be Moosey to take out Ask. From a obscure position, but what else do you expect from BD on this roam?
Well, if you watch the desk, you would know that NIP's chances of winning the round have just jumped by 15%. As they said, Moosey doesn't get a kill, they barely win a third of their rounds. If Moosey gets one, let alone two, we're almost at a 50% success rate for NIP's wins. Moosey cutting down the roam single-handedly has certainly put Black Dragons in the hot seat. Again, around where NIP getting the start from a huge double kill from Moosey, wall-banging that second player as well inside a bar. That still means that the work could be finished right here. Only two players on the site, and Nux on the roam, Sam. There's an easy cutoff.
We're really looking to Wizard on this drone right now. Nuxka doesn't know he's got to play around here, but we need the proper assets in the proper places. We've got the Buck here. That's been muted out. Perfect timing here for Nux. Big issue is now is that his mute, he's a really big operator. Those three armors, they stomp around the map, even when they're just normally walking. And this might have been red. No, Psycho, he's looking the wrong way. He's going to be put on the bench for the rest of round two. Mute's going to skate on by back downstairs to try and assist with this backbone for the last minute.
Okay, let's cook for a second here. You've lost the Grim. You still have the Capital Bolt, but obviously, as we can see, there's a lot of magnets. So depending on where they get sent, there's nothing really to burn that utility except for flashbangs, but with low time, they might not have a lot of time to do the util clear. And F-Naught's gone off too. Whether that was the player inside of dirt, Gudo's at least aware that somebody could push through there. Getting so low on time, if anybody from Black Dragons falls, it could still be the Nip round. This utility, the bolts go out, a lot of it is shot, Pepino lands a nice one too. And with Moosey cutting down Gudo, Nux has to ace clutch to get Black Dragons their second defensive round. Seems the kills have come in for NIP at just the right time. On to the diffuser. Putting it on the floor, 3 players to cover. They know Nux is at the far end of that long hallway. Somebody, I believe, watching Moto from blue. Nux shouldn't be able to rotate a whole heck of a lot farther. If you were curious at the impact Moosey has had on this roster, well, there's a 4K to show you that they need him to succeed.
Welcome to the stage for Ninjas in Pajamas. Moosey is a superhero, and everybody else is just kind of a part of the party. It's like, you're doing great, Moose. Keep going. Oh, man. What a round from Moose. But, I mean, all things considered, still a valiant effort in the utility game from Nip there, too. Moosey just obviously having the opening 2 frags and the closing 2 there, so meaning quite a bit when it came to the man count of round 2. Not only that, but the success story that brought them round 2 as well due to those earlier round implications. So now Black Dragons, after feeling that pressure, after feeling what Moosey can do once he gets the ball rolling, they're going to instead shift away from that basement defense. It did have a few odd things thrown the way of Nip, specifically that bar hatch is more of a fallback strat, right? But, you know, I think that did really let Nip know about that roam game a little early on, which we saw them exploit pretty well. And Black Dragons, instead, they want to force Nip to go more horizontally towards things. So they're going to take Master as well as Weights. Which does beg the question, how do you handle things over inside of Cache?
And do you want to extend super far over? I mean, with the castle, it seems that Black Dragon's answer is yes, they are fine doing it. Or at least, you know, certainly holding calm throughout the mid-round. They've also got the mirror windows to make it so once NIP move to actually hit the site, they've got, I would assume, the default one in Logi and default one inside a bathroom, watching the jacuzzi wall. Actually, no, we don't have the bathroom one. Wow. Nux has placed his black mirrors in a different position. I'm curious to see what it is. But I was about to say, the other reason we'll likely see some CC pressure is that angle on a metal balcony is just too strong. That's why teams always open up plat wall to start, just so a player like Loira can't get that long angle on anybody playing metal balcony. And there we go. Yeah, it's meant to try and deny the jacuzzi wall.
I really like this. So jacuzzi wall, they've actually not put one on the bathroom, which is not something you usually see, but Nux is going to be able to play this off of audio or potentially Florio with Evil Eye down range. Just a lot of different ways that he can try and get this insight, but either way, that's the game plan. They want to try and blow up anybody that tries to traverse this tub breach. Now for Ninjas in Pajamas, we're more of a lull moment. Be expected out of them. They're going to try and get back to the basics, get back to those drones, try and discover what the heck is happening more near the tail end of this site, especially with Gudo now taking up a pretty aggressive angle. Could have found something there, but nobody home, unfortunately.
The looks Black Dragons are still trying to give them with these early peaks is very impressive and indicative of their confidence. I'm still more concerned about Loira's angle than Gudo's, though on the rotate, Pino only takes a little bit of damage, still well over half HP. All it really does is reveal Gudo's position to the attack, reveal there's somebody on the roam, but NIP are all on this Jacuzzi side right now. Retakes the angle over by Garage, still nobody biting from the attack. But Loira, inside of CCTV, still feels so secure. There's no presence from NIP on this opposite side. Now, to be fair, if the attack just floods into the Jacuzzi breach and runs up main stairs, that's fine. You don't necessarily need CC pressure. But Gudo can rotate back, Loira can rotate back, as it seems the execute is forthcoming. The flashbangs and the bees go out. Psycho down on the floor by, I think, a wall bang from Nux. Really nice read right there. Doesn't have the C4 anymore, unfortunately, but NIP stuck outside this breach at the moment. As they push in, Loira tries to take the fight. All the defenders, the Vectors, all backed off. Loira doing a little bit of damage, but Cons bringing things over the line, hollows out the initial bathroom presence. Ask now looking to get aggressive as the revive comes out. Close with the shotgun. Can find multiple here if he plays his cards right. One more swing, one more kill, one more flash to keep the smoke at bay. NIP are able to recover though as Gudo the last one alive. The execute is now gone. The presence is now inside of the site for NIP. Ace so far ahead of that crosshair. He will vault into it. He's got diffuser in hand. I just realized, but Muzi, his one kill of the round, his one ability to get inside of the fray gives NIP the lead.
Wow. I mean, for Nip, you gotta count your lucky stars, but for, our lucky stars, we at least know which one this is. It's gonna be Cons. Because what the hell was that? He gets a double kill in what seems like a moment where it's practically impossible playing around that bathroom space right on the other side of the breach. And more than capable, he opens the door to a success story for Ninjas in Pajamas in round 3. And what seemed like Black Dragons had a beautiful understanding of the way that Nip usually fall down, They usually stall things out when they're not capable of getting these kills, especially when pressure starts pouring over from angles that they're not exactly expecting. Instead, it's Cons who, when his team needs it the most, he shows up in a huge way.
And thus is the paradox of NIP. We say these attacks aren't working, and then they always find an ability to bail themselves out with some big kills like that. And Cons highlighted him earlier. He's a great player, maybe having a bit of a rough stage, but he's still done that multiple times this stage alone, even with some comparatively poor stats to what he's been able to achieve at international tournaments or previous stages of Brazil. Huge play right there. The Thermite to bring that round over the line. Black Dragons now moving to the CCTV site, where the tools that are going against NIP are, of course, numerous. Bandit batteries, Electro Claws, another mirror window and plot wall to make opening this a little more difficult. Sure, it doesn't work out as it's cracked immediately, but Nux with the Bandit trick can immediately take down one of those Selmas, play off this wall, and continue putting obstacles in NIP's path.
They also have those Electro Claws from Ask. And since the Bandit's here, you know what that means, Carter. Those panels over on Garage, they're electrified too. So Pino can't even go over and get those if he wants to. They're going to have to try and use these impact EMPs to maximum efficiency. They're the only ones inside of the toolkit. As look, they're trying to get all hands on deck over here. Somebody get a panel open and Nux will finally be overwhelmed. It took them a minute, but they get the job done.
They do. I was not going to lie, a little bit worried. Impact EMPs to counter the Bandit trick is something that can easily go awry, given how, even when people know where Electro Claws are sometimes, they're still not able to get them open. But it does work out here, but as you said earlier, Sam, I think is actually looking towards the cave, the man of the hour that I'm about to talk about. Those Electro Claws are over on Garage. They're out of impact EMPs to fully open those up. I'm not sure what breaching they've done on that just yet. We've seen 2 Selmas used to open the wall and 1 exothermic to open up the flat wall as well. So I'm assuming nothing's been used to open up that position. So a Garage push is going to be much more difficult because of that fact.
So very hard. And not only that, but you can't apply, firebolts the way that you sometimes traditionally do on this site as well. Not as big of a deal here because they've already dislodged the Bandit, but something you can use to try and hold up at least the wall or that position for some time. Muzi What a find onto Florio. And this is what we're talking about with Nip. Sometimes it just seems by divine intervention, they'll just find something out of thin air and they do it again. All of these things from BD have been set up to find success inside of Garage. It's a 5 versus 2. Nux and Loira, the only two that remaining, and now Nip somehow have found a way to make it where they have so much time to figure all of this out.
38 seconds just to, what, convert a 5v2? This should be the easiest round on the planet!
Actually.
With one of their C4s now cut down on red stairs, Psycho takes a freebie, and the Miro walks right into a 5-way crossfire. This game is certainly crucial for NIP. They need a regulation win, and 3 rounds in a row, taking freebies left and right. They might just do it if they can get the half that seems to be awaiting them.
I mean, the round speaks for itself, man. Again, divine intervention. What else has to happen there? I mean, not only do we get the crazy kill inside a secret, we also get Cons with a 2K, and not only that, one of those kills completely blowing the back out of Garage, making it completely accessible. Black Dragons have a lot going for themselves. They've done all of the dirty work. They've laid the groundwork for that round, but it gets immediately stolen away from them. Ninjas in Pajamas on a warpath there, but let's be real. It was Cons once again that bails them out with 3 kills playing Hard Breach.
I can't wrap my head around it. I mean, I can. It's very simple, actually. Like, you just said it, even in the final
You shoot
words
straight.
there.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's the answer.
NIP are just shooting very straight. They might be waiting, but when Black Dragons are giving them openings, you have to give credit to NIP. They're not losing the fights. They are not losing any of the important gunfights in a given round, ever since round 1, where, to be fair, they were slammed almost entirely. But rounds 2, 3, and 4, anytime somebody needs to show up with a set of kills or a high-impact frag, they are there. They are showing up. Whether it's Cons or Muzi or what have you, NIP are hitting these shots. In a best of 1, that is all that matters sometimes. If the defenses, which, to be fair, NIP are looking uncharacteristically weak on, as Connor mentioned, it's typically the attacks we have a lot of problems with, but if they can recover and play more to the defensive game we've seen NIP play at in the early days of Brazil and at international events, this game might be over for Black Dragons in regulation, who don't really care. They're already in playoffs. But for NIP, who need basically all 3 points from today and tomorrow to survive, to not play through that LCQ, that means a whole heck of a lot.
Yes, it does. What a story it would be for Nip on a map like Clubhouse too, right? I mean, a lot of implications just for this map alone, but you said it yourself. This roster, it's very historic. Quite a few of these players have been doing this for a very long time. And one of my favorite LAN events of all time, SI 2020, the best of 5, one of the craziest maps we saw was Clubhouse. To this day, still one of the craziest shots I've ever seen, that SMG-11 drop shot into Oil Pit. You know, it's burned in my corneas. It will never leave. And that's all Ninjas in Pajamas. Wasn't the time that they were able to win the Hammer, but damn close enough, as they practically set a precedent for how this game can work, how Rainbow Six ticks. And, I mean, especially how you could use those TCSGs at that time. I mean, do you remember that? Oh my god, that was some disgusting work, but not so much nowadays. It's going to be our first minute, though, here. The boring stuff out of the way for Clubhouse. Nip finally understanding what's going on with BD on this basement level. And this time around for BD, it's a little bit of a different look. Reinforcing these hatches, making it to where it's more of a turtle setup than what we saw initially.
Not trying to give Muzi those opening pick opportunities, not trying to give NIP those gunfights they have needed so far to find success in these attacking rounds. Of course, that does mean you're put in the bind where, sure, NIP take a lot of time, and even with a solid setup, they can still fumble the bag. That much we know. But they are still able to get their setup. On Clubhouse, if you simplify the game like this, they can get all the vertical destruction they want. They can open up these holes. They can open up those hatches. Focus on destroying these mirror windows. Focus on routing Gudo out of a proper position, Sam. And if they can do that, NIP are good enough to win that.
100%. These players, valiant in their efforts so far. It's definitely shown, especially from Muzi and Collins. Collins doing so much, wearing so many hats throughout this game so far. A lot of his work being done from Thermite, a job that usually goes unnoticed, but something that is so desperately needed on a squad. Now he's over on the Capitao, something that does feel a little bit more will assist him, especially with that speed difference. Apera, a solid gun as well. That utility definitely going to be useful to assist Nip as a whole, as they've already used a couple of these smokes. Haven't found the positioning that they so desperately want. That Nitro cell will land on the top of the reinforcement. It won't assist them in the slightest. Florio thinks that he's heard something inside of Moto. He's playing actively for the swing. He's found one. It's a trade back and forth, though, from this position down to a 3 versus 3. It's a hallmark Nip round. Look at the time, folks, as Ask will take down 1 for 2. Khan's at least trying to get this plant off, and it's a 1 versus 2 for Ask inside of blue. And somehow, someway, Ninjas in Pajamas have found a gap. They found some space in behind Black Box. Ask not able to hit the flick here over at Dummies. Now he might be the dummy. This shot doesn't land. Such low HP. More than likely a skeleton key on the other end, and it will be Pino. But Nip, on a basement assault, they'll get the round, and they got a heck of a lead on this offensive side.
And again, what starts it off? Muzi playing Moto, and the mirror window that is set up to watch blue. One of the players playing behind it is starting to feel a little too uncomfortable by the pressure being put on him by Khans. Rotates out, and in front of the Moto door, where Muzi is waiting, he then takes down Florio, meant to trade out that very player. Another massive multi-kill. 2 sets of them, a 2K and a 3K from Pino flooding into the site. And I'm feeling the urge. I'm feeling the urge to discredit it. I'm feeling the urge to say they've bailed themselves out again, but they've done it 4 times in a row. And to give them credit, to give them objective credit, the blue utility usage was good. It made those players uncomfortable. So many defenders from Black Dragons, I say so many, 2, were in that position, but that's still a lot for people, 2 people to be playing behind Gen. When they rotate out and they rotate in front of Moto, NIP have the proper cutoff set. They have the players who can exploit that very fact. And sure, it might be, again, another round of huge individual performances, but NIP had the proper utility usage, and because nobody was off-site to stop them from getting set up, once they do it, and the players are in the right positions to execute that plan, they do it. And who am I to blame them for players getting a multi-kill when the setup itself is good?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Black Dragons also did not have that bad of a setup going on. It was really just that Nip brought that utility to dislodge them from blue, right? You see the bees come in, you see the fire arrows come in after those smokes, and you already start to see the positions getting built up from Nip over on the church side. So at least initially, you know, you're like, oh, why is Pino dropping here? There's really nothing going on. But about 15 seconds later, we get the whole story, don't we? A nice trade game from the players over inside of Moto. It follows through onto that player that does get misplaced, forced to new pastures over inside of church as they get gunned down, and they find that that space over inside of church, get the wall open, and a nice little plant in behind Black Box. Very well done from Nip so far. You know, like you said, early on into these games, or not games, but rather these rounds that we've seen, it's really been Nip being able to fight from some curious positioning. It's definitely made it to where I'm like, what's going on here, guys? Like, these feel like they might slip away, but they've continued to hit their mark, and not only that, but the rounds get more and more convincing as we go.
They do. That much is to be sure. I mean, that was definitely the best attack we've seen from NIP so far. The setup very strong, the execution good. Black Dragons fully reverting back to the site allows that to happen on Gym Bedroom. Running things back, generally speaking, on the Gym Bedroom defense, I think we saw the same mirror window placed on the jacuzzi wall. At least the flat wall opened up very quickly. They use a Selma and Exothermic for that. They have the redundancy to make that work, so perfectly fine. But on the Gym Bedroom site, we saw that mirror window. I don't believe we actually did see the bandit, though. So Black Dragons trying to actively trick this one, trying to make sure that they do actually present problems that NIP not only have to solve, but if they don't, could cost them a lot of time. And in the case of Khans and Pino, maybe an Exothermic and make that flood into jacuzzi wall a little more difficult.
Make a little bit more sense. Like this construction single panel that we've also opted for too. For some Black Dragons, just to think about it. You don't even have to use it sometimes, Carter. Just to make them think that, hey, maybe somebody does roll through this. If it soaks up one person's gun and they're sitting on an angle that never gets worked, I mean, it's probably in your favor then at that point, right? We have some mirror windows as well, trying to assist with what we'd seen previously, although Black Dragons this time around, instead of having that other mirror window on gold, put it in the bathroom. They saw how front-loaded NIP were on the top side, and honestly, I can't blame them.
I can't blame them either. You also do see Furia put down a couple of those bandits. I will say with the mirror window there, it does make it a little more tricky to bandit trick completely, but Pino using one of his Selmas. So only one theoretically left available to flood into Jacuzzi. I don't think NIP want to do that, though, and I think Black Dragons are realizing it. That one Selma left, even using it, I think, to open up a hole into the bedroom itself. The final one being used to get a long angle from construction. This is going to be a con side to take, which means the final piece of the puzzle that needs to fall for NIP to comfortably take this round will have to be the player playing inside of logistics. If they can get that position down, they will be good. With nobody over there, they might just flood in. Wizard cut down too. Cons hops into the site. Diffuser in tow. Loira down below with the C4. Made his way all the way in. He somehow worked his way all the way up. Muzi cuts down Gudo.
What?
Another multi-kill! Cuts 2 players down, meant to cover the very doorway. Cons and Pino with another. Florio, nothing to do. How many 3Ks does it take to get NIP a 5-1 half, man? They will not be stopped on this attacking side.
A 1, a 2, a 3, crunch. That's what we got out of Muzi, because I do believe that that is four out of 6 rounds that he gets 3 kills. At least a double, at least a multi-kill. Insane works. And then you sprinkle in cons on top of that. And let's be honest, this is a pretty heavy-handed sprinkle, as that guy was showing up time and time again. But look at this for Moose! Just on the offensive half of Clubhouse. Honestly, a pretty volatile half to play at that. He's 11-2, man. He's only died twice.
And just to do the math, round 4, Cons 3K. That's half of his kills. 1 round, Pino 3K. That's half of his kills. And a lot of time when you get that 3K, if it's happening on the execute and you're not fighting back from a disadvantage, you're usually winning the round at that point. So, half of the kills of Cons and Pino have directly translated to round wins. Another time, Muzi 4K, obviously that's a round win. And then as you said after that, Sam, he's consistently getting doubles and triples afterwards, which usually, especially with the triple, is enough to get a round win. These players are literally winning rounds by themselves. And understandably, I think God has come down and said, we need to stop, because NIP might be cooking a little too hard. We do have a tech pause, and we're going to have a rehost, so we're going to take a quick break to calm things down. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for what might end up being an NIP victory. Well, it has been a wild start to this NIP Black Dragons game, and it might be a very quick end if NIP can just manage to maintain the performance they've had ever since round 1. It was a bar stage defense that Black Dragons won, and then everything after that has been nothing short of NIP dominance. Muzi big kills, 11 and 2 before the rehost. Pino and Cons apiece, 6 and 3. But Sam, as you reminded me during the break, it gets even better than that. Because where were 2 of Psycho's kills? When were they? And how impactful
The very
were they?
first round that Black Dragons won, where they kind of fried Nip on that bar stock defense, 2 of his kills were from there, and then his last kill, because he had 3 at the half, that was from one of the rounds that Nip won. So Psycho's been basically just like big chillin' the whole time.
And to compound that, just to again remind you all, because the NIP score or the NIP kill feed is more important here. How many kills did Wizard have before the rehost? Oh yeah, 1. 1 kill is what Wizard had, and Psycho, outside of a 1v5, also only has 1 kill. When we are talking about how ridiculous of a performance, how this trident from NIP of Pino, Cons, and Muzi in this game has carried NIP to this 5-1 scoreline, that is what we mean. That is what Black Dragons on the attacking side have to fight against. Now, NIP are not the defensive demons that we once considered them to be, or at least the strong defensive team, if you want to be a bit more conservative than we've otherwise thought. 10th in the league right now, as Connor pointed out, but with a 5-1 scoreline, if they can just get one more big performance out of Muzi, one more big performance out of Cons, that could be the game.
Yeah, that could be it. And the craziest thing is, as well, as though, you know, although Psycho's in a slump, when he's hot, he is one of the scariest players alive, isn't he? So it's like, it's just one of those things where it's like, at any moment in time, this powder keg could explode and end the game. What happens next? Tune in next time. Dragon Ball Z. You don't really know.
This angle.
Dude, I love this. This is for the bar hatch here. We see this pretty traditionally when it comes to Clubhouse, because there's a lot of implications for this soft destruction, not only here, but also for the hatch over inside of Kitchen as well. You can get that from Logic.
Just shows that NIP are not without their tricks, waiting for that bit of hard breach destruction to go down. I imagine once Black Dragons realize it's there, what are they going to do? Go up and clear it with, what, a minute left in the round? Probably not happening. Then again, they're getting stumped by the kitchen hatch right now. This is looking very, very rough for Black Dragons. 50 seconds. 5v5, still opening up hatches, haven't started walking down main, haven't started walking down blue, and these Evil Eyes all seem to be in the perfect position to completely funnel information to the Black Dragons attackers, or to the NIP defenders, on where the Black Dragons attackers are playing once they actually push down. 30 seconds have now passed since I started talking. Black Dragons have barely made any progress. Everyone from NIP still in their positions. All the angles still held. Loira finds one, but he's quickly traded out. Pino cuts him down. We're still doing vertical destruction with 15 seconds left. Cons eviscerates Gudo. There's 1-3K. We'll just need one more to finish this game for NIP. 7-1.
My God, man. Black Dragons. I mean, there's just no bone to this offense at all. It's just straight mush. They can't find anything. There's no chance of conversion through the verticality. And not only that, but just not nearly as, ease of access as BD initially thought. Nip had a lot of things in place to give them a hard time. The only thing that seemed like it was even close to being easy was potentially the kitchen hatch. But as you can see from that kill cam right there, they still had that sealed up too. So now Black Dragons have to commit the ultimate sin, especially on a basement site. Doesn't really matter which one it is across the entire board of Siege. You have to funnel, and that's the words you don't want to hear a caster saying. That means that you die, by the way, for our newer audience. Because what are you going to do? You have to try and walk down these main hallways. You have to try and drop into blue. Maybe the craziest thing you do, Carter, is you try and get somebody inside of dirt. But it's all played out. It's the same old story. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they've been around the block a while.
Now, they've been here before. They know a thing or two because they've seen a thing or two. The Black Dragons will try to switch things up at least a little bit, catch them off guard. Loira bringing the Deimos, but I don't know at this point what you can really do or bring to beat NIP. Every round, we've had somebody getting more than 3 kills, it feels like. And Pino getting 4 by the end there. What do you do to counter that strategically? What do you do? I mean, to be fair, one thing Black Dragons could do is that was a painfully slow attack. So little control, so little time by the end. It makes plays like that more possible, and maybe with that Deimos, maybe with these Deathmark trackers, they can hunt down a roamer very early on. NIP also aren't playing that far off site. We have a Clash, 2 deployable shields, F-nut mines they can play behind, bear mats underneath windows where they can force jump-ins and play passive angles and swing off of it once the attack looks down. There is so much utility for NIP, allowing them to play a more passive game and force Black Dragons to stall out, just like they did 1 round ago.
This might be the most unwelcoming setup to a home that you could produce. Oh my god. Oh, Nux. He thought it was so free.
Should we just call it here?
You know, part of me wants to, but here's the thing. Black Dragons, they've looked really good this entire stage, and
That's
I really don't want to take it away from them just yet because they deserve our respect. They most definitely do. And in turn, Ninjas in Pajamas deserve our respect for just how damn well they're playing up against this team because this has been so very well done, and it's not a fluke, clearly. These offenses and defenses both being able to just deal death blows to Black Dragons left and right. Finally, just like we saw from Nip, it's going to be the Thermite. Furia with 2 big kills. Loira trying to work his way up the rear, but he gets slapped down by the Clash of Khans. It's a 2 versus 2.
Somehow, Black Dragons have found a way back in, but Khans might have just shut them out. Psycho downed, though. A gym bedroom defense. They found the angle, but Muzi, the man of the hour, the MVP, the veteran of Clubhouse, sees one hop in the window, one close on his door. He's got intel on both of these positions, but they've got a shield in turn, intel on his position too. Those Bs, he'll be forced back a little bit. He can play time, he can play things close. The attack doesn't have diffuser. They go for the swing, but Ass gets the pre-fire. Keeps the game alive for Black Dragons, still down 6-2. They've at least got something over NIP. It's been 7 rounds since we've seen a victory for Black Dragons until they get their second on the board.
A scary one at that too, right? Ninjas in Pajamas, although it looks like it's going to be their round at the very beginning where they get that big pick. What a shot out of Pino, by the way, on that. But Black Dragons, like I was saying, man, do not count them out of this just yet. They have been able to fight fire with fire time and time again throughout this entire stage, and I'll be damned if Ninjas in Pajamas is going to be the one that completely pulls the wool over their eyes. So at least they've got that round to stand on. The big issue is right now is they have to go errorless, at least when it comes to round count. They can make some minor errors, but things that you're not really going to want to hand over to Nip, some big man count or something like that, are all going to be things that are mulling around Black Dragon's minds.
And finding ways just to game the setup, game the system to get them away into this round. I mean, it wasn't even a CCTV defense. And how much action did we see on that garage side? How many problems were presented to Black Dragons? Pino just being the first one getting the opening pick. That progressing forward was so difficult. I mean, we maybe don't have the Clash, but Muzi's on dock inside a rafters. No Azami, no Kibas to protect him. He's just got the stims and an ACOG to do what he's been doing best the entire series so far. Killing Black Dragon's attackers when they walk his way.
And this might be a while. Black Dragons will probably be a little slow to the punch. It's given the implications of this round. If they fail, Ninjas in Pajamas walk away with a 7-2 victory, and that's definitely not a round deficit that BD can muster. Especially with how tightly knit this entire ladder has been in Brazil. Not something that BD exactly want to lose, as their round count has looked so very good this entire stage. One of the best in the business, actually. Second best. FaZe Clan plus 21. Black Dragons plus 15. So, something to consider for them. Going to get that main breach open and start more than likely working their way over towards the construction single.
Seen this before, similar steps taken by NIP, albeit on a different site, but a lot of angles at their disposal if they want to. At the same time for NIP, with the Vulcan packs on site, you still have Muzi and Raptors you have to concern yourselves with. So much utility that can be used to either repel a con push or repel garage take. Pino jumps out, nobody outside on the middle balcony. You might bait somebody over, might bait some attention back, but NIP still holding strong as Black Dragons trying to figure out what to do.
Halfway through the round, Black Dragons have at least been making progress when it comes to map control and utility play. They've got the main breaches open that are necessary. The big thing is now is the gunfights. And eventually it always boils down to brass tacks, right? You're gonna have to shoot somebody. It's very seldom that we ever see a plant go down without somebody at least being in opening blood. And Ninjas in Pajamas have done a very good job of fighting up against Black Dragons, specifically Muzi, as he will go down, but you know what the beauty of Doc is? You can pick yourself right back up. He's gonna do exactly that. Wizard's still holding things down here too. Won't be able to hit the shots like his brother inside of Rafters, but he'll continue to hold on into the 45-second mark.
Muzi with one more stim as well to get himself back up if need be, continuing to be the demon that's haunting Black Dragons on these rafters. Florio down on the floor, 4K in the cards if he can hit the flick, but ask the shots land at least. Garage control coming at a terrible price. Muzi getting one more kill on a second lease on
Nux
life.
has a diffuser. He has to cross breach.
He's got to work his way in. He's got to cross. Ask has to cover too. Can NIP find their way in? I don't think they know. Ask can cut them down. Nux can get the diffuser, but Pino gets the kill. Nux with one. Just one more to keep NIP alive. He drops down. The repositioning. Psycho's going to see this repel. He could probably even pre-aim or work off the sound. No, he's just going to go for the defuse. He's just going to long arm it. He's just going to steal the game away from Black Dragons. Patience. A clean defuse. NIP with all 3 points to keep their playoff dreams barely alive.
What an insane round. And that's what we expect out of a clash between Ninjas in Pajamas and Black Dragons. I thought he had to commit to the cross there. I thought they had somebody a little bit more aggressively positioned over on red stairs, but he's able to get that plant off on the breach. And you think, especially with the garage position, Black Dragons, they've done it. They've set themselves up to be able to find that plant and find the round, but no, it's Ninjas in Pajamas instead because of some creative positioning, tucking himself into the corner to make sure that he can get that hit go with. Refused in a beautiful clubhouse from Ninjas in Pajamas. 7-2, man. What a day for the boys.
Yeah, what a day for NIP indeed. Of course, Black Dragons are already in playoffs, so their fate isn't really changed all that much. But NIP, 6 points, 3 today, 3 tomorrow, is likely an absolute necessity to get into the playoffs. And guess who they're playing tomorrow? Somebody whose fate is also very much less than sealed, Sam. Playing Furia, try to get into the playoffs.
Ooh. I love that. I know what I'm watching tomorrow.
Is that the game you're tuning into? It's the first game of the day, so you don't even have to wait a whole lot to get to that point. But of course, you also, guys, you don't need to do a whole lot of waiting either. We are 4 games through to today, but we have a banger coming up after this. We have Liquid versus Fluxo. Liquid, another team who's struggling to get into playoffs, but once we're back from this break, maybe the desk will tell us they've got more of a chance than we initially thought. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back to the desk, viewers. Takes a humble man, Connor, to admit when he was wrong. I'd like to think that we are humble men, but are we frauds? And that's the question I pose to you, because we sold real high on Black Dragons, and they went real low.
Yeah, if I was a gambling man, I'd be down quite a bit of money. It'd be really unfortunate because NIP absolutely came out and did not look like the same team that we've seen the last couple of weeks. This did not even look like the same team we saw just a few days ago on Tuesday. That was a completely
The one that
and
got
utterly
7-0'd by Vivo Keats. Star.
yes, I was a very different team because Muzi showed up, Wizard showed up, Eno showed up, Hans showed up. Everybody showed up on this team. They all looked good. Overall, as we looked at their attacks looked clean. They had cohesive thoughts. After the first round, I was really skeptical because if you can't enter the building on bar stock defense, or pardon me, attack on Clubhouse, I was getting real scared.
Yeah.
And then they proceeded to win 5 in a row, which was just like, what happened? What happened? They looked good.
I don't know. I mean, it was wild. And you said the attacking half was going to be better. Okay, 5-1 is probably a little bit better than better, though, if you know what I mean. I think we weren't quite expecting that. And even their defenses were good. They looked good, and I couldn't tell you why, because you brought up the stat. They're not a good defensive side.
Yeah, they've been way too passive and just way too disjointed as a team where they're just slow and sluggish, but today it looked like they were a lot more concise and overall a lot more decisive. They were making choices as a team. Their attacks did not seem nearly as slow as before. They were actually able to flood a bomb site when needed. They were getting main advantages in the mid round and really punishing the mistakes of Black Dragons, who kind of looked as lost as what we've seen NIP look on previous playdays.
Yeah, this was the NIP that their fans were hoping would have turned up all season, and a lot of it was on the back of the big man. Muzi showed up in a huge way. I mean, this round in particular, he just walked in and farmed kills on this Black Dragons defense.
Yeah, that round in particular, we were like, oh, Muzi hasn't gotten a kill yet. I wonder what's going to happen. Then boom, it just snaps his fingers and 3 of them appear, going absolutely massive, as well as the 4 entry engagements, winning 3 of them for the side of NIP is definitely good, because NIP have struggled so much in the early round where it almost feels like their rounds are lost or won in the very first 60 seconds, no matter how fast or how slow they're going. When you have somebody firing on all cylinders like Muzi, it's going to help lift up the team. Getting 3 multi-kills, he was a great stalemate breaker today, and overall, the Muzi that we expected to see.
I mean, NIP obviously doing a great job trying to keep the dream of, making it to the major somehow alive with a solid performance here. Is there anything you can say about Black Dragons coming out of this?
I mean, Black Dragons, it's one game. Whatever. Okay. They're already qualified for playoffs. They've already proven that they can beat top teams. They're getting great results against those top teams. I'm not really worried about them. The only thing I would potentially be wary of would be their map pool strength, where they've had a sort of variety and a mixed bag of different results on different maps. Right. I don't know if their map pool is quite defined, and as we go into best of 3s, it does become a giant question mark.
Well, NIP giving everyone something to think about there, especially Black Dragons as they look ahead to playoff. Will our next game be a bit of an upset as well? It is the floundering Fluxo versus Team Liquid, coming to you right after this break. Welcome back, viewers, here to Brazil Play Day 8 as we get ready for our last match of this drama-filled day. I am Corbeck, and alongside me is CDAPS, and we are all set up here for Fluxo versus Team Liquid. And Connor, gotta start on the Fluxo side. It has been a rough stage for them, but they can still play spoiler here at the last minute.
Yeah, it would be so poetic to have this group of up-and-coming players knock off Team Liquid with their only victory after all stage long. We've been saying this team does deserve a win because they've played well. They've shown glimpses of greatness. They look like they can have a lot of potential and upside as a team. But it's really unfortunate that they just happen to play in the most competitive and strong region in the world right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a Fluxo roster that has definitely not performed great, but like you said, moments of brilliance. They took Furia to an overtime, if I remember correctly, and they have consistently played in a way that makes me feel like they are a developing team, Connor, that just needs a little bit more room to run before they become a real serious contender.
Yeah, on the defensive side, they've looked solid. They've looked good. They've looked fundamentally sound. But it's the attacks. The attacks are a lot more rough around the edges, and we've seen them lose a lot of games because of them. They either dig themselves too much of a hole and they can't come back on their defenses, or they just kind of never get anything going at all. The opponents steamroll, they just snowball deeper and deeper, and it makes it too difficult.
Sometimes you can't catch a break, and sometimes you just dig yourself a hole too deep. And speaking of digging holes, we can talk a little bit about Team Liquid here, who certainly dug themselves into a bit of a crevasse that they've only recently started to work their way out of.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think Liquid almost just leapt straight out of the hole that they dug in just one smooth motion with the string of wins that they've had so far, because they went from me thinking this is one of the worst teams in Brazil, and that's including tier 2 rosters, probably one of the worst teams across any of the major 3 regions, all of a sudden looking like they knew how to play Siege once again. And it was always frustrating watching this team because they have so much talent across the board. Every single one of these players are good players, but together as a unit, they weren't working. Then all of a sudden they work. We're back.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Furia, they beat Vivo Keystars, they beat mibr. The last one, maybe not the biggest achievement, but those first two, I mean, genuinely really impressive, especially from what we saw from VKS and Furia both today. Liquid back on form here in their last couple of games for sure.
I mean, you can even say mibr. mibr just took a point off FaZe, and Liquid just beat them earlier this week. This is a completely different Team Liquid, and they do technically control their own destiny. It's going to be very hard. All they have to do is just win today, win tomorrow, and have either Furia or E1 not win their game tomorrow. So it's not the craziest scenario for them to sneak their way into top 6.
It's not I mean, there's a tenuous threat. I don't think you should oversell it, because who are they playing tomorrow, Connor?
They just need a regulation win against Furia and against FaZe. So that's all they need.
Just a regulation win against FaZe.
They just need 3 points, so they need to steal 3 points from FaZe. But you know, like, it's not.
It can happen. You're right. Anything could happen. Any given day in Brazil League, it could happen. And I mean, let's be honest. If there's a team on the bottom side of the table who's going to come out and get a win against a team like FaZe Clan when the chips are down, it is probably this Team Liquid roster with the veteran talent. I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Their last loss was on the 24th, and they have, as you said earlier, been a changed team since then. A team that you actually need to watch out for if you're one of these top tier competitors.
Yeah, because like we said, this roster just has so much talent and so much potential. You have Nesk and Paulo, you have one of the best duos to ever touch Brazil. You just brought in a prolific fragger like Maya. You still have Resets and Lagonis, who are solid support players. Everything should be in place for this Team Liquid team to find success. They're only just now trying to get it, and maybe if they even have to go down to open qualifiers, it's just going to be more of a training arc for them where they can get stronger and stronger and try to bounce back for LCQ. I think regardless, no matter what happens for the rest of this stage, this Liquid team has shown that they're competitors, and people do need to still be fearful of them.
Yeah, and you know, it was dark for Liquid fans there for a while. They have risen up out of that darkness for sure. I mean, it's players like Maya, right, who have been huge difference makers here. They've really, I appreciate the fact that they have really stepped to the plate, right, when Team Liquid was down, and really showed that there's metal in this roster.
Yeah, because Maya, you might think and look at his stats that they're not that great, but that's also including the 4 games of the regular stage where Liquid was getting destroyed. And to have bounced back and almost have a neutral EPS of almost about 100 is really impressive, because Maya's going from a completely new system where the old Los roster was really playmaker dependent. It was really, hey, you see something? Go do it. Go make these crazy plays. Go jump out. I'll have the entire team setting you up. Versus the Liquid system, where it's a lot more independent based. You aren't going to have as much support because you've got to support Nesk, you've got to support Palu as well as Maya. There aren't enough resources for all of them to kind of get all of them funneled in. It naturally makes sense that Maya's going to have to struggle just a little bit, but he's on an upswing, and so is the rest of this roster.
Yeah, that stat line a little deceiving for how good he has been in recent memory. And of course, this is a must-win game for Liquid. We talk about the beating FaZe tomorrow. They have to get through Fluxo first. Where are they going to be fighting it out, though? That's the key question to ask here. We're not going to see Labs today. I was kind of hoping we would see it, Connor. I think taking Skyscraper off the board for Fluxo is also a very good idea at this stage.
Yeah, that's actually a really high ban priority from Team Liquid as well, ever since they played it the first 2 play days. And seeing it go down means that, you know, Liquid has a bit more control in this map ban phase, but they've also been all over the place. It's really hard to narrow down exactly what kind of map pool this Liquid team wants to go for, because they're switching it around over and over again. The maps that looked like permabans, all of a sudden they want to play. Early in the stage, the Chalet, very highly banned by Liquid, but now they're kind of back. This is the 2nd week in a row that they've played it, and Fluxo also has a play on this map as well.
Yeah, outside of, I think, Bank, this is one of the most equal footing. This might be the 2nd most equal footing match between attack and defense. So Fluxo having to go in on the attack here, I don't think that necessarily disadvantages them. But you did say earlier that you felt like the Fluxo attacks, when we talk about maybe good plays that they made, the attacks were the most lackluster part of this team in general. Yeah,
the last time they played this map that comes to mind, you know, it was against E1 Sports just a few play days ago, and I don't remember if you remember, but I do know that it started a 1-5 deficit after Fluxo's attacks, and that is not a position that you want to be in by any stretch of the imagination. It was such a dominant result for E1's defenses that it actually skewed the entire map stats for quite a few play days of saying, yeah, Chalet's one of the most defender-sided maps in the pool, even though it technically wasn't. That's how much of a beatdown the Fluxo attacks were really felt after they went up against E1 Sports defenses. And, you know, E1 Sports defenses weren't that strong. You're going to put them in comparison to Liquid's. Ever since Liquid had their revitalization, Liquid are going to blow them out of the water. I think that, unfortunately, map pool wise, I got to give the edge to Liquid once again. They're going to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. I guess the question is, right, Liquid, are they going to cruise through this one? We're going to find out. We're going to Chalet once again here today. And of course, we are going to throw it to the 2 best casters in Rainbow Six Siege, whose names end with X, Lynx and Stokes.
1X in my name, by the way, just to make it abundantly clear. You're spelling it with 2 X's, you're spelling it wrong. I'm done with this. I was passive for a long time. I let it happen. 2 N's, 1 X. But what I will say is this about the game. If we're being serious, Fluxo have 1 point. 1 point. Mm-hmm. Now, to be fair, was that an OT loss against the world champions? Maybe. Yes, it was. However, they're in last. Liquid are looking far improved than they were at the beginning of the stage. Sam, how is this not a layup for Liquid? How is this not a dunk?
You know, Liquid go back to the, you know, former half of the stage and play like that. I think that's the only way. But from what we've seen so far from them, Palu and Nesk, come hell or high water, they will find a way into these playoffs. And I think that that's really what we're going to be paying attention to today. Is Liquid going to stay in stride? Does Fluxo have really anything to come to light? Because right now, it's looking really bleak for this organization.
It's looking really bad for Fluxo, and the best they can hope for is 9. That's literally with 1 point, 2 regulation victories. Their best hope is if Liquid doesn't win anything, they tie for 7th, and then they'd get them on head-to-head and move up a whole 1 point and still be in the open qualifier playoffs. So Fluxo aren't fighting for really anything other than bragging rights. Or, if you take my perspective, they're fighting for the most valuable thing of all. Comedy.
To play spoilers.
They have the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time, which is, with Liquid on the ascendancy, recovering from an abysmal start to the stage, is going up against the last place team to get an easy 3 points to put them into playoff contention. But with FaZe tomorrow, obviously that being a big hurdle, if they lose today, in regulation, even in overtime, I think, they cannot make playoffs. And if that happens, unfortunately, that would be sad, but a little funny.
Every Liquid fan in North America just started hating you simultaneously right there.
Listen, I'm not saying I want Liquid to lose. I don't. You'd have to admit, when Maya is on the rebound, when Nesk is looking like 2019 form, when Palu is getting crazy 1vx's, Resets is even shooting back, Resets is getting on the board, when all of these things are happening, they lose to Fluxo, that's objectively funny. It is. I don't want it to happen, but it'd be hilarious.
It would be. It would be.
I don't think it'll happen.
I'll have to give you that.
I don't think it'll happen, but it'd be funny.
Yeah, yeah. Especially when we look to the games tomorrow, you know, because we all know the story of this, guys. If you guys have watched Brazil at all this stage, we all get it. Team Liquid, not exactly the great stage that we would expect out of them trying to rework this roster, because time and time again when they have done this, they've found success pretty early on, but this time around, it just hasn't came as easily. And up against Fluxo, a team that really hasn't found their stride at all this stage, we all know what the result should be. So honestly, before things get too deep here, let's take a look at tomorrow and let's see what implications Liquid really have, right? Like, for instance, who the heck are Liquid even playing? Well, did you know that it's FaZe Clan that they're actually playing for the last game of the day tomorrow? That's already a very, very interesting one. Not only that, but in order to try and get above the competition, not only do they have to win this, that'll put them above mibr, who currently have 8 points, but in order to put them into contention, you know, if they do win this, they'll be at 11, they'll be in the ballpark of Furia and E1, who are both tied at 12, and those are going to be the 2 teams that they have to try and, you know, prey on the downfall of. We have Furia up against Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow, and do you want to know who we have for E1? W7M.
Oh.
If you wanted a hell of a storyline coming into tomorrow, be a fan of Team Liquid.
Yeah, we have everyone trying to fight their way into playoffs, fighting some of the best teams in the world, especially in the case of FaZe Clan and reputationally speaking. Not necessarily form recently, but reputation, Furia are still the world champions, still a daunting opponent in their own right. So Liquid against FaZe, NIP against Furia, and even W7M potentially gatekeeping E1 from playoffs. Whole lot to look forward to tomorrow. But in round 1, the ban phase has gone and transpired. There's one key thing we don't talk about. There are 3 bans that I don't care that much about. Ying, Mira, Fenrir. Mira's a bit more off the beaten path. You know, we have Solus and Azami on the board, sure. But Ying, not surprising. Fenrir, not surprising. But Liquid. Liquid have heard my call to bring comedy back to Rainbow Six. They have banned Thermite on Chalet when they are starting on attack.
I love this.
I
really do. The beauty of a Thermite is that not only do you get a huge breach whenever you use one of those exothermics, but also you get the beauty of the fuse time. He's the fastest hard breach in the game. And that matters a whole heck of a lot when it, you know, comes to a game like Siege where everything's down to the wire. And especially when you have people like Tubarao in Rap's hands, you know, right now, it's going to make things even more difficult for them to try and work around these Electro Claws from Mitrix. So for Liquid right now, it's more of a damper than anything, but once they get over to the defensive side, this is definitely something that they've more than likely game planned around.
Exactly. Of course, banning the start of the attack. It's something they are going to be concerned about. You can see the death mark tracker go out, spotting the Warden, playing a bit aggressively on the blue stairs. So Luke Kid, not pushing up that, not in any planet does he want to try and push up these staircases. Especially once his position is known. He will hold fast for the time being, but it forces the re-clear out of Liquid. A minute left now. You can see Liquid don't care a whole lot about the breaches, but they actually seem to care a decent bit about the breaches. 2 minutes and 10 seconds in, Lagonis had put down one harder breach charge on the main wall. It's been Zodoed, it's been almost shocked. So much effort has gone in from the Liquid camp to open up this wall that it's actually come at the cost of a lot of their clear. They don't have a whole lot. They don't have pressure blue side. They do have Palu for the backstab over by West Main, but aside from that, the Thermite ban is actually starting to really hurt them a little bit, or more so the presence of these Zodos from Fluxo.
Yeah, it makes it so difficult. And honestly, this is probably part of Liquid's plan as well. We'll probably see something very similar, but it's execute time now. Palu gets one, resets will get gunned down by Lukid over inside of blue, and it's all hands on deck. Liquid have to get something going for themselves. A nice discovery there from Palu. One of the best in the business when it comes to moments like this, able to grab things out of thin air. Nesk able to assist just like always. Down to the 2 versus 2, make it a 2 versus 1. They know where the last player is. Palu dipping and dashing. He chooses wrong initially, but he gets it! What? Liquid! Come on, man! My heart cannot take rounds like this after the day we've already had. And they're already doing it to me. A split second. Probably less than a second. We'll have to see if we do get the replays. But dude, down to the wire comes those gunfights. And Palu able to finally get that last frag that mattered most inside of blue.
The Dokkaebi backstab, unfortunately, hits Fluxo right in the spine. Cut down. 0.8 seconds left before that round would have been won by Fluxo off time. And unfortunately, Lukid in a difficult spot. He knows the Dokkaebi came from backside, knows she came from West Main. So, to get to his position, there's one of 2 ways Palu could go. Either all the way around through Snowmobile, or on the much shorter path through the doorway between Wine and Blue. And if that's the path he chooses, do you want to be caught sprinting with your back turned? Not particularly, especially since the downed player isn't far enough in the hallway to give information on if Palu actually ends up taking that path. It's a difficult position for the Warden to find himself, and Lukid ends up making the wrong decision. Liquid win a 1v1, Palu with a massive 3k, and we're continuing our trend in these final 2 games of big multi-kills, defining these rounds.
Well, it's a slow, drawn-out round from Team Liquid, but as soon as Palu got that first kill, it surely popped off. Round 2, might be something somewhat similar, although the bomb site is going to stick where it was. Fluxo trying to go back to what they'd seen previously. Not really, excuse me. What was that basement defense, moving things over to bar gaming? Just remembering things from our earlier chalet. Apologies for that, but still either way, taking over to this portion of the building. Team Liquid, though, are going to have to go about this in a little different way. Library definitely going to be something in the cards for them.
I certainly want to try to clear that top library position, remove the blue shield, especially once they've opened up the stock wall. Obviously, just because you open up and angle that wall does not force you into a library clear or force you into a master bedroom and office clear. But if you want to go for an execute library, the vertical angles will need to be removed, and the utility from Liquid needs to land. Look at how concerned Nesk is with this jump out. And with so many players on library, it is actually good to see Nesk take this position, just to be absolutely certain nobody can run out of that breach on the bottom floor. Liquid a minute and a half in. Aside from this angle held by resets, none of the utility to dislodge these players has actually landed. There's one.
It was about the 27th bullet inside of that magazine from Lagonis, but he gets the job done, right? I mean, beggars can't be choosers, and when you get results, and hey, that's really all you need at the end of the day. Maps is going to go down. Fluxo already making an error inside of round 2, and now they're going to pay the price for it. A Logi Bomb and Mitrix. He thinks he knows where a player's coming from, and oh my, does the Super Shorty deliver. Some nice shots out of Hashi too. Lagonis almost has this plant down. Mitrix has to swing, but he can't get it done. Into the post plant now. Lagonis will go down, but a great position here for Team Liquid.
A great position indeed, but in the 2v4, they need to overperform heavily on these gunfights. I of course with a close angle. On to Hashi. Can hold control of the vert. Once Mitrix goes for the defuse, it'll be Maya instead take this fight. Frag Grenade doesn't do it, instead resets from up above, forcing another retake out of Fluxo. 2v4, very likely at this point. He'll just hold the corner. 3 seconds remaining before we are beyond the pale. Resets might fall, but Maya just 1 more second, And he is good. 2 rounds in a row for Team Liquid. Nobody might survive, but the impact lives far afterwards. 2-0 on their attacks.
And so far, Fluxo have been really good when it comes to gunfights, you know what I mean? They've been able to at least stand up to Liquid, but it's constantly Liquid that are either able to trade out better or trade for better control over a situation like what we saw in round 2 there. Yeah, Fluxo are able to get a lot of Liquid bodies, but there's a lot of implication inside of that post plant. Very difficult position. I think we've seen quite a few of these today where the offense is able to put the defense into just such a juxtaposition, right? They have to try and, reapply themselves towards that top floor with that verticality working its way in. You still have the window player there too. And not only that, you don't even really have a solid read on if those players are even operating around these parameters in the first place. So Fluxo have to do a lot of soul searching in very minimal time. And we see how that goes. Although they get all the bodies, they don't get the round.
Do not get the round, especially thanks to resets holding up on that top floor. So, Liquid, feeling very strong on their attacks so far. Might have come down to, technically speaking, clutch situations, but that 2v4 in round 2 still very winnable. Off the back of that good execute with a minute remaining going into round 3 on a master bedroom and office defense. Certainly could still face a very similar fortune. They decide to go for a library clear, open up the front wall, get a plant down there. Solar side is a bit more difficult because of how constricting it is, but if Liquid want to play execute-based siege, Monty will probably force his way through library. I don't think we're seeing him repel on the solar.
Crazier things have happened. Crazier things have happened today, so... yeah, probably library. I mean, come on. No, I was gonna be downstairs instead, but still, another fine route for a friend on the shield. Maya's gonna be here with the skeleton key to grant access when they want that. They'll be droning things out just to make sure there is no FX player downstairs. So far, so good. Fluxo, for the most part, dedicating themselves to that top level. We do have a player over inside of Kitchen, and on second glance, we actually do have Astro around this space as well. And Astro, they're asking for a lot here, and I think there might be some other players around the space too, but he's gonna delete Maya as he tries to work his way through the garage. Nesk, though, he knows that that play is going on downstairs. Be able to discover Luke. He's trying to shut things down for that main stairs push, and so far, not so good for either respective team. Who the hell is going to win this fight? Somebody hit somebody. It doesn't happen. Both squads just a lot of damage, but that's about it. What the heck was that in West Main?
Pollard just trying to hold his flank, hold his cutoff angle. Unfortunately, damaged a bit by the defender playing that very position. A lot of Liquid players low health. Same could be said for Fluxo. Mitrix 1 HP, Astra below 50 resets with an angle on the player. Inside a big garage at the moment. Knows this roamer is not helping anybody. Astro not baiting completely, not intentionally, but he is forced off and Liquid go in for the kill. Gotta be careful, don't overcommit here. He knows this is a 2-man push, the Monty and reset. Wow, that was a very unceremonious end to Astro's life inside a big garage. Liquid go for the hunt, they get the 4v3. It costs a little bit of time though. Keep in mind, this is an upstairs defense, but if they keep getting these kills, it might not matter. Palu finds the remaining defender down below inside of dining. Well, the conversion upstairs might be low on time. Palu goes to the roof. Raps hears the sound call. Liquid moving upstairs. It'd have to be a 2v4. It'd have to be clean shots of these remaining defenders, but with a lot of these Liquid players low HP, I've seen less doable 2v4s.
Yeah, you say that initially, but it's like, unless these Nitro cells land, especially onto Lagonas, I think that this round is honestly Raps. Team Liquid have done such a great job of using Lagonas to poke and prod around this map. Now, here's where things open up. This is where things enter a reality check, but Paulu's already got the flank. What else would you expect out of this man? Calls things perfectly with the squad. They're like, hey, we're going to set things up for Piano. He's like, give me one moment. I'm going to give us just an extra layer to this. Works things in for the backstab from the bathroom window. And yeah, just to pull things back to the original point, they poke and prod around this entire map with Lagonas and with death marks. They just find these players via nice cam work and some logi bombs, and then they clear out every ISO'd player imaginable. Even if there is maybe some assistance where Fluxo are able to maybe rotate over, hold people at bay over on West Main, it all comes back to bear in the same kind of story. It's just Monty finding a lone soul and smacking them down or making it really, really difficult for them to try and make out which gunfight to take. It's a great round there from Liquid. They got 2 rounds already.
And with the problem, obviously, we saw Fluxo have on their Chalet attacks against E1, game looking more and more problematic for the last place team of Brazil to find any points on the board. Tactical timeout will be taken. Pandex, the coach of Fluxo, taking a bit of a pause, knowing these defensive halves, not only generally speaking on the trend of Chalet, but also importantly for Fluxo, is that on this map, even though they lost the game 7-5, still the one successful side they had in that game, or the comparatively speaking, more successful side. It is important to get at least a couple rounds on the board. It will go down to Kitchen and Dining as our next set of affairs. Still see some of the same characters we saw in that previous round. The Solus, who will likely be solo roaming. Maybe Lukid as well, helping out the Solus on that roam. But we just saw how Liquid picked that apart. Of course, finding the Solus down below. She wasn't finished off. Lukid was supporting her, helping her retreat up main stairs. Ness goes in for the backstab and makes that a 4v4 after Astro, to be fair, smokes the guy helping out the Monty on that push. Liquid have had a good read on this roam overall, and with similar characters likely taking similar positions, I'll need to be proved wrong, and we'll need to see some repositions from Fluxo.
I love this from Team Liquid. The last operator lineup was completely about being able to scour the map, find these roamers, and deal with them accordingly, whether it be through firepower or simply slapping them down with Monty's shield. This time around, though, it's all about crowd control and dislodgement. This is great. Look at what we have available to us for Liquid's toolkit. We've got Capital, we've got the Beast from Grid, we've also got, or rather Grim, we've also got Gridlock as well too, to be able to make these rotations a little harder. And on top of that, just the icing on the cake, Maya. We do have some mutes, but that's really about it. Unless you're sitting on top of one right when that EE1D comes out, it's probably not going to be all that useful. Some info will be coming your way. And I think that this is great for Liquid. Fluxo, although these rounds haven't been going their way, the one thing that has been is some of these gunfight moments when they're able to find these swings. This entire operator lineup thwarts that for the most part.
Intel certainly the strong suit, whether for the clear, the execute, what have you. How will Liquid get there, though? Have intel on somebody close on that trophy window. At least something close in the trophy window. Lagonis aware of it. The move down below. Half the round is gone. Honestly, that's one of those angles I didn't even think about existed. Yeah, I guess you can shoot that default all the
So
way
sweaty,
down
right?
I didn't even kind of register that was a possibility. But good. I mean, good shots nonetheless, but with all that utility, all of what you talked about, Sam, we need to see the follow-up. Minute 45 seconds, we haven't seen it, and now, right on cue, Maya gets the first pick. Lukid made uncomfortable on the top solar position, forced out. So now, an inroad onto this top floor. Solar stairs control acquired for Team Liquid. Some intel on these remaining defenders as well. As another E1D goes out, Nesk has the intel on this player playing close in the doorway, hiding his time. Knows he's still there. He can play patient as Mitrix cut down inside of the site. The Cade might have found a kill there, but no, nobody finds a kill on the side of Fluxo. Flawless round as it's a patient game for Liquid, and once Fluxo gets nervous and pulls the trigger, that's when Liquid stomp into round 4.
That was perfect. Absolutely perfect. They get everything set up for themselves for that top floor clear. And the utility game is, practically picturesque as well. Is they're able to do exactly what we talked about, Carter. Dislodge that initial player. He's forced back into Maya's line of sight and takes him out. And that's what makes that top floor setup so difficult. Yeah, there's a lot of window access. Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't exactly work into the favor of the defense in that scenario. But the one thing that does is that in order to get a hold of a lot of these places on that top floor, you have to set foot in the building, don't you? There's some nice crosses, don't get me wrong. Some things from like the piano window, some things from the bathroom window, things along those lines, right? But you still have to get boots on the ground. And that's what that utility assists you with. Once you're able to dislodge, force them into a cross on one of these windows, and you're able to start actually spearheading this top floor, the whole house of cards starts to fall down pretty quickly once some proper pressure is applied. And that's what Liquid does. It's done very, very well, and that's going to be 4 rounds in a row for them. They've weathered the storm that is the Fluxo timeout.
And also gone back to an operator lineup similar to what we saw before the tactical timeout happened, reintroducing the Deimos, the exit of the Grim. Ness going more to an operator. I think he's comfortable fragging on. We've seen him take the IQ quite a few times, but also there's a Valk and a Solus on the board. It's very understandable. Maybe finding an engagement with the Azami, another one of the power operators, playing on top Mez at the moment. Such a tight angle held by the IQ. The 1x site as well. A whole lot of utility to make this player uncomfortable, but with Nesk knowing this player's here, once she's droned out, I imagine there's a tracker going to be buzzing her way unless Nesk finds her first. Couple shots to pepper the Azami up, but he'll still hold outside a library for the time being. And Mitrix, to his credit, not at all worried about this pressure at the moment. Still holding upstairs, as is often necessary on a basement roam.
A great level of patience from Nesk there as well. He's then angled to its maximum efficiency. Almost catches Mitrix too. Now Team Liquid coiling themselves around this top level. It's to be expected when it comes to the defense. Maya's going to have to do double duty though, and instead he's going to fly in through Piano. Really nothing except for maybe some Legion mines that could be in his way. This is a perfect moment for Maya to try and set up the successful clear of the top floor for Team Liquid. Resets is going to try and work his way in too. Fluxo, what have we done here? I think we've peeled things back. Don't really see too much on the mid floor right now. And yes, indeed, absolutely every body that FX can muster is all on the bottom level.
I mean, to be fair to Fluxo, them, a minute 40 wasted. I think I called you them, by the way.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No. We have Lukid.
They were hiding under my feet.
I was about to say, we saw a lot of that rotation back. I was about to say, you know, look, they've wasted a minute 20 seconds, or minute 40 seconds of time. Surely that's an advantage for the round, but if there's still 2 players on that middle floor, it could be a bit of a problem for Team Liquid. If they're just going for their fireplace play like they did last time, that's okay. But remember, that round was won by Palu going for that backstab down the west main stairs, finding multiple players. There's players who can shut that down, or maybe it won't even matter. Palu's found one, resets with an angle on another. He's got that angle too. One bullet's enough to cut Hashi down at the backside of blue. Lagonis with the diffuser is just snuck in, by the way. Put Fluxo on the disadvantage as we enter the post plant. Nest might be 1 HP. He's downed on the opposite side of that bookcase. Well-placed impact grenade. Still might be some well-placed shots to turn the tide to Liquid's favor. Luke it upstairs. 1v2. With that Specchio scanner, maybe find the diffuser where it is, but aside from that, it's kills he's looking for. He'll confirm the kill on the Nest. Really, that's a small task in comparison to the 180-degree crossfire he's found his way in, and the diffuser on the opposite side. 3 seconds remaining. This round is Team Liquid's. Maya just makes it so. 5-0 for Liquid on the attacking side. 6-0, a real possibility.
What the heck is happening right now for Team Liquid? These rounds, they're coming hot and heavy so far at least, but the big thing is that this round count could have so many different implications when it comes to how this stage finishes out. Team Liquid are currently -10. If they are able to close things out here in a 7-0 fashion, they're only -3. You want to know what other team is currently -3 on round count? Furia.
And
some wild stuff could be happening across these next 24 hours.
Liquid having the head-to-head over Furia well. The tie break is looking mighty fine. If Liquid, to be fair, can find their way there. They can't tie Furia in terms of points necessarily. If they get 2 overtime wins, they're at 11. If they get 3 regulation wins, they're at 13 ahead of Furia. But still, keeping it close. Trying to get closer to that playoffs margin where tomorrow it seems the playoffs will not be decided by this game today. Have to see some matches transpire tomorrow to fully get a handle on it. Liquid get a 7-0 here. The +7 in round diff will certainly be nice, but moving up to 10 points, a stone's throw away from E1 and Furia. Liquid might very well find themselves in the playoffs, and they might just be 1 round away from getting at least 1 point today.
Those 3 points mattering a heck of a lot more than that one, though, at the end of the day, right? Really need to try and shore this up, and it's the last game of the day. Furia and E1 scores are set as of right now until tomorrow, so they're sitting at 12. They most desperately want to try and make sure they get these 3 points, no matter the cost. And hopefully they can try and keep it at a relatively great score line for them like it is right now. This last offense now building up for Team Liquid as we're just about through the first minute. Going back to some similar things that we'd seen earlier. They're going to drop the Deimos, though, in favor of Dokkaebi. The Lion 2, and something that we've been seeing from quite a few teams is this Gara play here for the kitchen dining defense.
You Gar hook up the hatch. We saw E1 try to do something very similar today, but Sam, as you were there as well, that did not exactly go well for them. So we'll see how well Liquid are able to fare in a similar position up the hatch. The Legion's waiting for it. Maya around the corner is able to put Mitrix down to very low HP. That initial sent into the site, well, it doesn't work out. Nesk with the diffuser, doesn't find one. Resets with a nice little frag onto Astro, but well, it's a very anticlimactic end to what could have been a 6-0 half for Team Liquid. Everybody from Fluxo shuts down the execute the moment Team Liquid enter the building. Lagonis, I think, realizes that this is a bit above his pay grade, a bit beyond his capabilities. So, it might lose this round, but Sam, this is still a 5-1 half. I doubt anybody's complaining in the Liquid camp.
Now, the waters look like glass out there today for Liquid, but this one, a little bit more half-baked, a little choppier seas for them. And unfortunately enough, probably going to the half at a 5-1 deficit, unless, Lagonis, what do you have for us?
Oh.
Let's see this office bout. Nobody's going to come and try and help him either, so he's just got to win it out. Heads up. No, it's going to be FX instead. So nip it in the bud to get their one round on the defense. And like we said, I mean, even those rounds where Liquid were obviously very, very dominant. Fluxo have had the capabilities of going toe-to-toe, at least when it comes to the frag potential. It just really hasn't been working out strategically for them, as we've seen them outclassed time and time again on that side of the coin. Now switching over to the offense, we'll see if things are a little bit different as they try and shore up the scoreline.
2 times that Amara play really just does not work. Maybe if he's got a better gun there, it could work out, but everyone on the defense has been ready for it in the Furia game and the Fluxo game. Still a nice call by Liquid, but 5-1, as you said. We'll look to Fluxo to see how their attacks can improve against E1. They got, and this is true, 1 round on the attacking side. Just the one. That was it. It ended up being a 7-5 loss. So they got 4 defenses, but their attacks were not particularly great, and the attacks from Fluxo this stage have actually faced a lot of the same criticisms we've given NIP's attacks, which is very slow, taking a lot of time to accomplish, sometimes very little, sometimes quite a bit, but then really reliant on how they perform when actually moving into the bomb site. And unfortunately for Fluxo, they don't have a Cons, they don't have a Muzi. Hash has done very well, but nobody can really bail them out of the rounds with the consistency NIP have when they're facing those similar issues.
Already some difficulties starting to bubble up for Fluxo as well. No Solus in play for Liquid, but 3 drones absorbed inside of Prep. Something that does not exactly bode well for FX down the line, although they do still have a few bodies when it comes to these roly-polies to donate. Raps is trying to make sure that nobody's going to try and actively play things around these panels while he does his torch job. And we'll start on that right now. Shouldn't be too difficult. This is a pretty straightforward panel, as they all are, and you have to take a pretty risky angle if you do want to try and thwart this game plan from Raps, so I won't see too much here. He is going to go for the prone. You know, yeah, because of moments like that.
I mean, pretty much for that exact reason right there. C4 can sometimes hit the wall, and then you're faced with a whole heck of a lot of damage. But hey, you got the wall open. Not going to complain about that. Some Vulcan fire on the opposite side, just to stop anybody from rushing in, punish anybody for rushing in, but Fluxo aren't doing that. Fluxo are not exactly the team to rush things very quickly. So they spend a minute 20 seconds, or a minute technically, to open up the wall. Now rotating over to the Wine side. They've got the Mav and the Ace to open up this Wine wall as well, so bit of a standard execute, but I respect Fluxo for not trying to complicate things.
Well, they haven't oversold things yet. Definitely tell you that. They'll have some solid drone economy, even given the circumstances of what we were talking about earlier. But now, things starting to work together, or work better for them. Already have a breach over on this side for Boiler. They'll be able to use a lifeline impact to try and assist with that. Alu, he's over here on West Main still. There's still a lot of different ways that Liquid can try and work their way back into this round. Not that they're necessarily out of it, just more of these aggressive tendencies that they have been looking for. I love the patience here for them, waiting for Fluxo to reach critical mass.
Trix trying to go for the default. They do know that somebody was West Main because of Palu shooting the Selma, but he's just put them in a very difficult spot. Is he still going to go for this peek? He checks it. He's not going to shoot it, though, and the ace does! Swings the angle. Remembers Palu's there. No capitalization onto that Selma, and a punishment instead. Fluxo with an advantage, but Mitrix and Raps both on low HP. Lukin domes resets from the Wine Breach. He starts working his way in. The Azami goes for the swing. Down, though. So a very nice set of trades for Fluxo. Jonas with 1 HP. Cut down from the main breach. Fluxo's second round on the board. They got one attack against E1, and they've at least matched that here.
Yeah, I mean, I say it's the patience from Liquid, especially Palu over inside of West Main, right? But it's actually Fluxo that brings the most of that to bear, as they just really cadently try and work things over towards, you know, Trench as well as Big Garage. And those patient moments, like what we see with things working out for Nesk, right? He drops down the hatch, gets gunned down immediately. Fluxo don't overcommit. They don't get overzealous towards the site, and that's honestly their biggest saving moment, because the one body that we see try and work its way in, it's immediately gunned down by the Azami. They're able to trade that out with those longer angles that they still have, but that's all because Fluxo are still awaiting Liquid, seeing what their answer is going to be in the dying moments of that round, and it works out extremely well for them.
We got one on the board. That's important in a game where you didn't find any success until a botched rush from Team Liquid. Finding a way in, giving us a reason to believe you could just pull this off is imperative. Still one round away from match point or Team Liquid. They aren't feeling comfortable just yet. Probably looking towards the spawn. Nobody fighting just yet. It's more emblematic of Team Liquid's confidence. They still feel like they can get away with these plays, still feel that they should go for them. As we just move into a more normal set of circumstances in the round, Fluxo will have a very normal set of circumstances facing them with the Azami setup.
Most definitely. Something that we see routinely when it comes to any site, honestly. You could apply her anywhere, but it's more important, more impactful when it comes to certain ones. This is definitely one of them when you look across her laundry list of sites. And nice find here for Liquid. Or not even a nice find, but just a nice setup, I'd say, over for the office. Dedicating to those reinforcements over towards this master panel, making Hashi's life a little bit more difficult than he initially gave it credit for.
He knows there's roamers over here now, but fully taking care of them is going to be very difficult. Can't get an angle from the master bedroom window. You'd have to go to the office balcony. There's even a deployable shield watching this side. It really is all not only to, of course, deny control of library for as long as possible, but specifically to make that mezzanine player feel a lot more comfortable as well. Astro down from below. Reset somehow finding that kill. A peek out through the long hall. Really nice find by Team Liquid and Fluxo, who are buying into this clear of the full extension. Likely a lot of time going to be spent.
And there's just so many ways for Liquid to try and work themselves around this setup for Fluxo too. Maya with a beautiful swing here onto the bathroom balcony. And yeah, like I was saying, there's a lot of hatches and things open that Fluxo still have to worry about. They haven't even gotten a step into the actual setup of Liquid. All of this so far has been stuff that has been gifted to FX. Going to be able to at least make an angle here for the panels that were holding up the office wall, but it's already a 5 versus 3. Team Liquid know they don't have to risk things too much, especially with Fluxo grasping at straws. They're going to lose another body. Finally, something goes the way of FX. Hashi, he can't even get the dang Banshee right now, let alone the frag, as Team Liquid hit an ultimate point.
Well, the hope died very quickly, didn't it? Fluxo with a decent round 7 attack, decent attack of the Big Garage, and then they're presented with a problem. I said that they won't encounter anything too different with the Azami setup, and they don't entirely, but they're faced with maybe an obstacle that is a bit more abnormal. A full hold of office, and an angle, a deployable shield watching piano. A twist on a setup, it fills the same intention, but the manifestation is a little different, a little more aggressive towards that side, and Fluxo are completely stumped by it. Astro tries to find a gap down below, Resets just shuts him down. The rest of the attack is all focused on this top floor, and Hashi's basically inside a bathroom or inside a bedroom the entirety of the round, just face checking, taking a fight, waiting for Liquid to peek. The attack starts dying around him, players dying on windows, being swung by Liquid getting aggressive, where honestly they don't even necessarily need to. But with Fluxo so isolated outside the building, they can get away with a lot of those peaks, especially if they have players going 1-for-1, which they do. And we see, I believe it was Maya going for that swing on the player piano balcony, somebody swinging with him. Liquid knew they could get aggressive, they went about it intelligently, and when Fluxo even faced a little bit different of a defense, they crumbled.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been really, really tough for Fluxo, and honestly, this just goes to show that those mid-round audibles that we ask of a lot of teams, they're not so easily coordinated. They're not so easily found, are they? Fluxo hit a brick wall effectively. Liquid kills them for it, and you're down to a skeleton crew that now has to be forced to figure out Liquid's Rubik's Cube of a setup, and I mean, this Rubik's Cube just so happens to shoot back too, so it's not something they exactly want to deal with. And in what way can you in the first place with so many people still up and about for Liquid in a scenario like that? And now it's 6-2. Gotta be a master defense here for Liquid. And they know that Fluxo are probably going to slow things down just a tad bit. Resets, that could have been such a risky stand. But nobody home when it comes to that. And oh my, there's absolutely no shot. This is what we're going to bet our bottom dollar on. This is what we've risked. Every biscuit that we've built up for Fluxo is going to be a gifting of 2 bodies over to the side of Liquid. Mitrix and Raps go down, and Resets just not really keeping his wits about him. Will finally go down to something over in Solarium.
Fluxo a little too high on the Jigsy 1v1 tech, unfortunately. Throwing in the boogie to open up the window, immediately shut down, and Hashi stuck on solar stairs. Astro stuck by office balcony. Lukid probing for anything on the Ivy window. A completely separated attack at the moment. Something that, had Mitrix got that kill in the bathroom window, could have gone a lot different. But Liquid, ready for it, just as Fluxo were ready for that Amaru rush up through the dining hatch when Liquid were on the attacking side. Similarly, once that rush is transpired, the attack is forced to reset and try and succeed off of mistakes from their opponents. 1 player down. Lagonis found by Hashi, still on these solar stairs, but Maya's not given away his position. He's held firm on the owl statue as long as he can, waiting for the Ash to start pushing up as the E1D moves forward. How much does the attack know? If they're not aware, Maya end the game right here.
He's out, and he's been discovered. What a shot, though, but it's from Palu. It's just extra rounds from Maya. He'll go down to the master window position, but that's a telltale sign for Liquid. Yeah, it's a 2 versus 2. They know exactly where one of these players are. Lagonis still down. Palu just playing for anyone to try and swing this player out. I don't even think he's going to try and pick him up, is he? There's no way. Lagonis is going to bleed out. 10 seconds remaining. They have to find a place to put this case, but Palu! Oh my! The super shorty gets it done! Team Liquid keep the dream alive up against Fluxo.
Playoff run can continue, or the run to playoffs, to be specific. Liquid with that regulation win will move up to 10 points, just ahead of NIP, but still not confirmed just yet. The new standings will be Fluxo in 10th, no, nothing but 1 point to their name. MIBR in 9th, and then NIP in 8th, Liquid in 7th. Liquid NIP, still the 2 bottom 4 teams in the running for playoffs, Sam, but going into tomorrow, that means the first game of the day, Furia NIP, and the last game, Liquid FaZe, will likely be what decides who's in and who's out.
Look at my face. You see how excited I am? I mean, that should just tell you right there. Today has been amazing, man. And to bring it down to where Liquid have a great showing up against FX on Chalet, but not only that, have some great storylines for tomorrow. I mean, dude, I'm over the moon. What a great day here today.
Couldn't be more happy with it. We'll have some great matches tomorrow, as it always sucks when on the second to last day playoffs are decided. Thankfully, we got you covered with the script we wrote. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to see who's in and who's out of the Brazil League playoffs. That is it for Sam and I today, though. We'll be watching alongside all of you tomorrow. But before we finish, we have the desk to properly set up and explain exactly what could go down on the last day of the group stage.
Welcome back, viewers, to the Playday 8 desk here in the Brazil League. I'm Connor, and alongside me... Oh, no, wait. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me is Connor. I was so excited after that Liquid victory. I just couldn't keep myself straight. But I said we're Liquid going to be in cruise control, Connor, and they were in cruise control. Pretty straightforward win for them against Fluxo. No real hiccups there.
Yeah, I really thought this was going to be a 7-0, like on Tuesday, especially after the first 5 rounds. Liquid looked so cool, calm, and collected. They did not look like they were stressed at all. They were not being challenged whatsoever. All of a sudden, Fluxo, sure, they got a couple of rounds. They got, they got a right hook and a left hook in there, but it was nothing against the full combo Liquid dropped.
Yeah, no, there was no hope for Fluxo outside of those first couple of rounds. And I mean, a lot of the things that we were worried about manifesting felt like they manifested, right? The attacks were a bit lackluster. It felt like there was a good read by Team Liquid on pretty much everything they were going to try. But again, Connor, Team Liquid obviously are going to play FaZe Clan tomorrow. I feel like they're going to come out of this game feeling pretty good about themselves, but it is Fluxo, right? Like, I feel like that is a bit of an asterisk on the win.
Yeah, it's not the most dominant one we could have seen. Potentially, if Fluxo came out and got 7-0'd by Liquid, we might be like, okay, Liquid, they might have a chance tomorrow, but it's going to be an incredibly difficult battle. And if Liquid wants to make playoffs without having to go all the way through the LCQ and everything to make Manchester, then they are going to have to beat FaZe in regulation and also have E1 lose to the hands of W7M. So Liquid need a little bit of help. But it's not necessarily the craziest thing in the world, because if they are able to beat FaZe, the other instance is a lot more realistic.
Yeah. I mean, like we said at the start, right? It's a tenuous line. There is a way that Liquid can get there. They might not get it, but they've got the talent on this roster that if they go into open qualifiers, they have a good shot of making it anyway. We cannot talk about that last map without talking about Maya, who really, we said before the game he had to show up. Connor, he did show up in a big way for this team. Yeah,
he was a phenomenal player, just all around on the attacking side. His utility usage was actually incredibly impactful in the game. As you see, he brought Buck most of the time, and the way that Liquid were able to apply vertical control from either below or above the bomb sites or just clearing roamers was very, very impressive. For the side of Fluxo, there was not any safe place to be on the map, and that's a scary position to be in, especially when you have a Monty sprinting after you while you're being Deimos pinged constantly.
Yeah, I thought especially towards the end of that match too, when he was sort of playing that Azami role, even the phantom pressure he was applying was doing such a good job of holding back the entire Fluxo attack. That round where he was holding Solarium basically not by doing anything, just by being there, for so long, was genuinely some great high-minded defensive play.
Yeah, there becomes a point where just standing there menacingly is the best thing you can do as a defender, and that phantom pressure, like you said, just him being there was enough, because it was a crucial piece of map control that Fluxo needed for their pick to work, and they were just never able to get it.
Well, that will do it for our matches here on Play Day 8. It's been quite a day here, actually. We've had a couple of overtimes, Connor, which have been genuinely some impressive ones. FaZe Clan and mibr, they went all the way to overtime at the start. It's easy to forget that happened.
Yeah, mibr, they now join Black Dragons as one of the only teams to take points off of FaZe. Furia, they bounced back. They looked a lot better against an E1 team that might be on a bit of a down spiral. It's an unfortunate situation for E1 because they're not confirmed for playoffs. They do need to bounce back against a strong W7M team, which sure, lost to Vivo Keydstars, but that match was incredibly close. Going up to match 4, that's where things really got shaken up, because Black Dragons, sure, they're confirmed for playoffs, but all of a sudden, NIP, who we thought were gone, has went ahead and thrown their hat into the ring and might, just might, be able to make things kind of crazy at the 12-point mark if they're able to have a regulation win tomorrow.
Right, and as you kind of gaze upon these standings, things haven't necessarily changed too much, I think, from the start of the day. Maybe less than the score lines would belie, especially that Black Dragons upset there, Connor. But you were talking about the playoff picture here. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Team Liquid and their potential for, a tenuous line in. But, you bring up NIP as well. Another team here that had a much better performance than we were expecting on the day. any chance for them to carry on here, or are they pretty much done and dusted like MIBR?
Well, they do play against Furia, and that's going to be our first match of the day tomorrow. So we could have some absolute chaos immediately thrown in towards potentially a four-way tie at 12 points. So that'd be really fun on the calculations and like who gets in, who doesn't. All four teams would have the same amount of points, but only two of them would actually get playoff spots.
Yeah, I mean, it could very well get weird, as you said, right? Because you don't expect, I guess, NIP to necessarily play the spoiler against Furia, but the way that Furia has been looking, Connor, I mean, I think it's a genuine possibility.
It definitely is. I would say if Furia didn't look so good against E1 and we're a very decisive team against a roster that we know is good in the form of E1, then I would have a lot more just question marks up in the air about what's going to happen in this game. But, you know, sample size wise, Furia have had more consistent games and actually had some pretty good showings overall throughout the stage in comparison to NIP almost feeling like they have one singular outlier.
Yeah.
You still got to give it a little bit more towards the Furia way. They should win that game and qualify.
Well, all the action and drama of Brazil League will come back to you same time, start tomorrow. You're going to want to be there for the last play day of group matches here in Brazil because it promises to be a good one. But for now, unfortunately, the broadcast is over for the day. Thank you so much to our casters, Lynx and Stokes, of course, to you, CDAPs, for joining us here on the desk. We appreciate your insights as always. Should also thank our replay operator, Grave, and our producer, Zayshow, filling in. Thank you so much for doing that. And of course, the Brazil broadcast team, thank you for letting us be a part of your region. And finally, from all of us here on the English broadcast, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.